In his past life, he was a brilliant leader, assassinated by scheming political factions. But after he died, he was reincarnated as a goblin named Gem. But his luck was awful. He was the lowest, most pathetic species in the entire goblin race. Every single day, Gem had to grind away from dawn until dusk, but it was never, ever enough. If you missed your quota, you were guaranteed a brutal beatdown from the guards. Meanwhile, the high and mighty nobles kicked back, living fat off their suffering. As someone from a modern world, he knew this kind of injustice was completely unacceptable. Because of their weak bodies, he and his little sister were constantly bullied by the other goblins. And the worst of the bunch, the one who always shook them down the most, was a punk named Jack. Sure enough, Jack and his cronies showed up again looking for a shakedown. But this time, Gem was perfectly calm and used logic to talk him down. He pointed out that shaking them down was barely worth it, especially after paying protection money to the higher-ups. So why not hunt monsters instead? Big risk, big reward. The simple-minded goblins actually thought this made a lot of sense. And just like that, Gem became their master strategist. He immediately laid out a ridiculously detailed plan. Deep in the mines lived a giant, blind centipede that hunted using only sound. Their pathetic weapons couldn't get through its thick armor. The goal was to lure the monster into an acid pit and find a way to push it in. They would scatter bones along the path, throwing them one by one to guide it. But someone had to be bait to lead it right to the pit. The treacherous Jack immediately plotted to use Gem as the lure, but his sister Groza stepped forward to protect Gem. "He's still injured, I'll do it." Of course, Gem would never let his sister face that danger. He confidently took the job as bait and told Jack, "You need to help me block the entrance when I get back." He knew perfectly well this snake would try to double-cross him. But Jack was still just an amateur, and Gem could read him like an open book. Meanwhile, the monster was inside, showing off its terrifying set of massive, gleaming fangs. A single bite from those things would mean instant death or a lifetime of being crippled. Gem started giving orders when the monster gets close. "Throw the bones." Saw would be in charge of hurting it. Saw scoffed at the command. "Why me?" The goblin next to him slapped his back. "You're always bragging about your speed, so go prove it. Don't move until the signal. We'll lure it to the acid pit, and Jack will help me trap it. Understand?" Even Jack had to admit it. For a weakling, the plan was actually pretty solid, and with that, a little while later, the whole crew got down to business. Saw peeked out from behind a rock to watch the centipede, but it suddenly charged right at him, sending the kid scrambling for his life. After a desperate sprint to a bone pile, Saw grabbed a skull and chucked it towards the monster. He was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, just waiting for the end. But after a few moments, nothing happened. Turns out the centipede heard the noise and changed direction without even touching him. At the same time, the others stood guard on their side. Gem raised a hand, signaling the centipede was getting close. Jack just sneered, thinking he'd kill Gem right after and take all the credit. Then, Gem started tapping a bone on the ground. The sound made even Jack glance nervously into the dark cavern. And in just seconds, the monster centipede locked onto the sound, growling as it charged towards them. But Jack wasn't scared at all. He just laughed, then smashed his own bone on the other side, creating a new sound. He thought to himself, "It's your turn, Gem. The second it's in the pit, I'm trapping you both. It kills you, then the acid kills it." However, his little scheme wasn't going according to plan. The centipede suddenly stopped and stared right at him, making him freeze in terror. Then Gem appeared like a hero, grabbing its attention and yelling, "Jack, run, we'll lure it in." He ran for his life with everything he had, wondering why the monster was no longer following the sound. Gem urged him to hurry inside, and once both Jack and the monster were through the doorway, Gem calmly slid the heavy door shut. It turns out the fool had walked right into Gem's real plan. Maybe next time, he'd be less obvious with his betrayals. Just then, the rest of the group ran up. "Jack? Where is he?" "Gem, are you okay?" Gem put on his most grief-stricken face. "I'm sorry." He made a sound, and it went after him. "It's in the pit now. But Jack..." It grabbed him, so I had to trap them both. "Listen, I don't want a reward. Just tell the supervisor. This is the only way I can honor Jack's sacrifice. May the gods witness his courage." And just like that, they believed every single word. "You're incredible, Gem. We won't forget this. I'm just going to take my sister and go. May the gods bless you." After they finally left, his sister quietly asked him, "Brother, what really happened? Did Jack actually sacrifice himself?" He just shrugs it off, saying, probably just bad luck. Claiming the centipede must follow sense, not just sound. Who knows, right? She hears him out and doesn't ask anything else. But yeah, getting what you deserve isn't a surprise. And with that, They leave. But the doubt in her eyes that isn't going anywhere. The scene shifts, Rosa prodding Jem. What is it? Eat up. A fat, juicy grub sits on the plate. He can't even look at it, let alone swallow that thing. Seriously. Jem, aren't you going to eat? She insists, still believing her act. Come on, Jem. It's your favorite. I even saved the head for you. Jem shoves the plate away. Rosa, I'm not eating it. But she just stabs the bug with a knife, her voice deadly serious. Eat. He reluctantly agrees, just to get it over with. Jem brings the bug near his mouth, lips sealed tight so he doesn't scream. The sheer horror in Jem's eyes says it all. He can't possibly eat this monstrosity. He just looks at her, utterly pathetic. Rosa grips the knife. I knew it, she says. After that acid pit incident, I knew. You aren't Jem, are you? You're a demon. Even as he tries to explain, Rosa, put down the knife. I'm not a demon. I can prove it. It's pretty clear Rosa doesn't believe him. Try me. Jem racks his brain, then something clicks. Meron powder. She doesn't get it. What? He explains he has a way to prove it, with that Meron powder. He's going to drink the Meron powder from last year, mixed with holy water. According to the logic Jem's laying out, that should expel a demon, right? If he bursts into flames, her brother's just a little crispy. But if nothing happens, then she has to believe him, right? Rosa hesitates. I don't know. He doesn't waste a second. All right, let's do this. Let me find it. Jem immediately starts pouring the powder into a cup. He wants to make sure she won't back out. After I drink this, you have to believe I'm not a demon, okay? Rosa just clutches the knife, saying nothing. Actions speak louder. Inside, Jem is panicking, but on the outside, he plays it cool, hoping this whole exorcism thing is just a myth. If it's not, he's a dead man. His expression suddenly changes, and she can't help but worry. What's wrong, Jem? Are you a demon? Turns out, Jem just thinks it tastes weird. This is disgusting. Rosa furiously punches him in the face. You idiot, Jem. Jem couldn't be happier. She called him Jem. You believe me now, huh? The suspicion is gone. It really is Jem. And of course, he immediately starts talking nonsense. I am Tanakh, the multiversal dreamer. Rosa can only laugh. Tanakh, really? Of all the gods to pick, you choose the god of laziness? Jem just chats comfortably with her now. So what? I like being lazy. But Rosa's doubts return. Okay, I believe you're my brother. But why are you so weird lately? Since you recovered, you've been like a different person. This time, I'll tell you the truth. Okay? Jem thinks carefully. His father once said something similar, maybe telling Rosa is the key. He calmly sits back down at the table. Jem admits a shocking truth. He has memories from another life. Even he's questioning it. He's not really sure how it works, describing a feeling of just floating in a void. Then his body was swept away, as if by a river, pulled into a vast expanse of light. After touching the light, he woke up with a massive headache, and this flood of foreign memories. Jem tells her everything he can remember. That's all I know, I swear. She hops up onto the table. Oh my gods, do you even know what this means, Jem? From ancient times, gods and their warriors have been reborn into the bodies of mortals. They possess power beyond imagination, from inhuman strength and irresistible charisma to the very ability to change reality itself. After hearing that story, Jem points to himself with a bit of doubt. So you think I'm one of the chosen? Rosa isn't sure either, asking hesitantly. Yes, I mean, it's been a very long time since one has appeared. Do you have any special abilities? He rests his chin on his hand, listing off everything that comes to mind. You mean like running faster than an arrow, being stronger than a herd of horses, or leaping across a chasm in one step? After hearing that, she nods. Yep, that's the stuff. Rosa asks excitedly, so, do you have them? Jem just shakes his head, giving a firm and final, no. After that answer, she hesitates for a second, then says, whatever, maybe you're just a lost soul. Rosa explains that lost souls are people born with a second memory, but none of the powers. Very few of them ever achieve fame, unless they inherit the memories of great leaders or legendary artisans. After understanding what a lost soul is, his voice drops with a hint of sadness. So, I really am a lost soul. Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing that, her expression darkens, and she says with a tired voice, no, thank the gods. We don't need another chosen one. Rosa looks worried and signals for him to be quiet. But please, don't tell anyone about this. If the supervisors find out you hold the secret to a treasure, do you know what will happen? His face turns dead serious as he replies, I'd be tortured, killed, or experimented on, right? Hearing those horrifying words, she quickly covers her ears, screaming in fear. Stop! I don't want to hear it! Seeing Rosa's fearful expression, Jem simply crosses his arms and says with confidence, If I really did get some kind of special power, please don't ever reveal it. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. I'm quite fond of keeping all my fingers and toes. She sets a plate on the table, her voice laced with anxiety. If anyone saw you use your powers, I don't know what would happen. Hearing this, Jem imagines what would happen if someone discovered his secret. He'd have to make them disappear. Instantly, but just the thought of it feels wrong, and a cold sweat breaks out on his face. A bit flustered, Jem admits. Yeah, I don't know either. He walks over to her side, his voice softening. This is why I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to make you even more worried. His words seem to calm her down a bit. I understand. Groza then changes the subject, asking, So, whose memories do you have? You act like a noble, but you don't have that arrogant attitude. The question makes Jem recall his past, his eyes filled with a sad, regretful look. No, I wasn't a noble. These memories belong to a different life. In another society, he was a rebel, someone who fought to make his world a better place. Wiping her hands with a cloth, she asks again, What happened to him? He almost lets the truth slip, but catches himself. Ah, he made a mistake. Jem remembers it all too well. He was assassinated by nobles who opposed everything he was trying to do. After hearing his story, Groza's mood darkens slightly. I see. Then she suddenly asks about something else entirely. Hey, you're not planning to do anything against the blue shirts, are you? Jem just scoffs at her question. How stupid do you think I am? The moment he says it, she gives him a look filled with pure judgment. Seeing that expression, he quickly looks away, embarrassed. Okay, fair point. Jem then starts explaining why he won't be fighting the blue shirts. But no, I'm not some warrior with weapons or armor. I don't have an army or mages under my command either. So, I don't think I'll be overthrowing anyone. A little confused, she latches onto one word. Mages? What are those? He explains it gently. They're people who use magic, sort of like sorcerers, but it's more methodical, less spiritual, and more focused on magical energy. Groza's face fills with astonishment at his explanation. You talk as if you know all about magic. It's then she realizes something isn't right. Wait a minute, you can't use magic, can you? He simply points to himself, turning the question right back at her. Do you sense any magic from me? The question throws her off, and based on what she's felt before, Groza starts to stammer, a little confused. No, I don't think so. Jem pulls up a chair and sits down calmly. Then don't jump to conclusions. If I could use magic, wouldn't you have sensed it by now? That's the reason they keep us around, isn't it? The Boge tribe can sense magic thanks to our bloodline. It makes us useful, but also easily replaceable. Hearing that, she can only agree. That's true. But then, Groza calls his name, her voice suddenly filled with worry. Her face darkens, her voice dropping low. Promise me one thing, okay? He's completely thrown by her sudden seriousness and has no idea what's happening, asking with a confused look. What? She looks at him with sincere eyes, her voice pleading. Please, don't change anymore, okay? He suddenly reaches out a hand. Come here. Then, out of nowhere, Jem pulls Groza into a sudden hug. She's completely stunned, with no idea what's happening. He holds her tight, his voice gentle and firm. I promise, no matter what happens, I will always be your brother. The scene shifts. Rose petals drift through the air as Vaughn suddenly jolts awake in a hospital bed. He shields his eyes from the sunlight, looking around in a complete daze, his voice full of disbelief. Huh, where is this? Brutus sees that Vaughn is awake and rushes over to stop him from moving. Hey, don't move too much. You have a chest wound. Your condition is still critical. Now fully conscious, Vaughn stares at the man before him and utters a name in disbelief. Brutus? Hearing he's still recognized, Brutus flashes a proud smile. The one and only. Vaughn still can't figure out what happened, putting a hand to his head as he wonders to himself. Was it all just a dream? Brutus asks curiously. What did you dream about? Vaughn just lets out a loud laugh, then says, You would not believe it. Lying on the bed, Vaughn explains with a half-joking tone. It was a chaotic mess about the afterlife, and then I became a slave. A deep red rose beside the bed seems to hint at something more, as he passionately recounts what he went through in his dream. I wasn't even human. Can you imagine? Brutus just looks back at him with a face of pure disbelief. That sounds completely insane. Vaughn totally expected that reaction and isn't surprised at all. I know, right? He says calmly. Now, give me a hand, you two. I need to get out of bed and get to the council right now. Just then, the world blurred. Vaughn stared down in horror as his hands twisted into the gnarled claws of a goblin, the shock leaving him completely speechless. The flicker of joy in his eyes died, replaced by a hollow emptiness. Vaughn stared at his new hands, his voice thick with despair. This has to be a dream, right? He muttered. Brutus watched on, his voice choked with grief. I'm sorry, my friend. There's nothing we can do. His eyes, unable to hide the raw pain and disappointment, began to well up. I miss you both so much, he stammered. Sora's face mirrored his sadness, heartbroken that she couldn't stay and fight by his side. We miss you too, she said, her voice full of regret. You'll live a good life here, right? Promise us. Hearing that, he knew he couldn't stay broken forever. Vaughn pulled himself together, forcing a confident smile. I will, he promised. You can count on me. As they faded from sight, they left him with one final, trusting command. Change this world. Make it better. He let out a sharp laugh. Is that even a question? You both know I'm going to shake this world to its very foundations. Suddenly, Brutus pointed. We'll be back to check on you, my friend, he said. Vaughn's gaze landed on a nearby goblin gem. Brutus's voice echoed. But for now, he's going to be your companion. Gem stared back with a vacant look, and Vaughn grimaced. Gem? Really? Couldn't you have found someone a little less annoying? Gem stomped over from the head of the bed, glaring at him with a look of pure disgust. Stung by Vaughn's comment, Gem's anger flared. Hey! I have feelings too, you know, he yelled. Vaughn shot him a look. So, you're still in here then? Gem's consciousness just shrugged. Of course, it's my body after all. Vaughn's tone turned serious. Sorry, Gem, but a team can only have one leader. It's time for you to take a rest. Gem gestured wildly at their shared body. But this is my body, he protested. Vaughn nodded with a slight, knowing smile. And I'll take good care of it. But we both know you couldn't change your own life. I can. Hearing those words, Gem's defiance just melted away. Ah, I guess that's right, he admitted softly. Vaughn then reached out, patting their shared shoulder with a firm, encouraging grip. Gem, he said with certainty, you will be remembered for a long time. Moved, Gem pleaded. Can you do one thing for me? Be good to my sister. I don't want her to get hurt. Vaughn replied with unwavering confidence. I've never had a sister, but I will care for her as if she were my own blood. I promise you, he continued, I will make this world a better place. For a moment, a flicker of sadness crossed Vaughn's eyes, and his voice softened. For you, and for her. Hearing that conviction, Gem gave a bright, genuine smile. Then I'll put my faith in you. Thank you. Vaughn quickly replied, his own voice full of gratitude. No, Gem, thank you. As rose petals drifted down around them, the flow of destiny shifted once again. A new day dawned over the mountains. The scene changes, and we see Gem and Groza walking toward a settlement. Here, he was surrounded by others like him. Groza gave him a playful nudge. I can't believe you woke up before me today, and even cleaned and made breakfast. What were you, a servant in a past life or something? Gem frowned and cleared his throat. Groza. She just laughed, clearly pleased with herself. I'm just kidding. I won't tease you anymore. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from behind them. Hey, Gem. Startled, they both whipped around. When they turned, they saw it was Kui. He walked toward them with a look of utter astonishment on his face. Well, look at you. I thought you were dead, he chuckled. Groza's face lit up. Kui. Gem just smiled at the joke and replied, Not yet, and not anytime soon, if I can help it. Groza excitedly ran over, chattering away about everything that had happened. Kui, you are not going to believe yesterday. You know Rack from Group 3? As she spoke, Vaughn inside Gem's mind recalled the man's history. Kui was a supervisor, and a friend of their late father, Gat. He had looked after the two siblings ever since their parents were killed in a Hippling horde attack 2 years prior. It was strange to see a supervisor so close to slaves, but good people could be found anywhere. Suddenly, Kui turned to Gem. Is it true you helped take down that centipede? Gem simply shrugged, his voice casual. I just ran faster than they did. At that answer, Kui let out a booming laugh. That's the Gem I know. Nobody's faster than you. He then began to assign them their work for the day. Good to hear. I'd hate to waste my breath yelling at you for being lazy. There's a lot to get done today. Groza, you're on mushroom farm duty. And as for you, Gem, they both stood at attention, awaiting their assignments. The scene shifts to a long line of slave-class goblins, all holding tools, preparing to head deep underground to mine for minerals. Meanwhile, Kiki was busy whispering some vile new scheme. He claimed to have no points, but then offered up his sister with a twisted grin. He sneered, saying they accepted all kinds of payment. But then, the tables turned. Jack violently grabbed Kiki by the throat, slamming his head into the ground so hard the man coughed up blood. His eyes blazed with fury, his voice a low, terrifying growl. I already said it. No women. Terrified, Kiki stammered an apology. Jack cut him off. You're with us. You don't buy from them, and you don't sell to them. Hem stepped forward, trying to intervene. Jack, let him go. If he's hurt, the supervisors will start asking questions. Hearing this, Jack said nothing. He just shot Hem a look so cold, so sharp, it basically screamed for him to shut his mouth. The moment Hem saw that look, he froze, his own eyes filling with a new sense of caution. Jack finally released Kiki, who knelt on the ground, spitting up puddles of blood with a face twisted in agony. Jack turned away, tossing one last threat over his shoulder. Next time, I'll throw you to the ghouls. Hem sat beside Kiki, explaining softly. Sorry about that. The boss is touchy about women. His dad died young, and his mom had to take on side jobs to support the family. Kiki's curiosity was piqued. Is she dead now? Hem's mind drifted back. Yeah, he muttered. She got sick. It was curable, but it cost points. The boss scraped everything together, but all her old clients just turned away. He glanced over at the green goblins. Not one of those greenskins would ever admit to having fun with a gray. Hem saw the deep resentment on Jack's face and gave a final warning. The boss is still bitter about it. Remember that. He walked over to Jack, hesitating for a moment. Boss, you've got to stop this. If you don't get a grip, we'll lose more guys to VG. Jack turned back, his focus now on Kiki. Did you tell him the rules? Hem confirmed it immediately. Yes. I told all of them they can steal and run all they want, but they are not to touch the women. Hem then tried to explain why there were still guys like Kiki around. They know the rules. But they're men, right? There's not enough blood to feed both their heads at the same time. But Jack wasn't listening. He was resolute. I don't need that filth in my crew. Let VG deal with him. Hem quickly jumped in to defend Kiki. Boss, come on, let it go. Without men, we don't have a crew, and we're already falling behind VG. Just then, Jack spotted Vess, his gaze dripping with contempt. Look, it's your favorite pet bug. He was back. And it looked like Vess was already having problems with the other guys. Hem watched, surprised, as Vess stood up to protect the weaker ones. Huh. Where'd this bug find a backbone? Hem was still confused by it all. I've never understood why you hate that kid so much. Jack said nothing, but his eyes held an unspoken story. Seeing Vess stand up for someone else stirred up some complicated feelings inside him. His mind flashed back to when Vess was just a little kid, getting pushed around by others. He remembered Vess's terrified, sobbing face. As the bullies closed in, the kid just squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his food, bracing for a beating. But Vess waited and waited, and nothing happened. Mustering his courage, he peeked one eye open, his face flooding with shock. A younger Jack had already dealt with the pathetic bullies in the blink of an eye. Jack offered a hand to help him up, saving Vess from his tormentors that day. But after that incident, something happened that taught Jack a hard lesson that no good deed goes unpunished. That was the lesson he learned the day he helped Vess. The story continues, with Jack recalling a past where he and Vess were as close as brothers. According to Jack, Vess was nothing like him, but they were family all the same. Over the years, the two of them grew up together. Whatever Jack had, he made sure Vess had too. But one day, everything came to an end. An army of gray goblins appeared in his tail. During the annual expedition into the deep levels to hunt ghouls and other beasts, Jack and Vess were on the front lines with VG and his men. The goblins expected Jack's crew to be nothing but cannon fodder, but he had trained his men to keep themselves alive. They faced down monstrous spiders, fighting as one to claim a glorious, hard-won victory. Deeper inside, he and Vess discovered a blinding light. It was like an entire forest was growing inside the vast cave. The gray goblin army advanced slowly into the cavern. When they made camp, they split into scouting parties. Jack's group was sent to the farthest end. Gon went to a nearby lake, and VG headed for the other side of the cave. Despite the obvious worry, Vess's face was lit with excitement at being on the front lines. Knowing Jack's route was the most dangerous, Vess had begged to go with Gon instead. Wanting to keep Vess safe, Jack agreed to let him go. He just wanted the kid to be safe, so he agreed instantly. But just as he predicted, his own team was ambushed by a horde of ghouls, forcing them to fight for their lives. After that last brutal attack, everyone was on edge wounded, and their senses were stretched to the breaking point. Then, Jack saw something so horrific his face went pale with shock. Go's entire team had been massacred. And Vess? He was completely gone. One of his men spotted something behind a bush. Moving in to investigate, Jack saw a small, lone footprint. Instantly, he was off, leading his men through the mud, chasing the tracks. He didn't care who had taken him. He just wanted his brother back. But when he finally arrived, he saw a gray goblin with a frame just like Vess. Heartbreak hit him hard. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Jack cautiously approached, but before he could even check the wounds, His sharp senses screamed something was flying right at him. With zero wasted motion, he snatched the spear out of the air. His eyes blazed with fury as he snapped the weapon clean in two. On the other side, VG signaled his men to surround them. They were outnumbered 2-1, but Jack's soldiers were warriors. VG's were not. For Jack, one swing of his axe was enough to shatter these small fry goblins like twigs. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. VG and his main force charged forward, but Jack met their charge with pure rage, his eyes wide and fearless. But then a sharp, stabbing pain erupted from his side. Jack collapsed to the ground, a fresh wound already bleeding out. His eyes were filled with nothing but pure, unfiltered shock. Jack slowly looked up, unable to believe the person who backstabbed him was Vess. He thought to himself, I was so stupid, so blind. The goblin army formed a shield wall, but one of them suddenly leaped high into the air, spear ready. It hurled the spear, nailing an enemy soldier, then landed perfectly. But as it glanced back, its face twisted in panic. It screamed for its comrades, pointing frantically. Before them, Jack was on his knees, held captive by Vess, who shouted a threat. Stop right there. If you want him to live, then stop. Jack's goblins froze, hesitating. Held fast by Vess, a defeated Jack struggled to ask a single question. Why? Vess just sneered. Sorry, Jack. Being your friend was never going to get me the life I wanted. VG made a better offer. A wounded Jack stammered. But we were brothers. Vess's eyes turned lethal as he growled. Brothers? You really thought so? In a flashback, Jack sat surrounded by women and servants. Vess was just another face, half hidden in the crowd. He had thought with bitter resentment. Everything is so easy for you, women, friends, power. I could only live in your shadow. But then I realized I had something priceless. And your trust. And I used it to get what I really wanted. The memory shifts to Vess negotiating with VG, who aims his weapon at him before the scene snaps back to the present. Vess taunted him with a cruel smile. Don't worry. I'll tell your sister you died a hero, saving everyone. He leaned in close. She'll be so grateful, you know? And she has such a beautiful body. In that instant, the world turned black and white. Only Jack's silhouette remained, his axe held tight. A crazed laugh escaped Jack's lips. Sensing the dangerous shift, Vess instinctively took a step back. VG scoffed from behind. Only a fool gloats before his enemy is dead. Stop this nonsense and finish him. Vess nervously wrung his hands. I thought, you'd prefer to deliver the final blow yourself, my lord, he stammered. VG just ignored him, continuing his speech. A warrior dying at the hands of a traitor. It sounds like an epic poem, don't you think? Vess hesitated, then quickly agreed. Of course, my lord. He raised his dagger for the final strike. Goodbye, Jack. Don't worry. I'll be a good friend and treasure everything you've left behind. But suddenly, Jack's hand shot up, grabbing the hilt. He swung it, revealing a hidden axe head, and sliced both of Vess's hands clean off. His eyes burned with pure brutality, his voice thick with rage. I'll deal with you later. He then lunged at two goblins, who screamed, Boss, what do we do? A murderous aura exploded from Jack as he unleashed a frenzied, bloody rampage. The enemy elders could only watch in horror. With VG having fled, his men were being torn apart, dissolving like dust before Jack's crew. Soon after, Jack dragged the now handless Vess to a secluded spot, forcing him to listen to his non-stop rambling. Jack, my friend, please forgive me. I was forced. If I refused, they would have killed everyone I cared about. Jack's reply was ice cold. Then you should have killed yourself. He dropped him, saying, Goodbye, Vess. Do better in your next life. Vess was utterly confused. What? What do you mean? Just then, a chilling animal cry echoed nearby, making his blood run cold. One by one, mutated beasts crawled out from the darkness. Jack turned his back and walked away, ignoring Vess's desperate cries for help. Jack, help me. I'm sorry, I beg you. But Jack just thought, mercy is expensive. That's the lesson Vess taught me. Meanwhile, back with Jem's crew, Hemon sees Jack return and immediately grows agitated, demanding to know if their leader should intervene. He insists they can't let the trash from VG run wild on their home turf. Hearing this, Jack shot back, annoyed. Whatever. Some people just have to learn to stand on their own the hard way. Everyone turned their backs, leaving Jem alone with two of VG's goons. Vic stood aside, observing the scene. You can't just turn a rat into a swarm of bees. Van, sighing beside him, finally asked, They're just kids, aren't they? They think a few pretty words can change the world. Should we help him? Vic turned away, his face blank. Forget it. Let him wise up, or die. Whichever comes first. Van thought it over, then sided with Jack. Let the goons rough him up first. Then they could swoop in and play the hero. One of VG's henchmen held up a sharpened stone, his voice dripping with amusement. Now's your chance to beg for it, weakling. Do that, and we'll make this quick for you, maybe. Jem's face was grim as he growled back at them. So what if we're weak? The thug was so surprised he actually stumbled back. Jem's voice rose with defiance. Does that mean we have to kneel in the mud and let you stomp all over us? The crowd fell silent, captivated by his words. To abuse our loved ones, to turn our lives into a living nightmare. He powerfully raised a hand toward the people. No, I refuse to live like that. When I was close to death, my life flashed before my eyes. You know what I saw? The fat goon, hiding behind the skinny one, asked curiously, What? What did you see? Jem's answer was firm. Nothing. I saw absolutely nothing. He calmly recounted. I saw a life that wasn't even worth a glob of spit on the ground. A life of endless labor, getting zero in return each day. Living like a slave isn't living. It's hell. And that hell just stretches on until we die. And then I realized something. Since I'm already in hell, why shouldn't I fight back? What do I have to lose? Jem turned to the crowd, his voice booming. What do we have to lose? Are we weak? Yes. Are we cowards sometimes? Yes, that too. But if we fight together, we can achieve the impossible. So brothers, sisters, I am asking you to lend me your strength, and I will lend you mine. I will be your sword and your shield, and together, we will win back our dignity. His words ignited a fire in the crowd. They began to chant his name. Jem, Jem! One of them suddenly screamed a warning to Jem. Watch out! He reacted instantly, dodging a sneak attack from the lanky thug. The thug realized he'd only managed a small cut on Jem's arm. He started swinging wildly, but Jem dodged every single blow. Then, a sudden counterattack. Jem took the man down in one clean strike. With that handled, he spoke calmly. One down. Where's the other? His eyes scanned the crowd, only to find the fat goon already beaten to a pulp by them. Seeing that, Jem's voice boomed with excitement. You see? My brothers! VG is nothing. He and his men are few, but we are countless. Follow me, and I swear on my life he will never threaten us again. A sudden clap echoed, drawing Jem's attention to Jack. He met Jem's gaze and said seriously, Jem, we need to talk. The scene shifts to Goza, her small hand pulling back the curtain that concealed Jem. She stepped inside, closing it behind her. Goza's voice was loud with worry. What have you done? Jem played innocent, asking, Done what? Goza lost her patience. Don't play dumb with me, everyone's talking about it. Why would you be foolish enough to kill VG's men? Jem calmly bandaged his arm as he answered. Oh, that? It was necessary. Goza was baffled. Why? Why was it necessary to kill them? He replied without a second thought. To make friends. Hearing his answer, she was even more confused. To make friends? Who kills people to make friends? He pointed to a nearby chair, telling Goza to sit down, but she was just enraged by her brother's indifference. Her stare turned into a sharp glare. Seeing this, Jem sighed in defeat. Suit yourself. A diagram formed in his mind as he explained to Goza. We need allies to survive. And in this part of the mine, only two powers rule, Jack and VG. Jack is strong, but VG has the supervisors and their men backing him, so his position is much more stable. Honestly, if a person wants to gain influence, VG's faction is the obvious choice to join. But VG has too many cronies, and the internal competition is way too fierce. I'd just end up as another grunt who dies for him. Jem remembered Jack's confident demeanor. But Jack is different. His position is weaker, and I knew Jack would accept me as an ally, as long as I could provide some value. So I gave him the performance he needed to see. And once I had something to offer, he came right to me. Of course, not everything went according to plan. The memory of deciding the fat goon's fate came flooding back. He was forced onto his knees, begging desperately for his life. Please, by your grace, please just let me go. Hen coldly raised a sharp object, preparing to execute him. But suddenly, Jem stepped forward and stopped the execution. Vic, watching the scene unfold, scowled. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jem turned back and said seriously, I think we should let him go. Vic responded with a worried tone. Is this some kind of joke? If we spare him, he'll be back tomorrow for your head, or your sister's. But Jem shook his head, refusing Jack's grim logic. He began to lay out his argument. Listen, whether we kill him or not, I've already provoked VG enough that they'll hunt me to the bitter end. But showing mercy to another victim in this miserable world, that can't possibly be a sin. There will come a time for all of us when we hit rock bottom, forced to find any way to get stronger. Some of us even do terrible things out of pure desperation. Jem turned to the large man and said with confidence, I believe every monster deserves at least one chance to atone for their sins, because even when we sink into darkness, we can still swim back to the light. He clapped the man's shoulder, asking him, Can you still swim, friend? The big man groaned, hesitating as he glanced over at his fallen comrades. The fear of sharing their fate slowly turned into resolve, and he declared with a firm voice, I can swim. I can swim. Jem continued trying to persuade Jack. I know this isn't easy for you, but we have to prove we are different from VG, and what stronger message is there than this? Jem's words made Jack frown, deep in thought. Facing Jack's doubtful stare, Jem showed no signs of backing down. Hem, who had witnessed the whole exchange, laughed with interest. You're playing a dangerous game, kid. I like it. This made Jem pause before replying, Thanks. Realizing he hadn't introduced himself, Hem grinned. The name's Hem. Just Hem. That's what the brave folks call me. And you are very brave. Hearing this, Jem quickly thanked him and turned back to his friend. Please, Jack, can you let him go? Hem backed Jem up, speaking directly to Jack. I think we should listen to this kid, boss. He's got guts. Jack thought for a moment, then sighed in defeat. His arm rose high as he gave the order. Fine, get out of here. The big man scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. At the mouth of the cave, he stopped, turning back to Jem. Thank you, friend. After saying his piece, he turned and left. Jem boasted proudly to Jack. See? There's still hope. Annoyed, Jack just looked away, muttering, You're insane. Behind them, some of the others began to whisper, unable to believe they'd just let the man go. See? I told you so, Jem said with a wink, ignoring them. Or maybe, Jack replied with a frown, this place has just survived on fear for too long. Maybe. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Are you two finished with your little play? Those appeared, his serious presence causing an immediate panic. Someone shouted out, It's the supervisor! Jack looked like a mouse caught by a cat, stammering nervously, supervisor. Jem, on the other hand, was delighted, calling out his name, Those. He stepped forward to shake his hand, and Those spoke first. Hello, Jem. How is Goa? Jem replied, She's fine. I'll tell her you asked about her. We're finished here. Those then turned to the crowd and roared in anger. All right, you lazy bunch, the show is over. Get back to work, and if you fall behind schedule again, you'll feel the whip. Seeing this, Jack whispered to Jem, He's not angry? Jem glanced at him and replied calmly, He's a family friend, but he will be if we stand here any longer. Do you have a place where we can talk? And here, the flashback ends, with Jem continuing his story for Goa. He explained that Those finally realized the times were changing, and decided to side with him instead of against him. He offered to protect me from VG and help me establish my own faction, Goa asked curiously. And what does he get in return? Jem answered with a careless shrug. I agreed to become his vassal and manage the buffer zone between his territory and VG's. Hearing this, Goa asked helplessly, So, you're a new gang leader? Jem asked. Isn't that what you wanted? Goa simply replied, I didn't want this. Jem calmly confirmed her suspicion. That's right. I can't protect the people I love without power, and I'm not strong enough to do it alone. I need others to support me. He finished his sentence by pointing at Goa, adding, including you, Goa. Hearing that, she asked with suspicion in her eyes, Is my brother still a part of you? Jem's expression changed in a flash before he answered, He is, and he loves you very much, in a really annoying way. Goa's sharp and serious gaze bored right into him. What is your name? Your true name? Jem stepped back, flustered. Do we really have to do this again? If a demon like me tells you my true name, I'll either be forced into hiding, or I'll be bound to you as a servant. Goa just pressed on. Is that so? Then say it, before I go find a nun. Faced with her sharp intensity, Jem finally relented. Fine. His name is Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, but people call him Leb. With that knowledge, Goa gave a serious command. All right, Leb, hit yourself. Jem looked down at his own trembling fist, then tried to laugh it off. Nope, that is not happening. Go flashes a bright smile and says, That's good enough for me. Elsewhere, a man known as Fatty is running for his life. He remembers the hand that saved him, and the words, You gonna swim, pal? Fatty's mind drifts back to his old life, when he had a wife and 2 children. But one day, his family was backed into a corner by Gima's thugs, one of whom was staring at his wife with pure greed. Both he and his wife were terrified, but Fatty finally summoned the courage to speak up and defend his small family. A hand landed on his shoulder. A different goon with a goofy haircut took an interest in him. They dragged Fatty away, forcing him to abandon his wife and kids. He was brought to his knees before their leader. Gema gave him a look of cold contempt, then sighed and waved a hand, agreeing to take Fatty in. What followed was a blur of drunken raids and mindless looting, until he eventually abandoned his grieving family for his own selfish desires. The scene shifts to his new crew drinking together, right before Jem takes out the big guy among them. It was happening all over again. "You gonna swim, pal?" Back in the present, Fatty clutches his head in regret. "What have I done with my life?" He thinks of his wife, Haga, and their 2 children. "Haga, I can fix this. You'll see. We're going to leave this place and start a new life. I promise." With his spirit reignited, he pushes forward, roaring with newfound resolve. "I'm gonna swim!" Inside a bustling cave market, people are hawking their loot and trading stories. Go shouts in frustration, "I'm not finished yet." But Jem couldn't care less. He glances around with a curious look and says, "You plan on staying here all morning? I'm just speeding things up. You need to save money." Hearing that, she snaps back, furious that someone keeps hoarding all of their rewards for himself. Jem gets flustered and quickly explains, "I'm saving up to buy a wooden door for our cave." But Go just launches into a frustrated rant. "And how many times do I have to say it? We don't need a door. We live right next to the guard post. Who's going to bother us? Besides, you get tribute, right? Aren't you squeezing the workers for cash like everyone else?" Jem puts on a righteous air and begins to explain. "It's not like that. Jack didn't give me this sector because it's some kind of gold mine. He gave it to me because he was getting next to nothing from it. If anything, I saved him money by taking it off his hands." Go looks at Jem skeptically. "Then why'd you take it if it was such a terrible deal?" Confidence swells inside him. "From humble beginnings, great things shall arise. You just wait and see." As if on cue, a distant voice calls out, "Sir Jem, Sir Jem." Jem points to the breathless man and introduces him to Go. "This is my new subordinate, Vaughn. What's going on?" Vaughn reports with a grave expression. "Sir, Jack just sent word. They've announced a new expedition to the lower floors." Vaughn manages to gasp out the final detail. "In 2 weeks." The news leaves both Jem and Go deep in thought. Meanwhile, at a secret base, Vaughn is busy drilling his warriors. He stands off to the side and bellows, "Attack!" Instantly, a sea of spears points in a single direction, but their form is sloppy. Vaughn shouts the command again, and the entire group awkwardly raises their spears in unison once more. The intensity still isn't there. Vaughn barks the command yet again. The crowd of scrawny men repeats the motion one more time, looking like a bunch of pre-programmed robots on an assembly line. This time, it looks slightly better. That's good enough for Vaughn. "Attention! Spears up!" he yells, before turning respectfully to Jem. "They are ready for your inspection, sir." Behind him, the soldiers stand perfectly still, one hand on their spear, the other raised in a military salute. Jem scans the troops for a moment before replying simply, "Thank you. Now, let's see what they're really up to." Jem's golden eyes drift in one direction, his gaze deep and unreadable. He spots 2 soldiers in the ranks who are clearly not taking this seriously. They're completely lost in some private joke, laughing and chatting as if they're the only ones there. Not about to let this disrespect continue, Jem moves like a flash. He kicks the base of the nearest soldier's spear. With his support knocked out from under him, the soldier stumbles, losing his balance completely. Jem glares sternly at the other man. That one immediately snaps to attention, head bowed down in shame. The first guy, however, is now eating dirt, face planted on the damp ground. These are weapons, not toys. When you stand at attention, your eyes are forward and your mouths are shut. Understood? With that, he turns to Vaughn to give their punishment. 40 push-ups each, assign someone to supervise them, and have the rest of the new recruits start combat practice. Vaughn flinches, reflexively snapping back without a second thought. "Yes, sir." The soldiers split into 2 groups, facing each other to begin their training exercise. Jem sits off to one side, watching them clash. The results are surprisingly decent. He concludes they've grasped the simple tactics he taught them, but that good feeling was tragically short-lived. Jem finally had to admit the harsh truth. His men were just miners, not soldiers, so it was no surprise the goblins crushed them so easily. His soldiers knew some basic tactics, but that was nothing compared to the goblins' raw power. When facing them, their only real move was to turn and run for their lives, hoping to preserve their numbers. Jem leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand with a heavy sigh before he continued speaking. The expedition's guide was injured, which bought them some time, but it wasn't nearly enough. Vaughn's face darkened as he stayed completely silent. He clearly understood Jem's mood, letting out a sigh of his own. After a moment, Vaughn finally broke the silence. He seemed a little timid, like a new recruit approaching his commander for the first time. "Sir, I've never fought, but I've seen soldiers fight those monsters. Wouldn't we be better off with ranged weapons?" Jem watched the new recruits train, answering without even looking back. Maybe, but the right wood for bows is incredibly hard to find. The greedy upper class and those hateful goblins are monopolizing that specific resource. Vaughn was panicked by how calm Jem sounded, discussing military strategy like he was talking about the weather. He glanced around nervously before whispering, "Sir, please, don't speak so loudly." Jem understood why Vaughn was worried, but he was so deep in despair that he couldn't bring himself to care about keeping secrets. And besides, what did it matter if someone overheard? It's not like he had any real solutions to the problem anyway. He propped his chin up again with another long sigh. "I'm not an idiot, Vaughn," Jem said. "I'm just feeling hopeless. Seriously, there was nothing he wouldn't trade for a single decent pulse rifle right now." Vaughn made a suggestion. "Why not use slings and javelins?" Jem immediately sat up straight, his weary posture gone. He crossed his arms, pointing out the obvious flaws in that idea. Most rocks are too weak to pierce a monster's hide, and infantry can't carry that many javelins. However, he added thoughtfully, what if we got creative and put something else into the slings? For a second, Vaughn couldn't quite figure out what Jem meant by that. He asked, "Put something else in them? What could we possibly do?" Jem simply replied, "You'd be surprised." He laid out his plan. You could fill projectiles with all kinds of surprises, paralyzing poison, sleeping powder. You could even fill them with oil and light our enemies on fire. It was a perfect plan, if they could actually make it work. But a harsh dose of reality slapped him right back down. Jem slumped back into his desperate mood, sighing in frustration. "Unfortunately," he said, "all of that costs money, and I already spent every coin we had on wooden armor and helmets for the men." Vaughn replied with a burst of energy, "The warriors really appreciate it, sir." "I know," Jem answered, chin in his hand again. "If only we had metal ammunition for the slings, it would be so much more effective." Vaughn immediately asked him, "Would bullets made of lead be effective?" "Absolutely," Jem replied. "A good lead bullet can punch right through a helmet, but while we can get the ore, we have no one to forge it." And with that one statement, Vaughn opened up a brand new path forward. "Actually, sir, I think I know someone who can." Jem's eyes went wide as he stared at Vaughn, jumping to his feet. "You can do that?" Vaughn quickly explained. "He's an exile my father saved a long time ago. I can ask him to help us, but I'm sure he won't do it for free." After a brief pause, Vaughn added, "The only thing I'm certain of is that it won't be too expensive. A real plan. A flicker of hope." Jem felt his energy return as he stood up, putting his hands on his hips. "All right, that's good enough. Let's go meet him right now." Vaughn shuffled his feet awkwardly. "Well, about that, sir. He doesn't want anyone to know he's here besides my family and a few others. If I bring you to see him, I'll get in a lot of trouble." Just like that, Jem's newfound excitement completely vanished. He sat back down. "So that's how the situation is? I guess he's too proud to let anyone see how far he's fallen." Vaughn immediately apologized. "I'm so sorry about this, sir." But Jem had no intention of blaming him. "It's fine, Vaughn. Go negotiate a deal with him. These lead bullets will be a massive turning point for us." Vaughn snapped a sharp salute, standing at attention. "Yes, sir." With that, he turned and left immediately. At that very moment, the two soldiers from before finally completed their punishment. They dragged themselves over, completely out of breath, but managed to report, "We've finished our push-ups, Sir Jem." Jem turned to the two soldiers. "Good. I have a new mission for you two. Do you know where the acid pits are located in the Forbidden Caves?" Though they seemed confused, two guards dutifully respond with a tired, "Yes, sir." Hearing their lack of enthusiasm, Jem rallies them. "Come on, go grab a few more guys and get some rope. We're about to take a little trip." Jem stands before a dead monster, its massive mouth filled with countless sharp, spike-like teeth. The two soldiers and Vaughn are absolutely terrified at the sight, their faces turning pale as they stumble back. One of them just stammers out, "What? What is this thing?" they ask, their fear growing with every second, showing no signs of fading. Seeing their panic, Jem calmly reassures them, "It's already dead. Don't worry about it." The soldier tasked with moving the beast asks where to put it. Jem just points and says, "Over there." Standing by the wall, Vaughn curiously asks what it is. Jem replies, "An old friend we're about to put to good use." "Do you have the samples I asked for?" Before Vaughn can even answer, Jem is already holding the product custom lead ammunition crafted by one of their own. After inspecting a piece for a moment, Jem gives his assessment. "Not bad. The weight and shape are pretty good." Vaughn adds, "He's very proud of his work, sir." Jem nods, already aware, "I can see that from these detailed patterns." Jem then makes a request to Vaughn. "Hand me a slingshot, and we'll give this a test run." With the sling in hand, Jem loads one of the ornate pellets into the center pouch. He begins whipping it around with immense force, the cord blurring like a fan blade. His target is the dead monster. After building enough momentum, Jem snaps his wrist and lets the shot fly. The pellet tears through the air at incredible speed, slamming right into the monster's face, where it embeds itself deep. "How is it, sir?" Vaughn asks. Jem stares intently at the projectile he just fired, then says, "I think we need a few more tests." Jem then orders Vaughn to distribute the rest of the ammo, announcing that whoever sinks their shot the deepest gets 10 points. Hearing the prize of 10 points, Vaughn points to himself and stammers, barely getting his words out. "Can I try too, sir? I used to be the best rock slinger in the whole neighborhood when I was a kid." Jem doesn't object. "All right then, show them how it's done." Once again, Jem shifts into the role of an observer. He says with conviction that in a better future, even a clumsy kid could use a slingshot to hunt for food. This could be a huge turning point. Pumped with confidence, Vaughn gives it his all. But his shot doesn't quite hit the mark. Jem just offers some encouragement. "Better luck next time, Vaughn." "Just keep practicing," Vaughn replies with a dejected tone. "Yes, sir," he says, his voice filled with disappointment. But before he can get too down, Jem calls out to him. Vaughn looks up at Jem without a word, clearly ready to listen and follow whatever command comes next. Jem gives his instructions. "Tell the craftsman we need more ammo as much as possible, but have him skip the decorative patterns. We just don't have time for that," he finishes. At this, Vaughn's face finally lights up again. "Yes, sir," he says cheerfully, immediately dashing off. Seeing Vaughn leave so happy, Rosa, who was standing beside Jem, couldn't help but remark, "Looks like someone had a pretty good day." Jem completely changes the subject, saying, "It'd be better if you'd let me buy a wooden door for our place." Rosa throws up her hands, her expression souring. "How many times do I have to say it? We can't afford a new door." She then holds her head in her hands, completely distressed. "Do you have any idea what happened to me today? The supervisor told me to take it easy because I was working too hard for points." Jem scratches his head, confused. Rosa grabs him by the collar, yelling, "It's awful. It's just awful. Go on. Just work yourself to death. I told you to take care of your health." After venting all her frustration from the day, Rosa lets go of his shirt and turns her back to him. Jem tries to soothe her. "Look, Rosa, I know it's hard with you carrying all the weight, but this is all for our future." She finally turns back and says, "Whatever." When they get home, Jem tries to speak first. "Hey, let me cook." "You just rest, I can at least do that." But before he can finish, a strange smell stops them both. Rosa is the first to react. What is that smell? A second later, her eyes land on something that makes her scream in pure terror. Only then does Jem see what's in front of them. Rosa turns away, unable to look. She cries out before doubling over and throwing up everything in her stomach. Jem stands beside her, rubbing her back. "Well," he says calmly, "looks like we might be getting that door after all." The scene shifts to a memory from his childhood. He's a small boy, confused and overwhelmed by the sounds of a nearby crowd. He's completely captivated by the sight and delicious aroma of the food laid out before him. A man was busy stuffing his face, but upon seeing the boy drooling, he sneered, "Look at the hungry child." Another man sitting nearby quickly added, "What has he done to deserve food? Let him find it himself." Then, the boy's stepfather stepped forward. He grabbed the boy by the collar, threw him aside, and snarled, "Get out and find some scraps. Make your own place in this world." VG thought to himself that as a child, life seemed to be nothing but misery. His stepfather was the neighborhood's gang leader. When the man looked at him, he only saw the boy's mother, his own failures, and every person who hated his real father took their anger out on him. And just like that, they left a young VG to wander the streets, forced to scavenge for food all on his own. After some time, when he was old enough, his parents sold him to a fighting arena to pay off their gambling debts. Every single night, VG had to shut everything out and fight with all his might against other youths just to survive. He lived day after day, soaked in blood, becoming so terrifying that another child once dropped to his knees, trembling and begging for his life. "Please have mercy, please." But VG just stood there, breathing heavily, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He frowned, thinking that he had no mercy to give. Sparing the boy's life would mean his own death. Any compassion left inside VG had withered away. He brought his sword down without pity, killing the child before falling into a dark silence. In the place where he lived, rat fights were a normal, everyday thing. The local kids would entertain themselves by forcing starving rats to fight to the death over scraps. Just like him, the weak were forced to battle for the amusement of the strong. But one night, he witnessed something that changed his perspective completely. One of the boys was poking a motionless rat with a small stick, yelling aggressively, "Get up and fight!" Suddenly, another rat, driven by vengeance, leaped out and bit the boy's hand. The kid screamed in terror, yelling, "Get away from me!" Recovering quickly, the boy regained the upper hand, knocking the rat down and stomping the life out of it. VG watched it all unfold from a distance, his eyes wide. A thought ignited in his mind. Seeing that small animal fight back, he had a sudden realization. If even a creature like that couldn't accept a life of slavery, then how could he? It knew it couldn't win, but it fought anyway. It died as a rat, not a slave. VG's hands slowly clenched into fists. He thought to himself, if a simple rat possessed that much courage and determination, why couldn't he? A fire of resolve began to burn in VG's eyes as he reminded himself of that moment. That was the day he finally cast off his chains, and from then on, he would live by only one law, and that law would be his own. Sometime later, he cleanly poisoned his own parents without anyone noticing. VG stared blankly at their bodies. He thought grimly that if his parents had been smarter, they might have avoided this end. He didn't feel a shred of remorse for his actions. He coldly reflected on how carefully he had prepared everything. They were never going to wake up again. They had taught him the rules of survival in this world. So, in turn, he took everything they ever had. VG raised a blood-stained axe, his face a mask of pure indifference. He would take their power, their lives, and even the skin off their bones. Standing on a high platform, he gazed down at the kids below him and shouted, "Tonight, you all witnessed the death of this old pig. Now tell me, who do you want to serve?" A sudden sound cut through his memory, pulling him back to the present. VG lowered the flute from his hand, turning silently toward the man who had called out his name. The man was terrified, quickly trying to explain himself. "My apologies, boss." But VG just said, "Speak, Osman." Osman rushed to deliver his report. "Boss, it's true. Jelma is the traitor." Hearing this, VG simply turned his head slightly and nodded. "I understand." He walked toward some nearby clay statues, picking one up and staring at it intently before whispering to himself, "What a shame." His mind drifted back. When he first took his father's place, he found himself surrounded by a circle of old, scheming men. In order to survive, he needed comrades around him, men who shared the same burning ambition that he did. VG remembered choosing Gelma with total confidence. He was the very first of 10,000 men that VG would select as his retainers. They were abandoned children of nobles, just like him, outcasts who all shared the same desperate hunger for a future. Afterward, he and his new underlings stormed a place where a group of goblins had gathered to drink, planning to ambush them. While the creatures were lost in a drunken stupor, VG's crew kicked the door in, aggressively rushing inside to capture them all. He had been certain then that together they would secure his position and guarantee all of their futures. In that moment, Gelma had led the charge, slaughtering the goblins blocking their path, which had earned him VG's genuine praise. He had told him, "You are like a son to me, Gelma. The firstborn son I ever chose." Back in the present, Osman trembled with the sting of betrayal, asking, "Why would he do it? I just don't understand." VG raised a hand to calm him. "Don't deceive yourself. When I chose you and Haimo as my right and left hands, his ambition left him with only two options: obey or rebel." VG turned and placed the clay statue back where it belonged. He let out a sigh, thinking it was only natural. He'd taught them from the start that this world was unfair, chaotic, and cruel. His goal was for them all to achieve greatness, unbound by laws, morals, or even the gods themselves. But in the end, you always reap what you sow. Oswan finally regained his composure, looking hesitantly at VG before asking, "So what are we going to do with him, boss?" VG just smirked, his voice cold. "Don't worry, the arena is being built as we speak. We just have to wait for the outcome." Os jolted at his words, quickly asking, "Is that why you had us send those heads to Gem?" VG simply nodded. "Indeed. But boss," Oswan pressed, confused, using Pog's family's heads. "Isn't that going too far?" VG rubbed his chin. "For a deserter? Not really." He explained that men like Pog don't hesitate to commit any crime for personal gain, but the moment they hit their limit, they think they can just walk away from their past. A grim laugh escaped him as he continued. "I never told them to assault or kidnap women. They did that on their own, but when their conscience bites, they blame me." One challenged him, "But you didn't stop them either, did you, boss?" VG just shook his head. "No, not exactly. If I spent all my time babysitting them, we never would have grown this strong. And in the end, it served a purpose." He paused for a moment before continuing, "His sons are dead. At least this way, his life will have some meaning." A memory seemed to surface, and VG broke into a rare smile. "Fortunately, Bolo managed to rescue his wife and daughter from POG's clutches. I made sure they were taken somewhere safe. It was the least we could do." He looked up at Oswan, his voice dropping to a low command. "Contact Gelma. Tell her to assemble the army and attack Gem's forces. That young upstart has built himself quite an army. It's time we put them to the test. Oswan nodded. Yes, boss. VG reached for his flute, bringing it to his lips as he was lost in thought. Don't disappoint me, Jem, if you're truly the one. Meanwhile, at his own base, Jem was going over the battle plan with his people, pointing out that VG's forces were blocking the other routes. Their army will be forced through the Corpse Eater's cave, exactly where we want them. He then turned to Vaughn. Are the barricades ready? Vaughn answered immediately. The men say they'll be ready by morning, sir, even if it kills them. Jem's gaze turned ice cold, his voice a sharp warning. And what happens if they're not ready when Gelma's army arrives? Vaughn answered quickly, Yes, sir, I'll remind them. He then hesitated, his expression uneasy. Sir, I'm worried. The men are terrified. We're badly outnumbered, and most of them have never even seen a real battle. But Jem cut him off, his confidence unwavering. But what? Listen to me. Since ancient times, generals have always sought the blessings of the gods. It seems some things are universal, even superstitions. The scene shifts to a misty cave entrance, shrouded in thick fog. As Jem stepped inside, he called out, Hello? Is anyone here? Suddenly, 2 cloaked goblins appeared behind him. You finally come, Jem stated his purpose. I'm here to see the priestess, Kataga. One of the goblins replied, All who seek an audience must first be cleansed. The creature pointed toward another cave entrance. Go inside. Jem followed their direction and found an old goblin woman seated within. I am here, she croaked, to serve the soul-cleansing Meron water. You must drink it twice. Jem remembered the last time he'd drunk the foul water, and he couldn't help but shudder. Meron water, huh? Fantastic. I hope it works better this time. Where do I get it? The old woman replied, The gods will provide. You must fill your cup with the Meron water from each hanging stone. As Jem watched the water drip down, the old woman observed, You seem to be in quite a hurry. Jem sat down as well. I'm about to enter a battle. I can't afford to miss it. His answer seemed to puzzle the old goblin. Strange, she mused. Most soldiers run from a fight. Jem simply replied, Perhaps I'm not like most soldiers. The air in the cave grew tense. Why is this battle so important to you? The old woman asked pointedly. He answered, I doubt you would understand. But the old goblin woman simply spoke her mind. This is the temple of JJ, the goddess of war. Who could possibly understand better? Jem's expression showed no fear, only calm acceptance. You're right, he admitted. This battle will decide my future. If I win, I can change this world for the better. If I fail, my men and I will be slaughtered. He raised the cup. Is this enough water? The old woman simply told him to drink. He took one sip, his face turned pale, and he nearly gagged. Ugh, still tastes like a sewer. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. You said you want to make the world better. What exactly are you fighting for? As he placed the cup back under the dripping stone, Jem answered simply, Justice. I want the world to be fair. The old woman leaned in to warn him. Young man, no world is ever truly fair. The world was never fair. Justice for one person often meant injustice for another. Justice for you means injustice for someone else, a never-ending cycle, unless blood is spilled. Jem's eyes were cold, filled with doubt as he challenged the old woman. It's strange for a worshipper of the war god to say such a thing. Isn't your god thirsty for blood? The old woman simply replied, My god only desires the best for this world. Living beings become stronger through conflict. I'm pretty sure the dead can't get any stronger. The winner is the one who's already powerful. Jem scoffed. If I were to say your god is insane, would a priestess like you be offended? Hearing Jem's question, she let out a loud laugh and said, All gods are insane. If they were normal, would the world be like this? Jem looked thoughtfully into his cup, his voice filled with determination. Then what other choice do I have? To give up living like an insect? The old woman's voice continued in his ear. You're a fool. Your heart is so filled with anger you can't see you're fighting the wrong enemy. The gods are not against you, she explained. You are simply doing their will. Jem ignored her words and picked up the cup, drinking it all in one go. He looked at her with an incredibly serious expression and asked, Then tell me, Priestess Kataga, who should I be fighting? She seemed to see that Jem was different from the others and praised him. Not so foolish after all. I see. Jem calmly replied, You have some sharp teeth for an old priestess who lives on roots. The old priestess answered, Nice try, but no, I'm not a god. Jem didn't care. God or human, I will defeat anyone and everyone who stands in my way. I'll spare no one. Seeing how stubborn he was, the priestess still wanted to stop him. A world forged by blood will remain a world of blood and violence. Are you challenging the mad gods, or just carrying out their will? Jem gave a faint smile. You're saying I'm just a pawn. The old priestess shot back. Are you so sure that you aren't one? Jem didn't answer, instead standing up. All right, that's enough of this superstitious nonsense. I got sick of this stuff at the last orphanage. Seeing Jem turn his back to leave, the priestess asked, Don't you want to ask for the god Dara's blessing for your army? Jem didn't look back, just waved his hand. Let your god decide who to bless. I have a war to win. When Jem returned, Vaughn immediately asked how things went. Jem's expression was incredibly unstable, but he still replied, It's fine. The war god has spoken, gather everyone. Meanwhile, he was thinking about what he should even say to everyone. As the people assembled, Jem began to speak. Everyone. I want, before he could finish, a loud shout echoed through the camp. The priestess has arrived. The priestess appeared, stunning everyone. General, may I bless your army before the upcoming battle? The priestess raised her hands high in front of everyone, her voice ringing out clearly. Brave warriors, the goddess of war has sent me to grant you her blessing and give you the strength to defeat your enemies. She has also commanded me to give your general a new name, the name of a worthy, great warrior. Therefore, Jem shall be known as Lep the Liberator. Jem was utterly astonished when he heard what the priestess said. Below, everyone chanted Lep. Jem turned to the priestess, but she cut him off, looking at him with a resolute gaze. Your time in the shadows is over, Lep. Show the gods what you can do. Elsewhere, 2 wounded soldiers were helping each other into the base. Hin frowned. There you are. The scarred man looked a bit surprised. Oh, hi Mo. Hi Mo immediately asked, What happened to you? Ah, it's nothing. I just slipped and hit my head is all. Hearing this, Hi Mo walked out saying, I see. Take him to get treated. Before the scarred man left, he turned back to give a warning. Be careful. Gelma is not happy. Hi Mo went to Gelma's tent. He was cleaning his weapon and asked when he saw Hi Mo. Here to watch the battle, Hi Mo? Hi Mo didn't answer, instead confronting him directly. Don't you think you're being too harsh on your own men? Gelma replied nonchalantly. It's just discipline, nothing more. Hi Mo asked, annoyed. Then what's your reason for ignoring me? Am I nothing too? Hearing that, Gelma was speechless, unable to answer. Hi Mo continued. Gelma, I never wanted to be VG's successor. What other choice did I have? Tell me. Gelma replied irritably. You could have refused. A conflict sparked between Hi Mo and Gelma. Hi Mo frowned and said, Do you really think VG would accept that? If you were him, would you accept it? Exactly. I don't want to lose you. Gelma stared at Hi Mo, his voice seething with rage. You want me to ignore a direct order from VG to attack Jem? But Hi Mo just erupted, his eyes blazing with fury. Stop playing dumb. We both know exactly what this is about. Yes, we do. Gelma stared him down with ice in his eyes. Of course the king knew. Why else did he think he sent him here? This entire campaign was a setup, designed to cripple him from the start. If he won, his forces would be battered, and he couldn't challenge the king. And if he lost, Himo interrupted him. Then go to him, beg for his forgiveness, and tell him you'll be loyal. Suddenly, Gelma's voice softened as he gently patted Himo's head. Himo, have you already forgotten what he said? 1 king leads to glory, but 2 will only bring tragedy. Just then, a soldier shouted, Commander, the troops are ready. Gelma finished putting on his armor while giving Himo a final warning. Himo, no matter what you and VG think, I am not a fool. My scouts have reported every move Jem makes. This will all be over before noon. Himo quickly replied. Lep. Gelma paused, confused. What? Himo explained what he knew. My spy says he's calling himself Lep now. Last night, the priestess of JJ blessed him with the title Lep, the Liberator. Gelma scoffed with pure contempt. Ha, really? The pathetic liberator. Himo warned. Tell your scouts to be more careful. That might not be the only surprise he's hiding. But Gelma was overconfident. He can be blessed by the gods 100 times. I couldn't care less. My victory is inevitable because I follow the path of the Enlightened One. Himo looked doubtful. You still believe in that, don't you? You really think you'll become the next Enlightened One? Gelma shot back with a grim face. And you still refuse to believe, Himo insisted. Gelma, the Enlightened One is just a legend, a character in a story. Do you truly believe that a tiny monster conquered everyone in the forest and created a great clan from hundreds of tribes? And what about the part where he suddenly got stronger and changed his form after just a few battles? It wasn't just bigger muscles, he grew in size and strength with every single fight. But Gelma's determination was absolute. Nothing is impossible for those chosen by the gods. Himo was still trying to reason with him. Then why is nothing left? If he was so great and united everyone, where did it all go? Gelma replied. Himo, I thought you knew your own history. After his own sons poisoned him, they fought each other until almost nothing remained, and no one could recover the ancient secrets. Because the monster tribes are always at war. We need a new enlightened one to remake the world. Himo looked at the fully armed Gelma and asked, "And that will be you? And VG? Are you going to fight him?" Gelma pushed the tent flap aside as he walked out. "The world has to change. VG, and I don't care who we have to step over to make that happen." Outside, Gelma raised his weapon and roared, "All right, everyone, it's time to crush some grubs. We only have 10 days before the expedition, so let's get this done quickly and head home. Ready?" The soldiers roared as one. "Yes, Commander." Himo quietly watched Gelma leave, tears welling in his eyes as he whispered a prayer. "Be safe, brother. May in protect you." Gelma stared straight ahead, leading his massive army forward with purpose. But then, he raised his hand, signaling for his soldiers to take a break. A soldier ran up to report, "Commander, they've built a barricade at the end of the cave, just a few hundred killiks from here." A killik is a unit of measurement used by the Goblin clan, named after the legendary ancient armored warriors of Ainsat, who were all about 2 meters tall. Gelma asked his subordinate, "How many are there?" The soldier answered, "I saw 20. Gelma calculated in his head there had to be at least 30. He questioned his man again, learning from other scouts that all the side caves had been completely blocked off, and the houses around the cave's edge were filled with nothing but the elderly and children, hiding in fear. Hearing this, Gelma let out a loud, triumphant laugh. "Good, we need witnesses for what's about to happen here today." Suddenly, a soldier shouted from behind, "Commander, behind us!" Gelma immediately turned around and saw VG's entire army advancing toward them. Seeing this, a helmeted soldier snapped at the one who gave the warning. "You idiot! He's here to make sure we fight and win. What else could it be?" He then turned to Gelma hesitantly. "If so, Commander, why not join forces with VG?" He chuckled softly. "Good idea. Now find me 300 more armed men, and maybe this fight will be balanced." Seeing them all silent, Gelma shouted, "Why the long faces? He came here to watch us win. Do you really think we're going to lose to some nobody and his bunch of ditch diggers?" The soldiers exchanged nervous glances, then raised their weapons and roared, "No, Commander!" Gelma was thrilled by this. "Now that's the spirit. Now let's show VG what we can do." Meanwhile, on Jem's side, Vaughn looked across the battlefield and reported the situation. "Sir, they've stopped advancing." Jem simply replied, "I see that. Vaughn, it seems it's time for negotiations." As Vaughn took Jem's weapon, he asked, "Are you really going to go?" Jem answered calmly, "Why not? It's tradition, isn't it?" Vaughn questioned him, "Isn't this just a waste of time? I mean, they're going to attack us eventually anyway." Jem gave him a firm look. "Vaughn, if you want to lead others, there's one thing you have to remember. A battle is won or lost before it even begins. This is our golden opportunity to improve our chances of winning," he explained as he walked forward, with Vaughn still trying to keep up. "How are you going to do that?" Jem replied. "By making him thirsty for my blood." At that same moment, Gelma was walking toward Jem. He spoke first. "So you're Jem?" "Ha, I thought you'd be someone more impressive, not some short stack." Jem coolly replied, "I prefer to be called Compact." Seeing that Jem didn't know his name, Gelma's arrogance grew even more. "You don't know who I am? You're even dumber than you look. The name's Gelma, and I'll be the one to end you." But Jem wasn't intimidated at all. He looked back at him with an expression of pure disdain. "Gelma, so that's all VG thinks I'm worth? Go back and tell your master to send Oswan, Lucifer, or Himo next time." With that, Jem turned and waved his hand dismissively. "You're not worth my time." Gelma was so furious he gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tight. "You pathetic insect." "Ah." But then he stopped and burst out laughing. Jem glanced back. "Did I say something funny?" He gloated. "You came here with these childish little games? When I crush the rats you've gathered, I'll ask my new slaves what made you this way. Then I'll have them compose a legendary song about the weak little fool who was crushed beneath my heel. How about it?" But suddenly, he was startled. His pupils contracted when he saw the man before him now radiating the aura of a god. Jem simply turned away, saying, "Beg for forgiveness from whatever god you believe in, because you'll get none from me." Gelma returned to his army, wondering, "What did I just see?" He quickly reassured himself. No, it was nothing. Then he shouted, "A huge reward for whoever brings me that brat's head." Gelma's legion charged toward Jem's forces. "Advance!" Gelma roared. "The first man to break the barrier gets 20 merits from me." Suddenly, a hail of bullets flew towards his army, catching him completely off guard. "What? What is that?" Rows of his soldiers were hit without a chance to react, freezing him in place. He whipped his head back to look at Jem. The man just stood there calmly with his arms crossed, which only infuriated Gelma even more. He gripped his weapon and charged forward. Ignore them. Follow me. Keep moving. His soldiers tried to rally. They're just slingshots. Don't let them slow you down. Gelma's entire army roared as they surged forward. Crush them all. On Jem's side, they calmly watched from above as the enemy frantically advanced. Vaughn spoke up. Sir, I think we might have made them angry. Everything seemed to be going exactly according to Jem's plan. He jumped down and told Vaughn, Good. Vaughn, tell the slingers to retreat when they're out of ammo and to follow the markers. Have the spearmen hold the barricade as long as possible. It's time to prepare for the next phase. Meanwhile, Gelma thought to himself, Do they really think this pile of scrap metal can stop me? He then ordered his troops to show no mercy. One of Gelma's soldiers broke through the shield wall of Jem's army, climbing over it with excitement. Come on, fresh meat, get back here. It's dinner time. Suddenly, he looked down and saw a rope at his feet. He picked it up, wondering, Huh? What's this? Seeing this, Jem immediately ordered his troops to fall back. Gelma was still observing the battle, completely unaware when his subordinate reported, Commander, VG is watching us. Gelma ignored his subordinate's words, still full of himself, and turned to his father. Enjoy the show. Your turn will be coming soon enough, father. All of a sudden, a massive fire erupted, swallowing all of his soldiers in a sea of flames. Only then did he realize what had happened, screaming in despair. A soldier panicked. What should we do, Commander? A wall of fire now consumed the entire landscape before them. Oss suddenly spoke up. They've lost their advantage. Haimo, beside him, immediately countered. They'll get it back. Oss, he sent men to get water and blankets from the houses. It's only a matter of time before they break the line. Lu stood there, his voice full of mockery. How pathetic. Use your axes, you fools. Don't let the enemy escape. Oss then pointed forward and said, No one is escaping, Lu. Look. After looking in the direction his companion was pointing, Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Haimo also looked, a similar shock on his face. An army was charging toward them from the distance, and behind them, a raging fire was closing in fast. One of the onlookers shouted, It's Jack's army. Oss stood there, muttering, Jack will crush him if he dares to run. Lu just snickered beside him. This is nothing more than a rat pit. Hey, anyone want to make a bet? I'll put 20 on the little guy. Haimo, seemingly unable to tolerate his antics, yelled out, That's disgusting. This is our brother's life on the line, and you're betting on it like a fool? Lu didn't seem to care at all. He just chuckled. You're the one who doesn't trust our brother. Haimo then added, I need a few more bonus points. 20 on Gelma. Haimo, not to be outdone, quickly shot back. All right, 20 from me too. Luke Joe finished his mental math with a satisfied smirk. Perfect. They're starting to move again. On the other side of the field, a subordinate reported to Gelma, Commander, we've stripped the houses for supplies. He prodded the fire with a poker as he gave his orders. Good. Use them for shields and barriers. That'll save us ammo. One of the men spoke urgently. We need to create something that can break through their defense. But Gelma was already filled with a surging confidence that victory was his. He roared at his men. Pathetic. Is all we're doing just playing a game of hide and seek? Meanwhile, Jem was getting a report from his own man. What are our numbers? Vaughn, standing right behind him, didn't hesitate with his report. It looks like 2 dead, 5 wounded, sir. After processing the situation, Jem spoke. Understood. It seems we've lost a quarter of our forces in the attack. It's not a fair fight yet, but this is manageable. Vaughn looked at him, slightly confused. Sir, what about Jack? A smirk played on Jem's lips. Tell them to worry about what's in front, not what's behind. Jack is only a problem if we fail, and we won't fail, right, Vaughn? No, Commander, we will not. Jem's face was pure confidence. Good man. Keep the signal horn ready. Down below, the enemy's shield units began a rapid, coordinated charge toward the fortress walls. The bullets fired down from above were completely useless, powerfully ricocheting off the advancing shield wall. Gelma, safely behind cover, directed his soldiers, Hold those shields steady. Just then, a subordinate called out, Commander, look at the enemy, they're breaking. He looked up to see a wave of defenders scattering in chaos, and a grotesque smile spread across his face. Gelma's voice grew more zealous. The rats are doing what they do best. We'll just clean them up later. All around him, his soldiers began to chant, Faster, brothers, faster. The shield bearers pushed forward with even more determination. But on the other side, Vaughn grew anxious. Sir, our men are fleeing. Jem just watched for a moment, his expression unreadable. I see them. Vaughn, do you know the difference between a good leader and a great leader? Vaughn answered, clearly confused. No, sir. Jem stated plainly. A good leader always tries to fix his past mistakes. But a great leader knows he must look in every direction, not just backward or forward. Below them, the battle raged on fiercely. Gelma, however, was completely lost in the thrill of the advance, his guard totally down. Suddenly, a scream rang out, stopping him in his tracks. What was that? The shield wall lurched to a halt, making him slam right into it. He looked down at his injured leg, his face twisting in a pained grimace. Gelma picked up a trap spike from the ground. So that's why his soldiers fled. It was a diversion. A sudden blast echoed across the battlefield, making Gelma freeze. The signal horn. The soldier beside him clutched his head in panic. Commander, we're in trouble. Gelma threw the spike away, his patience gone. I know that, you idiot. I have eyes. His subordinate frantically tried to explain. No, Commander, it's the huts. There's another army hiding in those huts. Through the sudden downpour of arrows, a small figure darted through the night, slipping inside the protective shield formation. By now, the enemy forces were using their large wooden shields to form a protective cage around those trapped inside. Arrows rained down relentlessly on the makeshift cage from all sides. Nearby, VG's eyes glinted with deep calculation. Luke Jia laughed, completely delighted. It seems my money is safe after all. Haimo stood there, absolutely stunned. Gelma is trapped. Father, let me take some men in to rescue them. But Luke Gio's eyes filled with contempt. That is his battle to fight. Haimo, let him rot in there. Haimo stood his ground, his voice sharp with rage and disbelief. He's our brother. Luke Ji, how can you say that? As suddenly shouted, cutting in. That's enough. He then turned to face VG. Commander, your decision. The killing intent in VG's eyes was impossible to hide. Down below, Gelma was still being pushed into a corner. Where did that brat get an army like this? A voice suddenly cut through his desperate screams. Hey, isn't that Pog's wife? The question made Gelma whip his head around as his subordinate pointed. Over there, that weird girl with the red armband. And that's Kan's father, and Mon's sister. Gelma muttered. I know almost all of them. On another front, Hen was speaking around a mouthful of food. I thought the kid was crazy when he told us to gather the families of everyone Gelma ever double-crossed. But damn, there are so many. Turns out a swarm of angry ants really can kill a giant. Jack cut in, his expression grim. The giant isn't dead yet. Hen seemed utterly unconcerned. You think so? Jack's eyes were deadly serious. There is nothing more dangerous than a cornered beast. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Commander, it's Jem. A lone figure emerged from the distance, striding forward with absolute, unwavering confidence. Gaima glanced up at the man opposite him and whispered to his subordinate. This guy sure loves to talk. Let him get closer. Then on my signal, we attack and kill him. Pass it on. His subordinate quietly confirmed. Yes, sir. As Commander Gaima's voice oozed with confidence. Are you here to bore us? Just come here and tell us what you want, boy. From outside the ranks, Jen's voice was completely calm. That sounds nice, but I'm not here to talk to you. Gaima's expression soured with anger. What did you say? Jen continued. I came to speak to your men. Then he shouted. Everyone, listen. This is not your fight. The soldiers on the field looked at each other, totally confused. As Jen's voice grew louder and louder, he began to explain. The Greens are just using us, making us fight each other to drain our strength. The best among us die killing one another, while they laugh and enjoy the sun above. You are not my enemies. You are my brothers, and I don't want to harm any of you. I know you were all forced to be here. I know you don't want to be in this place, and you definitely don't want to die here for people who could not care less about your lives. I'm here to say that anyone who puts down their weapon will be free to go, and will keep their life. His words sent a wave of panic through Gaima. He screamed back, That's never going to happen. If we drop our weapons, you'll just kill us all. The men around him seemed to agree, their disbelief clear. They shouted out, That's right, we'd rather die fighting than without a fight. Gaima smirked. You're wasting your breath, insect. You think we'd survive? Every single member of Yuji's army must fight until their last breath. After hearing their words, Jen just shrugged, completely unbothered. He simply said, Maybe, maybe not. Have you ever wondered why he isn't here to help you today? It's because he wants Gaima, dead Gaima, and all of his followers. Jen pointed to the soldiers in the distance. He didn't come to support you. He came to kill you if you won. He's cleaning house. His hand was now aimed directly at the imposing figure of Lord Yuji standing in the distance. And as long as Gaima is alive, you will continue to be forced to fight and die for him. So, the way I see it, you only have two options. Either all of you die, or Gaima dies. Jen shrugged as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. At that moment, a look of absolute terror crossed Gaima's face. One man asked in a trembling voice, Commander, is that true? Another soldier immediately chimed in, his voice urgent. He told us VG would slaughter us all if we didn't kill that man. A restless murmur began to spread through the crowd, whispers of chaos echoing through the ranks. Maybe VG only wants him. We were just following his orders, right? Guima stammered, his face pale with shock. No, everyone. I would never. He tried to scream over the growing noise. I'm carrying out Hard's will. This is for you, for all of you. Jen crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face. You mean it's for yourself, right? Veins bulged on Gaima's neck, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, swinging his axe and charging. You! A single soldier shakily stepped out from the ranks, his hands gripping an iron bar. Gaima suddenly froze, his eyes wide with utter shock. He staggered, looking down to see an iron bar had pierced straight through his stomach. He let out a piercing scream and collapsed, the light fading from his eyes. Other soldiers stepped forward, hands still gripping the weapon. The soldier's voice was shaky but firm. Sorry, Commander. I have children. This is your fault. Don't blame us. We're the next enlightened ones, right? Gaima gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around his axe. You! An explosion of rage. He wildly swung his axe at the man who just spoke. I'll kill you with my own hands. Tears streamed down Gaima's face as the world went dark. So this is how you felt, my lord. In his dying moments, a memory from his childhood suddenly returned. How could I have possibly done that to you? Cold steel blades sank deep into his body as he fell to his knees in a pool of his own blood. I'm sorry, father. A soldier from the ranks dropped to one knee and said decisively, We surrender, sir. Jen and Vaughn both turned toward the sound. VG was advancing, a massive legion emerging from the distance. Their leader walked with a proud and cold aura. He looked directly at the man, his gaze deep and serious. Haimo knelt before Gaima's body, tears streaming down his face. He gripped his sword, his eyes filled with hatred. I will kill all of you, starting with you. Just as Haimo was about to charge, a deep voice thundered from behind him. Wait. He whipped around, his eyes wide with shock. Father, that piece of trash. VG was calm, his eyes like ice as he pointed forward. Haimo looked behind him in horror. A powerful army stood silently, awaiting orders. Jen narrowed his amber eyes. The man stared at him in quiet contemplation for a very long time, then turned and waved his hand, signaling his entire army to retreat. The kid gritted his teeth and finally turned to leave, but not without throwing one last hateful glare. Jen simply shrugged, a cocky smile on his lips. The Lord's Legion slowly vanished into the distant fog, leaving only silence. Someone asked curiously, his voice laced with surprise. But sir, we had already won. So what? Jem kept his gaze locked forward, his voice low. This was just a minor skirmish. This wasn't the end of the war, and he knew the next fight wouldn't be this easy. Vaughn held out his hands, trying to be the voice of reason. But we won today, sir. That has to count for something, right? Jem just smirked. You're right. It does. Bring out the wine for everyone. They've more than earned it. With a sharp salute, the soldier's voice rang out. Yes, Commander. But just as the celebration was about to begin, another voice cut through the noise. Commander, we've got a problem. Both men turned as a soldier rushed up, gasping for breath. Jack's men are looting the spoils, and the other clans are trying to take the prisoners. A swarm of men crawled over the battlefield, picking the corpses clean. Jem stormed forward, his command echoing like thunder. Stop what you are doing, immediately. One of the looters just sneered without looking up. Get lost, kid. We're just cleaning up your mess. Jem tilted his head, his hand settling on the hilt of his spear as his voice turned serious. This is my mess to clean, so take your men and leave until Jack and I have an agreement. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from the distance. The other man simply gathered his loot. Wick, show this little punk who's actually in charge around here. The man with the dagger grinned, his eyes hungry. Looks like you earned quite a few merits today, huh? Hand them over, before this gets ugly. As more footsteps echoed, Jem let out a tired sigh. He raised his spear in a clear warning. You really don't want to do this. Wick just smiled, reaching for his club. Fine by me. I'll just take them off your corpse. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist smashed into Wick's face. Jem's eyes widened in shock as Wick hit the ground. Hemon charged forward, furious. What in the hell do the three of you think you're doing? The other men trembled as Li Ni tried to explain. We were just Hemon's face contorted with rage, veins bulging. You were what? Planning on licking the entire arena clean? Is that what you want to tell me? The men shook their heads, cold sweat pouring down their faces as they screamed in terror. No, Hemon's voice dripped with menace. Or maybe you want night watch outside the wolf dens. They frantically shook their heads. No. He pointed a finger at Wick's unconscious body. Then why are you all still standing here? Get this blockhead out of my sight, now, and don't ever let me catch you pulling this again. Hemon rubbed his temples, turning back with a weary smile. Sorry about that, kid. These morons are going to be the death of me one day. Jem chuckled, handing his spear to a nearby soldier. No, thank you for stepping in. Hemin winked, half joking. Don't mention it. I just wanted to avoid explaining to their families why they died so stupidly. Jem just shrugged with a smirk. I wasn't going to kill them. Just teach them a lesson. Hemin nodded slowly, a thoughtful look on his face. After what you did to Gelma, I'm shocked they even had the guts. Some guys just never learn, you know? From nearby, a deep, calm voice cut in. You're the one who recruited them in the first place. Hemin immediately spun around and bowed. Right, sorry, Commander. Jem planted his hands on his hips and smiled at Jack. Thanks for the last-minute assist. Jack just shook his head. As my second-in-command said, no thanks are necessary. But you're welcome. Jem crossed his arms, a playful glint in his eyes. So does this mean you won't be demanding a cut of the loot? Jack let out a loud laugh. Well, our deal was 2/3, but after a fight like that, I'll accept half. Jem smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Is half not a bit much? You said it yourself. We were the ones doing the fighting, so I'll take an 8-to-1 split. The results screen displayed their contributions. Jack closed his eyes and shook his head sarcastically. See what happens when you try to be generous? People will always try to take advantage of you. You fought alone and won with minimal losses, but you never would have pulled it off without my help. Half is the lowest I can possibly go, but Jem just held up 3 fingers, ready to negotiate. We didn't just eliminate one of your rival commanders. You also got a share of the loot without losing a single man, 70-30. The debate was on. Jack countered, arguing that Gelma was nothing more than a minor annoyance. Besides, he was the one who helped find the families of his victims. Jem just smiled smugly, still holding up 3 fingers. True, you helped, but I was the one who convinced them to come. Still 70-30. But you can keep Go's axe. Jack firmly shook his hand on the new terms. Deal. A lizard on the ground whimpered as 3 pairs of sharp eyes fell on it. Jem then turned to Hemin. That one is all yours. Hemin cleared his throat and barked his orders. All right, men, loot everything from the first fence line on. Move it. Jem then crossed his arms and called Vaughn over. What about the prisoners? They were being guarded. Vaughn answered immediately, his voice filled with panic as sweat beaded on his forehead. Sir, the families resisted, but we managed to persuade them. Jem just nodded, his tone ice-cold. Good. Once the families are all gone, strip the prisoners to their pants and let them go. And he reminded them to set aside his 1/3 share of the loot, just as they'd agreed. Sweating, Vaughn nervously admitted, I really don't like that guy, sir. Jem just tilted his head, his gaze completely unfazed. We don't have to like him, Vaughn. We just have to work together while we still have a common enemy. Vaughn asked worriedly, What happens when we don't have a common enemy anymore? Jem smiled, but his eyes turned cold. Then we'll find out who's stronger. For now, we'll worry about that after the expedition is over. Vaughn looked around frantically, his hands trembling as he clutched his staff. A loud roar echoed, and he squeezed his eyes shut, swinging wildly and screaming. Anyone there? Vaughn's foot slipped, sending him face-planting hard into the dirt. He winced, groaning as he rubbed his head and tried to push himself up. Jem walked over, looking down. Vaughn, what are you doing out here? The boy stammered in fear. Sir, my apologies, sir. Bending down, Jem picked up the staff with a mocking tone. Trying to catch some breakfast? Vaughn scowled, sticking out his tongue, the pain still on his face. No, sir. That stuff tastes awful. He leaned toward Jem, asking earnestly, Have you ever tried it? Jem raised an eyebrow, trying to recall. He couldn't say that he had. Vaughn's face twisted in disgust as he started rambling. Trust me, sir, you don't ever want to. When I was a kid and times were tough, my mom would fry some up. It was like chewing on straw. Jem glanced around thoughtfully. I'll keep that in mind. Still, I can't blame you for being jumpy. Where are all the laborers and vendors from this morning? Vaughn's eyes darted to the shuttered houses as he quickly answered. Everyone who isn't on the expedition today is in hiding, sir. Jem frowned, surprised. Hiding from what? Vaughn explained awkwardly. It's the specters, sir. Things get a little chaotic when they arrive. Jem rubbed his chin, thinking, Hide your kids, hide your wife, huh? The boy just looked confused, mumbling, Sir? Jem pointed behind them casually. Just an old saying from my hometown. Let's go. We don't want to be around when they show up. The two walked up the rugged slope, dust kicking up at their feet. Vaughn squinted, asking cautiously, Sir, no offense, but is something bothering you today? Jem tilted his head, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Nothing in particular. Why? Hefting the staff onto his shoulder, Vaughn hesitated. Well, with everything going on, you've been acting very quiet and calm. Jem let out a sneer. Am I not always calm? Vaughn quickly corrected himself. You're too calm. Sir, what I mean is you always act calm, but you only get this calm when something is making you angry. Jem smirked at him, curious. Is that so? And what else have you noticed? Vaughn was silent for a moment before whispering. You like to smile, don't you? Vaughn quickly defended himself when he saw Jem's disdainful look. Don't look at me like that, you really do. You're always smiling, and the only time you stop is when something's bothering you, making you angry, or when you want someone dead. Jem looked up at the sky. Is that right? The boy nodded eagerly. Yes. And if something's really making you that angry, it's because someone messed with your plans, or your sister. Jem remained silent, staring at the sky for a long moment before he spoke softly. Vaughn. Jem's gaze dropped, his expression suddenly darkening. You're walking on thin ice. The boy just frowned in confusion. What's thin ice? Jem stayed quiet for a beat, letting Vaughn think, before sighing and finally explaining. It's an expression. It means you're doing something you shouldn't, something very dangerous. The boy's jaw dropped, a mix of defiance and fear on his face. You really know a lot, sir. But I apologize if I said too much. Jem turned to him, instructing seriously, just be more careful next time. Jem remembered Groza's face, twisted in a pained snarl. But you're not wrong. There is a problem with my sister. He recalled Groza's furious expression, frustration welling up inside him. She's been angry at me ever since the battle with Gel. He could still picture her screaming at him, a relentless barrage of accusations. She thinks a war with VG is unavoidable now, and she's blaming me for it. Vaughn quickly offered his thoughts. Sir, that's just who she is. She has worked so hard to provide for both of you. With you using your merits to buy us supplies, she must be struggling immensely. On top of that, everything is getting more expensive. Do you know why? According to our people, supplies from the outside are dwindling. Something higher up is interfering with the food chain. Jem's voice was low and serious. This is a huge problem for groups like ours. Jack's crew and VG both pay their people with food. If prices keep rising, maintaining control is going to get a lot harder. Keep your ears open. Report anything you hear when we get to the assembly point. He started walking faster, a mix of urgency and concern on his face. Yes, sir. But you two grew up together. That can't be the only problem, can it? Jem's brow furrowed, his annoyance obvious. No, it's her fiancé. Vaughn's eyes widened. Her fiancé? He answered curtly. Vaughn remembered that carefree guy, right? Hearing Jem's confirmation, his face went completely pale, and Jem seemed to enjoy it. Her? Jem's eyes widened, his voice a low growl of irritation. Vaughn, didn't I just say you have a quick mouth? He trembled, raising his hand in a military salute. Yes, sir. Jem sighed, his voice low but firm. Still, it's true. He cares about her, and despite acting indifferent, he can get pretty emotional whenever he thinks my actions might put her in danger. Vaughn asked eagerly. Really? What did he say? Jem remembered the insults, his eyes flashing with bitterness as he spoke. That I'm just another thug. That I'm a disgrace to Greybonds and she'd be better off if I died, because I just cling to her and bring nothing to the table. Vaughn made a serious suggestion. Sir, just give the order. When we get back, I'll pay him a little visit at night with a few others. We'll wear masks so no one finds out. Jem paused, looking at Vaughn before turning away with a grim expression. Vaughn, you will do no such thing. He pressed on, confused. Are you sure, sir? Can't we just rough him up a bit to make a point? Jem let out a small, sharp laugh, a mix of pity and contempt. While I appreciate your enthusiasm for defending my honor, you'll leave him be. If something were to happen to me, I know she would be safe. Vaughn nodded, his face relaxing just a little. Yes, sir. If you say so, I guess I see his point. Jem shook his head, weary. I get it too, but there are better ways to enjoy a last meal before a battle. The two of them stopped as Jem looked up ahead. We're here. In front of them, a massive, swirling crowd was moving as one. They got in line, preparing to pass through the city gate. A sarcastic voice cut through the noise. Well, look who it is. Kui stood there with his arms crossed, his expression stern. I hear you've been busy. Kid? Vaughn gasped, covering his mouth. Hey, isn't that your foster father? Jem's face was unreadable. I did what was necessary. Kui. His voice was serious as he stared Jem down. But was it the right thing to do? I don't mind you forming your own unit, but don't you think you crossed a line? You could have told the guards instead of risking your own men. Vaughn quickly jumped in to explain. We did tell the guards. The supervisor scowled, annoyed. You did? Then why did nobody tell me about this? Jem just chuckled, his expression calm. With the nobles backing them, did you really think they'd let you interfere? Kui fell silent, frowning as Jem looked up at him with pure determination. The older man closed his eyes and sighed. Fine, you have a point. But Kui wasn't finished, a hint of concern on his face. But let me ask you something, kid. Do you think Got would be happy with what you've become? Jem bit his lip, a memory of his long-lost father surfacing. Got. His father's words were gentle, but sharp as a blade. I don't know what you'll do in the future, but please, don't disappoint him by becoming one of those monsters, all right? Jem smiled faintly in response. What I'm going to do is make this world a better place. I promise you. And I promise him. Kui waved a hand, his face finally softening. All right, just try not to get yourself into too much trouble. Jem turned away, calling out with renewed energy. Come on, Vaughn, let's go find the others. A crowd was gathered in the main hall, a chaotic mix of footsteps and whispers. Jem and Vaughn walked in, their sharp presence cutting through the sea of people. Jem's sharp eyes scanned the room, instantly catching a small, out-of-place detail. A man was trying to hawk his wares, his voice trying to draw in anyone he could. Another man stepped up to them, his attitude threatening. Go sell your garbage somewhere else. Or better yet, shove it down your throat. A new guy chimed in with a lazy, mocking voice. Hey, El forgot his canteen and we're trying to find him one. That price is good. Jem shot him a look that could kill. Use your head, rookie. That's a Parasa flask. Their shells are too soft they'll rot in a matter of days. You need to find an Opasa for yourself? The rookie patted the flask at his hip, answering smugly. This one's been with me for 2 expeditions and hasn't leaked a drop. Vaughn sighed, his voice a mix of amusement and concern. They'll be dead within a week for sure. The other man waved to the group, casually agreeing. Yep, but it won't be from a lack of water. See those soldiers? Jem pointed, his expression suddenly serious. They're over there. Ahead of them was a packed crowd, a roiling sea of bodies. A woman with her hands on her hips asked, Do you see the commander and Vaughn? The person she was talking to scratched their head, looking embarrassed. They're gonna be late. They live on the far side, near the supervisor's block. Just then, someone came rushing through the crowd, his voice laced with panic. Vaughn, we have a problem. VG's crew is starting trouble with Jack's men. Jem's face fills with worry. How bad is it? The scout gasps back real bad. Most of Jack's people aren't even here yet. He snaps out an order. Gather everyone who's here. Jack stood with us, and we owe him this. He frantically pointed at the ground, sheer panic on his face. What were they supposed to do about the commander? They were supposed to meet him right here. Suddenly, both of them snapped their heads in another direction, their gaze instantly hardening. Elsewhere, another man gasped, his finger trembling as he pointed. Gods, sir, do you see that? That goblin has a 3-headed fox, 3 of them. Jem snapped quietly. Vaughn, do you ever pay attention to your surroundings? The subordinate asked, completely baffled. Why, sir? This is a neutral zone. VG and the other gang leaders wouldn't dare harm us here. Jem just frowned, letting out a heavy sigh. Tell that to the people who are currently tailing us. Vaughn glanced around nervously, his posture shrinking as he whispered, Someone's following us? Jem smacked him on the head, his voice a stern lesson. Stop looking. If we let them know we've spotted them, they might attack. They've been on our trail since we entered the gate. Vaughn asked quietly, Why haven't they attacked yet? Jem's analysis was cold. Either they're waiting for us to get into a position they want, or we're already walking right into their trap. Vaughn grimaced as the imminent danger settled in. That sounds incredibly bad, doesn't it? Possibly. What do you think we should do? Vaughn, flustered, pointed to himself. Sir, are you asking me? Jem tilted his head, his sharp eyes scanning the area. You're my subordinate, Vaughn. Your job isn't just to follow orders, but to think. I need to know that if I'm not around, the soldiers will be in good hands. Jem gave a cocky smile. So get me out of this situation. I'll follow your command. Vaughn was completely thrown, his mind reeling from the sudden responsibility. My command? Jem's low voice clarified the situation. 4 behind us, 3 to the right, 3 more to the left. It's a standard pack hunting tactic. There could be more ahead. Vaughn was visibly shaking, completely overwhelmed. That many? Sir, what are we going to do? Jem shot him a look. Calm down, Vaughn. Breathe deep and think. Pretend it's a training exercise. He took a ragged breath, trying to calm himself down. Relax, relax. I need to relax. Vaughn's ears tuned into the sounds of the crowd, every nerve on high alert. He turned his head. Sir, please follow me. Vaughn pulled Jem into the bustling crowd, the 2 of them weaving through the sea of people like ships in a storm. He leaned against someone's luggage, earning an annoyed shout of, Hey, before they finally pushed through the other side, breathing a sigh of relief. Vaughn tilted his head, his voice low. Any sign of them, sir? Jem glanced back over his shoulder, calm as ever. No, they've pulled back. They won't risk attacking us mixed in with the goblin porters. Good thinking, Jem praised. Vaughn quickly scanned their new surroundings. Thank you, sir. Everything is going according to plan, right? Jem gave a slight, sharp nod. I think so. We can make a break for it once we're close to where the soldiers are waiting. Vaughn reported. It's just ahead. Sir, I see the rock where we told them to meet us. But as they approached, Jem's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Where were they? I don't see them. Vaughn's face fell. Sir, they're surrounded. 2 men with swords slung over their shoulders stood on the rock. One of them sneered. If you're looking for your men, they're not here to help you. You vermin. We have some unfinished business, you and I. His eyes burned with hatred, a glare aimed right at them. The 2 stood back to back, drawing their weapons as the ambush closed in around them, their eyes blazing with defiance. Vaughn squeezed his eyes shut, shouting with a tremor in his voice, Sir, where are the others? Jem gritted his teeth, his words like steel. It doesn't matter. Remember your training, Vaughn. Watch my back, I'll watch yours, and we'll get through this. The 2 on the rock raised their swords. Kill them. And just like that, Jem was thrown back into a memory of his past life. He remembered walking past a bookstore, a bus station, his gaze landing on a recruitment poster. He had shut his eyes, tired, trying to fight it. The sign was simple. It read, Enlist in the battle today. Citizenship through Service Acadia Academy. Jem's lips tightened, and when his eyes opened again, they were filled with a grim new resolve. Back in the present, he let out a roar and charged forward like a storm. He swung his staff wildly, each blow shaking the air. In his past life, he really had joined the military. He became a soldier forged in the crucible of war, training relentlessly day and night, his sweat mixing with pure determination. He trained until the punching bags were torn to shreds, the sound of his fists echoing in the empty room. But when Jem paused for breath and looked back, there was nothing behind him but cold, empty space. In reality, he snapped a kick into an oncoming attacker's face. He then spun, slicing his spear across another enemy's throat. Jem gasped for air, glancing over his shoulder to assess the situation. The kid's hands tremble, barely holding back the axe of 2 attackers. He narrows his eyes, locking onto another enemy charging like a wild beast with a dagger. In his past life, Jem was a soldier armored up, gun in hand, walking onto battlefields. The instinct to survive is etched into his very being. He was always moving, always supporting his team, pushing through enemy fire to wipe them out. Bullets tore through the sky, the air filled with non-stop gunfire, impacts, and roars from every direction. One memory is burned into his mind, surrounded by enemies on a dark, snowy night. At that moment, Vaughn drops to one knee, face covered in blood and grime. He grits his teeth, trying to fight back through the pain. Jem rushes forward, a brutal knee strike sending one enemy flying, giving Vaughn an opening to get back up. In that moment, the present blurs with his past life. They move as one, weapons held tight, their movements in perfect, lethal sync. They let out a furious roar, bracing for the next wave of attackers. In another life, Jem once stood alone, surrounded by a sea of fire. A comrade laughed while boarding a plane, turning back to ask him and Vanderston, So, you boys enjoying the view? Let's go, we don't have all day. Jem's eyes were tired back then, but he still managed a determined smile. Now, in the present, they're both gasping for air, standing over dozens of bodies drenched in blood. He lets out a cold laugh, looking up and saying with an icy tone, Hurry up, Haimo. What are you waiting for? I don't have all day. The man's face twists in fury as he grips his weapon. Elsewhere, Ruan pulls a girl by the hand, her voice urgent. Come on, Rafa. We're going to be late. Rafa blushes, stammering shyly. Ruan, I. Before she can finish her sentence, she slams right into a tall, imposing man. The impact makes Rafa groan, while Gozak simply looks down at her, his eyes cold. The girl's brow furrows, her voice full of warning. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. The man turns and walks away without a word, completely unfazed. She just laughs, falling into step with Rafa and teasing her quietly. Still trying to make friends everywhere you go? Hurry, we're almost there. They hold hands, weaving through the massive crowd that had gathered, making their way to the center of the square. There, Vaughn and Jem stand alone among a pile of bloody corpses, their bodies battered but their eyes still blazing. The girl stares in absolute shock, her lips slightly parted in a look of pure, undisguised awe. At that same moment, Haimo and he charge at each other, their weapons clashing with a deep, resonating thud. Jem flicks Haimo's sword right out of his hand. Haimo's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he bites his lip. His eyes flash with a mix of anger and grief as he roars, Go Ma was my brother, and you took him from me. He just puts a hand on his hip, a mocking smirk on his face. Your brother was a fool who couldn't see what was right in front of him. Don't be an idiot like he was. Now, move. Fueled by pure rage, he swings his club again, throwing himself into a desperate final assault. In the distance, Vaughn is trembling, bleeding from his wounds but forcing himself to stay standing. He squints at the fight, unable to hide the worry on his face. "Sir," he says, his voice a ragged whisper as he unwraps a cloth bundle in his hands. "This is it." In a memory, Jem had given him this very item, his voice low and serious. "I'll handle things here. I'm counting on you." Vaughn clutches the bundle and dashes into the crowd, a single thought in his mind. "Don't worry, sir. I won't let you down." The fight between him and Haimo continues to rage, the sound of their clashing weapons echoing through the air. Ruan and Rafa watch, so captivated they forget to even blink. She clenches her fists, shouting encouragement. "Amazing! Beat him! He's so cool!" The girl tilts her head, her eyes wide with confusion. "Really? Isn't the guy with the longsword more your type?" Ruan bursts out laughing, her voice full of pride. "That's exactly who I'm talking about." Rafa just pouts in response. "I knew that." Gozak's voice cuts in. "Your feelings are quite twisted." She glares back at him. "Oh yeah? And what do you know?" He crosses his arms nonchalantly, more than some harem bodyguard. Ruan gets furious, pointing a finger right in his face. "Are you looking to die?" Rafa immediately tries to calm her down. "Ruan, enough." Then she turns to Gozak. "Why do you think he's going to win? He's just some poor miner. He can't even afford a full set of clothes." Gozak lets out a cold smirk. "That's what happens when you're around gold for too long. You start judging everything by the coin." As they argue, Vaughn tilts his head, frowning slightly. "Rafa, did you hear that?" But she is silent, her eyes fixed on Jem, her cheeks flushing red. She watches his every move, absolutely captivated. The man's blazing golden eyes make Rafa freeze, her voice a stunned, quiet whisper. She immediately presses, "What? What is it?" "Rafa, you saw it, right? That was it." Rafa exhales softly as she watches Jem dodge a deadly sword strike. "That miner. He's doing it on purpose." Rune's eyes go wide. "You don't see it?" "No, I don't see it. Doing what on purpose?" And just then, he slams his forehead straight into Haimo's with a sickening crack. He stumbles, and before he can react, Jem seizes the opportunity, gripping the hilt of his opponent's sword. He yanks hard, then flips the guy right over his shoulder. A sharp scream rips through the air as Haimo hits the dirt, groaning in pain. She gasps, stunned. "What? How did he?" Go calmly explains it all. This was never a fight between equals. The spearman was simply observing his opponent's movements. He was always in control. Jem steps forward, pointing his spear at the trembling man's face. His voice cuts through the silence like a knife. "You've lost. Let go of your hatred, and I'll spare you today." Jem glances down with pure contempt, his gaze razor sharp. "Are you done?" Haimo is drenched in sweat, his face is bloodied, and his breathing is heavy. He bites down hard, his eyes burning with defiance. Haimo lets out a twisted, challenging laugh. "Not yet. But you are." Suddenly, the men who seemed defeated struggle back up, clutching their wounds, their eyes glowing an intense red. Jem gives a slight smirk, his hoarse voice echoing in the sudden quiet. "They never learn." Jem's lips curl, his voice calm but ice cold. "My offer still stands. Walk away." The young man frowns, raising his head with pure arrogance. "Why should I?" Jem's eyes darken, his voice becoming hard as steel. "Because I'm running out of reasons not to end you." Haimo slowly gets to his feet, his body trembling but his tone still defiant. "You're the one who needs to reconsider." He suddenly furrows his brow, looking around in confusion. "What is that noise?" Jem cracks a slight smile, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "My brothers are coming." A group rushes in from the distance, shouting urgently, "Leader!" The enemies freeze, their faces turning pale as if they've just seen a ghost. They turn and flee amidst Haimo's desperate screams. "What? No." Jem relaxes and tosses the sword aside. "Haimo, thanks for the match." He grits his teeth and snatches his sword, his ragged breaths echoing in the tense air. The entire square falls silent, every eye fixed on the retreating backs of the losers. Gak crosses his arms, a slight smirk playing on his lips. There it is, clever. Rafa just furrows her brow, completely lost. "What?" Gak tilts his head and explains. "That group uses a horn to communicate. While this one was fighting, his allies were calling for backup." Ruin's eyes go wide in admiration. "Are the Grebens really that smart?" Gak glances at her with a faint smile. "Clearly, these ones are. You should think about that." Ruan is left completely speechless, just standing there as the wind blows past. After a moment, she tugs on her friend's arm. "Let's go, Rafa, the show's over." Rafa nods, her gaze lingering on the battlefield. Across the way, Jem's group embraces, their laughter finally breaking out after the life-or-death struggle. A smile lights up his face, but his eyes remain sharp and alert. The girl glances at him one last time, then turns away and says, "We should go." Mon steps forward, his voice low and raspy. "I sent a few men after him." Jem waves a hand, calling them back. Causing trouble with this crowd here could bring disaster on all of us. Vaughn rests his chin on his hand, thinking, "Is that why you didn't kill him, sir?" "Sir?" Jem smirks, his tone half joking, half serious. "Yeah, let's just go with that." He then looks up. "Jem, why didn't you meet us here?" The man sighs, rubbing his neck wearily. "Some guys from VG were messing with Jack's group, so we went to help. It wasn't a big deal in the end." Jem rests his chin on his hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Something doesn't feel right. I think something happened." Jack holds up the horn in his hand. "When we heard Vaughn's call, we got back as fast as we could." He squints sarcastically. "You didn't leave Jack to deal with that mess, did you?" The man shakes his head. "No. When Jack and Hem arrived, the VG guys backed off." Jem cracks a smile, tilting his head slightly. "So that's good then?" His eyes suddenly lock with Goza's, and the atmosphere turns serious. Jem quietly asks, "Can I help you with something?" The man smiles. "I am Gozak. I wanted to commend you on your victory today. I've been in many campaigns, and I've never seen anyone fight as skillfully as you did. I would like to discuss your combat style." Jem tilts his head slightly, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. "Many campaigns, you say?" The man nods. "Yes, across many different lands." Jem smiles, giving a clear command. "Vaughn, go find us some mushroom wine. We shouldn't be rude to our guest." They both laugh and shake hands firmly, as Jem says, "He and I have a lot to talk about." In the first days of the age, Zom, the Allfather, fought an enemy from the void. He fell in battle, and the world plunged into chaos. But from a single drop of his blood, a new god was born. JJ, the one who gathered the shattered fragments of Jom. It was she who forced the Smith god to reforge them, and she who was named the greatest general after Trom was reborn. She reclaimed the lands from the one who came from the void and his minions, Bunu explains, speaking as the goddess of war. Just as she once walked into hell itself to reclaim the soul of Jom, we will march into hell to reclaim our inheritance. You may have heard this expedition is to destroy the Hipplins, and that's true, but it's not the whole truth. The truth is, there are ancient treasures lying right under their feet, treasures others in the past were just too afraid to claim for themselves. He clenches his fist, his determination hardening. You are the lucky ones, the chosen few for today. Because this expedition isn't a hunt, it's a heist, and we're going down there to take what's ours and make us all rich. Bungu was trying his best to light a fire under the crowd. He raised his hand high, declaring that whether they were Bog, Berg, Dark, or Goblins, every single one of them would become a part of history. "Follow me, we will fight, we will conquer," Bungu roared to the masses, "and we will be victorious." He made the declaration, "In the name of the expedition, begin." The crowd below erupted in a thunderous, unified cheer. Jem remarked, "Not the worst speech I've ever heard." Next to him, Gak could only let out a weary sigh. Bungu isn't like his brothers, he's far more greedy and ambitious. Jem's face was ice cold as he spoke. "He's the son of the Jira tribe's chieftain." The other man gave a firm nod. "That's right. This whole expedition is Bungu's chance to prove he's stronger than his brothers." Jem rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I see. Gak, do you have any idea what his real target is?" The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "I don't know what you mean," Jem said slowly, his eyes narrowing. "A prince doesn't just lead an expedition that's double the usual size, hiring mercenaries from different races without a very clear objective in mind. And since we're going down, not up, something tells me he's after something important down there." At this point, Goz was also putting the pieces together. "I get it. Once again, your words cut right to the truth. Lep, I'll go have a chat with my contacts." His eyes glinted with purpose. "Me too. The sooner we figure out Bungu's goal, the better our chances of survival." Haimo suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Sir." Vera shot him a look of pure rage. "Get out of my sight before I kill you." The man quickly turned and scrambled away. Vera tilted his head and gave an order. "OS, from now on, Haimo is under your command. If he wants to lead again, let him earn it." OS tried to defend him. "Chief, he was only trying to do what was right for Jia." But the leader just roared with fury. And what if he had succeeded? What if Bungu found out? How many heads would the Jira prince demand? And how many more of our people would we lose? "I understand how he feels. OS, I feel it too, but now is not the right time for this." OS was silent for a long moment, then asked, "When is the time? Chief, what exactly are we waiting for?" Vera gave Haimo a long, cold stare. then cracked a sickly, cunning smile. The floors run deep, and so many things are lurking in the darkness. OS said, "Be patient, our time will come." Now, moving on to a new segment, Professor Goza's useful class on goblinid identification. Hello everyone, Professor Goza here. Some of you have been asking about goblinid society, and I am here to shed some light on it. In the world where LP and I live, there are a few major races, and that includes goblinids like ourselves. Goblinids all trace their origins back to the Ansat Empire, and they split into different tribes after the empire fell. The Dark are the most advanced of the goblins. They were merchants, warriors, and sailors until they were eventually conquered by humans. The DK are a warrior race of knights and mercenaries, famous for their and while they are goblinids, they were never part of the Ansat Empire. The goblin tribe is the most common among all goblinids. They spend most of their time fighting with their neighbors and among themselves. The strongest goblin tribe is the Jira, the same one that conquered the Bogi. The Berg are famous for being incredible hunters and trackers, but you better watch out, because their tempers are as foul as their stinking breath. Luckily for everyone else, their numbers are small. At the very bottom of goblinid society are the Bogi, but even among them, there are divisions. The Blue Bogi are the aristocrats of their society, acting as the middlemen between the goblin lords and the other Bogi. Many have blue skin thanks to their goblin blood. But they're different from goblins. They have a smaller build, and their hands are angled sideways instead of pointing up. And then there are us, the Greybon Bogi, the lowest of the low. Our ancestors were once great mages, but now we're forced to work in the mines and caves, doing the jobs that not even other Bogi want. Our people have been enslaved by the Jira for generations, eventually becoming their dedicated servant class. Thank you all for commenting and asking questions about us. I hope this class helped you understand goblinid society a bit better. Feel free to ask more questions in the comments down below. On the table was a single plate, and inside were a few things that looked a lot like level 1 dried leaves. San and Vara stood completely still, their eyes wide with shock and confusion, as if they still hadn't processed what just happened. He scowled and turned his head away, his eyes flashing with clear disgust and annoyance. San's hand slowly reached out, his fingertips gently touching the plate on the table. She didn't bother paying him any mind, simply pushing the curtain aside and stepping out. The moment she stepped out, Vara stopped dead. Vaughn was standing there with his back to her, and without saying a word, she marched over and grabbed him by the collar. Vaughn jumped, whipping around to see Vara, and the smile on his face instantly twisted. He was then dragged away by Vara without a hint of mercy. She dragged him all the way to a cave where the potent scent of herbs hung thick in the air, clinging to every rock. Using hand signals, she asked Vaughn if the worm and the mushroom leaf could somehow be turned into actual meat. He holds up 2 mushrooms to explain, one pointed like a roof, the other round like a moon. Nearby, San and his group sit around a table, enjoying their meal. After eating, the group gets up, adjusts their gear, and falls into a neat line, marching straight ahead. Level 2. Deep inside a gloomy cave, Gun suddenly stops, his hand trembling as he points forward. Panic fills his eyes. Just the thought of Vara sends a chill down his spine. Startled, Vaughn immediately dives behind a large rock, his heart pounding. He sneaks away, hiding behind a giant mushroom to think things over by himself. Vaughn freezes, his ears picking up a faint noise from the darkness. Turning around, he sees her dragging the corpse of a dead beast. After a few quick slices, the beast is cut into chunks. He plops down on the ground, frowning at the meat and pointing at it with a confused look. In the end, they stand over a boiling pot, dropping all the meat inside to cook. Through the rising steam, the two of them share a smile. When the meat's ready, they each take a bite, and their eyes light up instantly. The scene shifts again. A group of people in armor, carrying weapons, silently ascends a rocky slope. Level 3. Right after eating, Vaughn sends a clear warning. Eat the wrong rat meat, and it's game over. Poison. The words are barely out when they both jump up, chasing after a scurrying rat. But after a few steps, they stop dead in their tracks. That one rat brought friends a whole swarm that now has them surrounded. He sighs, glances at her covered in filth, and points off to the side. Vaughn stands at a distance, silently keeping watch while Vara bathes. Afterwards, she looks completely refreshed. She walks along, all smiles. Then, out of nowhere, Vara smacks Vaughn's back so hard he almost collapses. He gets furious, pointing right at her. He's had enough of her nearly beating him to death with every hit. She gets just as mad, yanking her hand away and turning. They storm off in opposite directions. The scene shifts. A group walks silently in the wind. Level 4. Vara sits at a table, obviously in a bad mood, causing Dak and San to exchange confused whispers. Her cheeks suddenly flush as she pictures his face. Vara bites her lip, remembering her own impulsive actions from before. Her gaze lowers, her expression going quiet as if touched by some nameless sadness. In another corner, Vaughn leans against a rock, arms crossed. His annoyance is obvious, even from a distance. After a moment, she just lowers her head and walks away, looking so lonely. Gun glances over, pointing right at Vaughn, signaling he's the one Vara likes. In a forest not far away, a deafening roar echoes as a giant monster charges, viciously attacking her group. Vara grits her teeth, pouring all her strength into a massive swing. The blade flashes, sinking deep into the monster's flesh. Vara winces, her breathing heavy as she tries to endure the sharp pain now racking her entire body. Even with her all-out attack, the monster stands tall, completely unfazed. Just as it raises its claws, a figure rushes in, pushing her out of the way. She tumbles to the ground, completely dazed. Vara finds herself covered in the monster's disgusting saliva. She turns to Vaughn, her face a mask of shock. He just gives a goofy grin and hands her knife back. She bursts into laughter, tears streaming down her face. As the monster finally collapses, Vara simply waves and smiles at Vaughn before turning to walk away. He waves back with a wide grin, his eyes following her as she leaves. Elsewhere, Jock's eyes are wide, biting a cloth as he tries to endure the agony. His eyes roll back, his pupils reflecting a face completely twisted in absolute pain. Jem's gaze lands on Jack's heavily bandaged and injured leg. He approaches to reassure them. His leg will heal, change the bandage, and apply more nacalite to the burn when the mist crystals turn blue to neutralize the acid. The man treating the wound nods. Yes, Thuong-ai. Jem finishes, standing with hands on his hips, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. Looking at the monster's corpse, he mutters in a low voice. What a waste. A subordinate quickly appears to report. Sir, I asked, but the healers refuse to come. They say treating a Greyborn isn't their job, unless a noble orders it. Hearing this, Jem's face darkens as he crosses his arms. 2 months, 4 floors, and over 100 people dead. Old men playing war, using these young people as pawns. Some things never change. Vaughn nods. Yes, sir, but Jem just shakes his head firmly. No. Confused, his subordinate speaks up. Sir, Jock said the supervisors want us to start the harvest. They don't want to waste more time on the injured. After hearing this, he falls silent, his gaze lost in thought. His eyes land on the wounded, each of them bandaged with care. That's right. It's time to collect our treasure. We see the Bogey digging tirelessly through the tunnels. Most of the Grey Bogey are small and aren't really suited for living inside caves. He used to wonder why goblins forced them into being miners. He recalls entering the caves as a child and finally realizing it was for the beautiful mist crystals the Bogey used for light. An old, white-haired man slowly raises a blue stone. He places it gently in the box, as if it might shatter. In the dim light, a goblin leaps up, clutching blue stones to its chest. The surface world uses these to power magic. The stones are corrosive to any non-magical creature, but they have absolutely no effect on the Grey Goblins. The goblins play enthusiastically, tossing the blue stone between them, their laughter echoing throughout the cave. Thanks to their innate magic, they can handle these toxic crystals without even a hint of fear. And so, this is where the team finds themselves in the mines where Jira sent them. A goblin focuses, its hammer tapping a rhythm on the blue stone as sparks fly. But they still need to be purified to be safe, a long, expensive process. The sound of knives fills the air as they gut the monster, and a new supply is found. Foul liquid pours from the creature's stomach. Early expeditions discovered something incredible. Hiplings naturally refine both metal ores and these mist crystals into a safe form they use to build their nests. His eyes scan across the field of dead monsters littering the ground. Since that discovery, regular expeditions have been sent in, officially to clear the mines of any threats. But the real reason? To harvest those refined crystals. Jen remained silent, lost deep in thought. It was said the Hiplings once lived in isolation, never bothering anyone. But after the great hunts began, there was no turning back. Now, the two sides kill each other on sight. Such a total waste. From high above, a man screams down, his voice echoing, "Be careful with those things. You idiots. They're worth more than your pathetic lives." In the distance, 2 men approach, looking thoroughly annoyed. "God, I hate that guy," one of them mutters, kneeling to quickly shove something inside a bag. "Rack, hem, how bad is it?" he asks, his brow furrowed, his voice laced with regret. 10 men, kid. We lost 10 good men." The man at his side just sighs, his eyes shut. They died because everyone was rushing. A child could have spotted that ambush if they'd scouted properly. Hem rubs his chin, his expression darkening as he nods. Exactly. What I don't get is why. It can't just be for these stones, I'm telling you. Jen lazily points a finger. Maybe he knows. And right on cue, The figures of VG and OS slowly materialize before them. Rack glares down, his eyes filled with suspicion. The veins on his hand pulse, bulging with rage. Rack looks up, his deep voice a warning to him. I get how you feel, but remember the pact. We're allies now. Seeing the shock on Rack's face, the man smirks. Rack, still upset about my little test, are you? How many years has it been? Rack snaps back, furious. A test? You turned my own brother against me. I had to kill him because of you. VG's smile never fades as he speaks softly. Rack, you still don't understand. If I hadn't given him that chance, someone else would have. It's no surprise your own men are always betraying you. The moment he finishes, Rack explodes forward, aiming a savage kick at his face, but his own men instantly restrain him. Boss, don't. He's right, Rack, it's not worth it. He's just trying to provoke you. If you attack him, Bungu will have you executed. Rack scoffs, his glare dripping with contempt as he shoves them away. Fine. Then Rack turns, walking away decisively. I'm checking on the soldiers. Hem, you take care of the kid. Watching him go, VG laughs out loud, his voice dripping with mockery. Find me whenever you want, Rack. You're always welcome. Rack doesn't even turn around, just raises a middle finger at VG. Only then does Jen finally step forward. So, besides trying to get us all killed, is there another reason you're here? VG leans in, whispering into his ear. As a matter of fact, there is. My sources finally uncovered the reason for this rushed expedition. Jen is suspicious. What reason? After a long pause, he finally explains. A war between the siblings, all for the right to become the next leader. I don't need your sources to tell me that. VG pauses, closing his eyes before he continues. Of course not. But did your sources tell you how Bungu plans on winning that war? The real reason for this breakneck pace? And your sources know? VG tilts his head back. It wasn't easy. It took a lot of time, and even more money. But yes, they found it. Jen is immediately suspicious. Why is he telling him this? He knows the location of a legendary magic weapon. Meanwhile, walking beside Vaughn, Gun just will not shut up. So, when are you going to tell us why the boss was so pissed? Vaughn winces, rubbing his aching temples. Gun, I told you already. I wasn't there. Jen is the one who knows what happened. You want to know why he's mad? Go ask him yourself. Gun nudges his elbow, a sly grin on his face. Come on, man. You're his favorite. You've got to know something. We're just worried about him, you know? Vaughn can't hold it in and just bursts out laughing. Is that so? Gun pouts, stammering, at a loss for words. Yeah. Vaughn cuts him off, shaking his head knowingly. I knew it. Gun just shrugs. He shrugged it off, acting like he didn't care. But he admitted he was worried their leader would get mad at the elves, dragging everyone into trouble. Mon, standing right behind them, jumped into the conversation. That's hilarious. Is that really what you're worried about right now? From what we've all seen, he's the one who ends every single fight. He raised an eyebrow, his face twisting with clear annoyance. Hey, mind your own business. Gun shot back, turning with a wicked grin. So he's keeping secrets from you? You poor, pathetic thing. The bosses prefer a grumpy old man like Jem over a little kid like you any day. Before Gun could react, Mon snatched 2 tufts of his hair. Shut your mouth. The last thing we need is you spreading more rumors. Gun shoved his hand away, raising an eyebrow with pure confidence. Don't you worry. Then he blew a mocking kiss right at him. I'm sure that little girlfriend of yours will comfort you when you're crying all over her beautiful lap later. But in the middle of their squabble, a powerful force slammed into Gun from behind. He spun around, completely startled. Looking up, Gun saw Roga standing over him with an ice-cold expression. You gray elves, can you ever just shut up? This is a scouting mission, not a berry-picking trip. Vaughn stepped forward, forcing a laugh to try and break the tension. Look, Roga, I'm sorry. He just likes to run his mouth. He doesn't mean anything by it. Roga just narrowed his eyes, his voice a low growl. If this entire group gets spotted because you people can't keep quiet, I will personally feed you to the hiplings. As soon as Roga walked off, a new voice called out from behind them. Don't let him get to you, kid. Burgers like Roga are just born grumpy. Ban and Gauze stepped up together. You know that feeling of an itch you just can't scratch? Yeah. That's what being a burger is like all the time. Then again, if I had to smell Ban all day, I'd be cranky too. The old man shot them a warning look and cleared his throat. Hey. The recon unit moves ahead. The team pressed on into a forest of jagged quartz and bright pink grass. The group stood in a heavy silence until he finally spoke up, shattering the tense atmosphere. Vaughn, I have to admit, this 5th floor is way more beautiful than I imagined. It's hard to believe this world is underground. The scene ahead looked like something from a fairy tale. He stared, completely mystified. What in the world are those things? Mon was focused on some black, leaf-like things rolling on the ground. Harry Spo. This floor is full of them. Jem told me all about them. Gun rubbed his stomach, eyeing them with a hungry look. So, can you eat them? Mon gave him a look. You can try, but they say they'll trample anything that gets near their herd. Gun immediately dropped the idea. Yeah, better not to touch him. Vaughn turned to the older man curiously. Sir Gozak, how much further until we meet back up with the main company? The old man glanced behind them while pointing ahead. It's tough to judge any real distance in a bizarre place like this, but my gut says the meeting point is in that direction. Ban, what's your take? Ban was staring intently at a wooden box in his hands. The counting box says we walked 10,230 steps to the furthest point. We've currently taken 3,478 steps on the way back. I'm guessing if we follow this stream, it's about 6,000 more steps to the rendezvous. At that, the whole group huddled together, all talking at once. Wait, your box can talk? A younger member asked. It doesn't talk, kid. It just counts my steps and reports the number. Roga stepped forward, his presence alone silencing them. Let's move. He took the lead, just as another member piped up. Can I ask something? Where'd you even get a box like that? The old man looked over at the kid and began his story. We took it during a fight with the pink skins out east. Vaughn's face was a blank slate of confusion. Pink skins? The Drit? Ban suddenly spun around, his eyes wide. He started to say something, then cut himself off. Wait, how could you not? Oh, right. Your tribe isn't allowed to leave this place. His expression immediately turned awkward and he bowed his head. Sorry. The kid just smiled and waved it off. It's no big deal. Ban raised a finger and winked playfully. How is that not a big deal? It's a huge deal. Kid, how do you stand living underground for so long? No sunlight? No sky? I've only been down here a short time and I'm already losing my mind. After walking a bit more, Vaughn noticed a light well high above them. Well, there are some skylights around here, but I know what you really mean. He smiled, lifting his head with a look of pure, unshakable confidence. One day we will be free, but until that day comes, we have to be strong enough to protect our freedom. That's what Sir Lep always says. The old man stroked his chin, humming thoughtfully. Gap always said that guy wasn't half bad, but I never paid him much mind. Maybe I should take another look at this leader of yours. The kid tilted his head, flashing a wide, bright grin. Just go talk to him yourself sometime, you'll see. So can you tell me more about the pink skins and the Drit? At the mere mention of humans, Ban's face twisted in disgust. The pink skins are smelly idiots, swarming the east like insects. You can't kick a single bush out there without a whole pile of pink skins falling out. He seemed to remember a brutal battle, and an old, familiar pain resurfaced in his eyes. We had a run-in with them not too long ago. A group of them, all covered in mud, stole a few of our pigs, so we went over to persuade them to give them back. But just as the battle rages, cloaked figures appear out of nowhere, a group calling themselves the Driss, and they step in to stop the fight. They stand and stare Ban down, looking like a group of monks who are always trying to mediate it's their law, never fight unless in self-defense. Back in the present, he points to the wooden box, saying a Driss monk gave it to him on one condition, that he stop fighting. So, he figured, why not? Ban lifts the box with a thoughtful gaze, calling it the best deal he ever made. Better than anyone could possibly imagine. This simple box has saved his life countless times. Hearing this, the young man behind him is silent for a moment before saying, that sounds like a good thing. Thinking of those cloaked figures, the old man nods. Yeah, it was. He advises that if their tribe ever regains its freedom and meets the peaceful Jayahong to the east, they should respect their religion and traditions. But then, looking back over his shoulder, he adds a grim note. That's not going to happen. The Briam Republic has wiped most of them out. Ban remembers then. That's right, damn it. Vaughn, completely lost, can only look on with a curious expression. What? Who? He recalls the uniforms those humans wore, an arrogant bunch in skirts, always parading around with their flags. They set fire to everything, burning down the temples in every land they conquered. And then they replaced the local gods with their own. At the memory, Ban grinds his teeth, his eyes turning to ice as he spits. Those bastards. I swear, I'll never work for them again, no matter how much gold they offer. The younger man's brow furrows in suspicion as he asks, You worked for them? Ban just nods, offering no other explanation. Of course, we're a mercenary clan. Kid, we've worked for every race out there. Vaughn looks thoughtful, stroking his chin as he considers this new information. So, you came here as a mercenary too? The two men lock eyes, but neither of them says a word. Ban rubs his head, avoiding eye contact. Not exactly. An image of the old Bungu flashes in his mind, standing in the middle of it all, giving orders. All right, listen up. The truth is, we were hired not long ago to help Bungu's second younger brother. His whole group charged into battle against the wolf pack during a war with the QR. Before anyone could react, Bungu was stabbed right through the chest. They did their best, but the others could only watch in horror, completely helpless. Sitting on his high seat, he covers his face, his eyes hidden. Bungu then offered them a different deal. He said he would smooth things over with Jira for them if they did one last job for him, and that's why they're here. Back to the present. Ban looks up at the sky, his gaze distant. I still think he's the one who told the cur where to find his own brother. He says this with a hint of sadness, glancing away. But we had to do it. The clan couldn't afford to lose any more clients. Our reputation hasn't been so great ever since we worked for Briam. We only trained their soldiers and fought a few battles, but we still get blamed for the horrible things that Republic did. The flames that burned everything down are seared into Ban's memory. The Republic destroyed temples, libraries, schools, the very things you erase when you want to replace a culture. On a lone house, a single flag now flutters in the wind. Give it a little more time, and a new, loyal colony will be ready to serve the Briam Republic. Mon can't hide his awe. That sounds intense. So, should we tell LP about them? The other man just nods. I'll let him know. While they're talking, Vaughn spots him fiddling with something. Hey, what's Raka doing over there? Go steps forward, also curious. Where is Raka going? The old man follows his gaze. Raka, what's going on? What did you find? The rest of the group lines up behind them, peering into the distance. And then, in the darkness, a monster's golden eyes flash with a cold light as its powerful footsteps echo. Dust kicks up, so thick and hazy they can barely see anything. They just stand and watch as the insects march forward in perfect, terrifying order. Gun's face goes pale, his jaw dropping as he stutters. Insects, an entire army of them. As night falls, the group gathers around a campfire. Jem glances at the man standing beside him with a smirk. And they're heading straight for the expedition team. The column of insects moves without a break in their ranks. It's a literal insect army. Ban turns, his voice heavy as he shares his theory. They're heading directly for the expedition. This has to be a surprise attack. Mon and Gun share a panicked look, both blurting out, "What are we supposed to do now?" But before anyone can answer, Vaughn suddenly blows into an ivory horn. The sound echoes through the entire forest. Vaughn, what the hell are you doing? Enraged, Go snatches the horn from him, roaring. Are you trying to get us all killed? Terrified, the boy quickly tries to justify his actions. They had to warn the others about the swarm, even if it meant getting captured themselves. Ban drew his knife, his icy gaze fixed on Vaughn, making the air crackle with tension. He was going to kill him. Seeing the tension, Gun steps between them, forcing a smile to try and break it up. Whoa, hold on now. These insects communicate with sense. They wouldn't care even if they heard the horn. He scans the surroundings before speaking. Raka, is anything following us? The man tilts his head back and sniffs the air a few times. Far as I can tell, we're clear. Hearing this, Gozak lets out a huge sigh of relief, the pressure lifting from his shoulders. Seems the kid made the right call. Ban backs off from Vaughn, putting his weapon away. Fine. But his eyes shot the kid a serious warning. But next time, you ask for an opinion before you gamble the entire team's life. That's not a decision you get to make on your own. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Vaughn just shook his head, knowing better than to act rashly again. Gozak walks over, clapping Ban on the shoulder. Let it go. We need to get back to the expedition team and report what we saw. He begins to analyze their situation. Your horn might signal that there's trouble, but it can't tell them how bad it really is. Looking at those numbers, this is definitely a full-blown attack. The moment he finishes, the air becomes heavy and everyone falls silent. He was the first one to break the tense atmosphere. Raka, you're the best tracker here. Is there a way back that avoids the insects? Raka juts his chin out, his eyes blazing with confidence. My big nose will do its absolute best. Gozak cracks a grin, his eyes full of amusement. If that big nose of yours gets us home safe, I'll buy you all the mushroom wine you can drink. Raka glances back over his shoulder, giving a sly wink. It's a deal. Raka took the lead again, guiding the group on their retreat. After a long journey, the team finally stopped. Ban bent over, gasping for breath. Behind him, the rest of the squad collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, some leaning on their knees, all out of breath and drenched in sweat. Gun winced, his face a mask of complaint. I think I'm gonna die. Vaughn, equally tired, replies. Rest for a bit, then we have to keep going. Gun suddenly realized his mistake, his eyes flooding with regret. Vaughn, I'm sorry. The kid just raises an eyebrow, not paying Gun's words much mind. What is it now? Gun plops down on the ground, his hands clenched tightly, face tense. I shouldn't have convinced you to join Lay's crew. The moment he heard that, Vaughn couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't worry about that. His smile held absolutely no blame. If it wasn't for you, I never would have had the courage to stand up to my parents, and I'd still have ended up in this expedition, but with absolutely no training. To be honest, I probably owe you my life. Gun finally starts to relax, the tension on his face easing up. You're right. He then shoots Vaughn a mischievous glance. So next time the insects are chasing us, could you maybe run a little slower? A wave of laughter erupts, breaking the heavy mood. In the back, Mon just facepalms, completely done with them. Gozak watches them carefully before turning to Vaughn. We still haven't heard any reply to your horn. Hearing that, Vaughn grows quiet, admitting he doesn't know what that means. Me neither. Either the other groups are out of range, or they're unable to answer. Ban suspects this might not be the only insect group, and that the others could have been wiped out. He tightens his grip on the rope over his shoulder, thinking out loud. If they were really attacked, it would have made a lot of noise, but I haven't heard anything. Gun stands up, a hopeful look on his face. So there's still a chance, right? Vaughn doesn't answer his question, instead shouting, "It's better if we keep moving. Let's go." As a few insects crawl out of a nearby cave, Ban's group hides behind a bush, watching them like a bunch of cornered goats. Gun's ears perk up. What's a goat? The old man is speechless. You don't even know that? It's something even louder than you, if that's even possible. Someone sitting in the corner speaks up curiously. Why are they just standing there? It looks like they're guarding something. Insects aren't smart enough to guard anything. Vaughn shakes his head, then turns to look back at the old man. Who knows why they're there, but this is the only path to the main company before the insects arrive. We have to get past them. Gozak, what do you think? The man thinks for a long moment before looking at the team. We have two options. One of us lures the insects away, or the whole group fights through. What's the call? Vaughn stares at the swarm of insects, rubbing his chin and thinking hard. After a moment, he suddenly speaks up, laying out a plan. I'm the fastest runner here. I'll lure them away. The rest of you go warn the expedition. Hearing his words, Gun, who's sitting beside him, stares with his jaw wide open. Vaughn, you know I was joking about you running slower than me, right? Vaughn doesn't deny it, just nods. I know. Gun is completely stunned, confusion written all over his face. Then why? Vaughn cuts him off, his voice filled with determination. I just don't want to watch my friend die before I do. Mon couldn't stay quiet, jumping in to try and find another way. Vaughn, the insects are faster than us. There's no way you can escape them. If anyone's going to be bait, it should be the mercenaries. Ban immediately agrees with that idea. He's right. Gozak and I can handle one of them. But Vaughn was unswayed, holding firm to his plan. But not three of them. If they win, they'll just come for the rest of you next. The insects hunt by smell. The only way is to lure them far enough for everyone to get through the tunnel before they circle back. Vaughn stood tall, his gaze firm, leaving no room for argument. He would be the one to do it. The group marched on through a forest of giant mushrooms. Some chatted happily, but others strained under the heavy weight of a palanquin. Ruin grumbled in annoyance to Rafa. I'm covered in bug bites, and they won't stop itching. Hearing this, Rafa kindly began to scratch her back. Ugh, I hate this armor. Better? Ruin's face softened with relief as she spoke gently. That's the spot. But then she looked ahead and couldn't help but shudder. Couldn't they make these things a little more practical? I mean, look at them. Who decided armored chests were a good idea? Rafa could only reply helplessly. If you want something pretty, you could always go up there and serve him instead. Seeing a mage feeding bungu grapes, she used it to tease Ruin. Maybe he'd notice you if you showed him your charm. Ruin stuck her tongue out in disgust. No thanks, I'll take the bug bites. At that, Rafa gave her a wink. See, Ruin? Problem solved. Ruin smiled at her friend. That's exactly why I like you. Rafa always managed to find the bright side. But right now, she just scanned the grim landscape. Things will be a lot brighter once we're out of this forest. Ruin, however, looked skeptical, saying, I wouldn't count on that. I heard the 6th floor is even worse. At that, Rafa's optimism finally cracked, her face twisting in disgust. Of course it is. That's just what we need, right? More death and misery. But just then, Duin pointed back playfully. Hey, at least the guy you like is with us. She was referring to Jem, who walked behind them with a resolute look. Rafa, completely flustered by the direct hit, insisted, He is not someone I like. Ruin just smirked knowingly. Oh, really? Is that why you bring him up every chance you get? Hearing that, she tried to explain herself. I said he's a good warrior. That doesn't mean I like him or trust him. Ruan shook her head, a little confused. I don't get what you have against him. From what we've seen, his people are disciplined, and they've been pretty decent to us. Rafa confided in her, still looking embarrassed. You mean, a little too decent? I just always get this feeling that something's off about him. He has the aura of a corrupt elder, more like a merchant than a warrior. Ruin clearly didn't understand, bluntly shooting back. He is not a merchant. You've seen how he fights. Rafa thought for a moment. I have, but that makes even less sense. Who's that good with both words and a spear? Ruin had just proved her own point. Like I said, you're obsessed. Why not just go talk to him? Rafa blushed and avoided her gaze. I wouldn't know what to say. Hearing that, Ruan put a hand on her shoulder with a look of complete understanding. Rafa, have you ever told me about the time you herded pigs back home? And about that cute farmer boy? Suddenly, Rafa's eyes went wide as she stared ahead in absolute shock. Ruan was startled by her reaction. What is it? Rafa was completely tense. There's something up ahead. All of a sudden, a signal cry echoed from the front. Gun hun, gun hun. The column erupted into chaos as everyone took defensive positions. It's an attack. Everyone forward. Rafa gave the order bravely. Everyone, be ready to protect our lord. But a glance to the side made her freeze, seeing a soldier sniffing the air frantically. What is it? The soldier kept sniffing, then answered her. Something smells wrong. He screamed in panic. Spiders? Ruin and Rafa just stared at him, stunned, but his reaction was a split second too late. A scream tore through the air as another soldier was snatched from above. Help me, please help me. Ruin pointed up, her voice trembling with fear. What the hell is that thing? Rafa looked up and saw the spider lurking right there, and she screamed. Ambush! It's an ambush! The warriors scrambled into formation, raising their shields in defense. The spider lunged without hesitation. It slammed a leg straight into Ruan, sending her flying backward in a world of pain. Filled with pure rage, Rafa charged forward. She pinned it with her shield and yelled out the order. Get its legs. The legs are its weakest part. Without wasting a single second, Rafa viciously stabbed her dagger deep into its leg. It shrieked in agony, calling out for help. The other warriors rushed in, hacking away at its legs with their own weapons. Rafa stood before its head, raising her sharp dagger. She furiously plunged the blade down, and the spider finally stopped struggling. Then she screamed to everyone behind her. We need to go and help the others. Ruan pointed at her, her voice laced with worry. You better wash that off before it burns you. But Rafa didn't seem to care. It's not burning, I guess. But just a moment later, her head started swimming. My head. My head. She collapsed. Ruan screamed in panic. Rafa, Rafa. As she faded, a memory surfaced. An old complaint, I really hate this armor. Rafa's thoughts drifted to her father. He died fighting in a storm, but not before cutting off the village chief's son's hand for assaulting her sister. For that, the tribal elders gave him two choices: pay a hefty fee and lose his own hand, or fight to the death. Her father had bravely chosen to face his enemy, but Rafa always resented him for that choice. The fool chose to fight, and the price for his family was supposed to be death or 3 generations of slavery, but the chief got bored and exiled them instead. In their second week, they ran into a band of Jira warriors. There were too many to fight. Her uncle died saving them. Her mother and sister were dragged off to the House of Desire. Her clan, the Ain, was a blind clan, unenlightened by their own heritage and born ready for a fight. They trained their whole lives for battle. She thought her end had come, but fate wasn't finished with her yet. Back in the present, Rafa's eyes fluttered open to a shocking scene. What is this? She struggled with all her might. I can't move. I can't feel anything. Suddenly, a voice echoed from beside her. I'd avoid struggling if I were you. Rafa called out, her voice laced with suspicion. Who's there? My vision is blurred. Another person calmly reassured her. He's right, just focus your strength while the paralysis wears off. Confused, Rafa turned her head toward the voice. What? Where in the world am I? The person didn't explain, only asking, what's the last thing you remember? Rafa frowned, digging through her fractured memories. I was fighting an insectoid. We took one of them down. At that, a loud laugh erupted from the group. Only one. Annoyed, she shot back. Hey, how many did you kill? Hemin arrogantly began to boast to Rafa, last I checked. Jem over there killed 4. I killed 3. Rax got 3. Then he turned to VG. And this piece of trash here. But before he could finish, VG interrupted with a smile, also killed 3. Annoying Hemin, who shot back a fake compliment. Still cute as ever. The nerve on Hemin. VG just shook his head, completely unbothered. I need to teach my pet better manners. Hemin exploded with rage, threatening, when I'm free, I'll teach you some manners. But their bickering didn't matter. Rafa was looking around anxiously. Is everyone here? The entire expedition? Jem calmly answered her. Not all of them, only the ones who touched the spider's blood. As far as we can tell. Rafa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the man reminded her. Glad your furry boss is probably okay, huh? Maybe you should worry more about yourself. Rafa shot back, annoyed. I don't care if they eat that pig. I just want my girls to be safe. But then a sudden fear crept into her voice. But they're not going to eat us, are they? Jem tried to explain the situation. Possibly, but that's a lot of work for a small snack. Look around you. What do you see? Rafa strained her eyes in the dark. I see you. And the others. Oh! And then her eyes shot wide with shock. The bee cocoons weren't in a nest, they were floating in midair. Rafa's jaw dropped. They're floating. How is that possible? Seeing her expression, Hemin just laughed smugly. Yeah, that's what I said. Even VG looked uneasy, saying, I truly fear for the future of our race. And before he could open his mouth to sound any dumber, the bees heard the noise and started crawling out of their cocoons. It was then that VG told them the whole truth. This is the 7th floor, where the laws of nature do not apply. Everyone stared, their faces blank. That was completely impossible. But VG knew what was up. It's true. After a surprisingly smart display, they lured us deep into their own territory. Rafa still couldn't believe it. There's no way they're that intelligent. Even W tried to argue. But they're just bugs. Jem's face turned serious. Instinctively, I'd plan an ambush and diversion to capture at least half of the enemy's territory. They had seriously underestimated the insectoids, and there was probably more to them than they knew. More than just being a good meal for the queen. We looked on, absolutely impressed. Oh damn, he's right. VG smiled with satisfaction. He is, isn't he? Rafa asked, a little lost. So, what do we do? VG's expression turned confident. Don't worry, there's a plan. He then glanced at Jem expectantly. Right, Jem? He knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Jem calmly looked at VG. That depends. Has your paralysis worn off yet? VG's face was a mask of controlled pain. It has. Jem replied coolly. Then I guess you're about to feel everything they do to you. All eyes turned to him in an instant. VG was even more stunned. What do you mean? Jem just stuck his tongue out playfully. That's right. No plan. Sorry about that. Hemin, despite the dire situation, just managed to smile. Looks like we're all in this together. Jem looked at him, disgusted by that pathetic, resigned expression. He tried to be optimistic with VG. But VG, at least you can settle one last thing before the swarm finds us? He asked, genuinely curious. One last thing, Jem explained without missing a beat. From what I've heard, I think you'll enjoy taking a crack at Hemgan. A smug look spread across his face. After all, Hemgan was the one who abandoned him for a pack of bandits. But that's not all, Jem added. Hemgan, you should have heard the things his little cronies were saying about you. At those words, Hem froze, while VG's face twisted into pure rage. He then let out a furious roar. Hem didn't hesitate, spitting right in VG's face. VG's temper exploded as he threatened, I won't need a weapon for what I'm about to do. The two just kept screaming at each other. The noise drew the spiders below, and the horde quickly began crawling up toward them. Seizing the moment, Jem called out to Rafa, whose attention was also on the two idiots fighting. Rafa then gave her instructions. I'll get us out. Keep your eyes open for any other threats that pop up. Rafa was completely stunned. I thought you said. Jem just looked at her and explained. I needed a distraction. And just like that, he sliced through the spider webs, leaving Rafa in total disbelief. One clean cut from the sharp knife was all it took. Jem then quickly moved over to Rafa and helped free her. They both immediately started sliding down. Jem landed on his feet, light and steady. Rafa, not so experienced, hit the ground with a thud. Up above, Hem and VG were completely surrounded by spiders, too terrified to even breathe. Rafa, a little embarrassed, said, Sorry, it's still hard to move. Jem reassured her. It's fine. As he scanned the area and grabbed a spear, Rafa, there are weapons here, grab what you can. Jem quickly laid out his plan. I'll distract them, you get our numbers up. Rafa looked back, confused. Distract them how, exactly? He shot her a confident look. You haven't noticed? Then, in a flash, he launched himself into the air. This place completely ignores physics. Seeing Jem just floating there, Rafa was still lost. What's physics? But she quickly snapped out of it, focusing her mind. Never mind, I have to save the others. With that thought, Rafa immediately moved to free Drak. She threatened him, drop your weapon and help me, if you want to live. After some quick, persistent work, cutting web after web, Rafa finally managed to free her people. She asked VG with concern, "Are you able to stand?" He put on a show of gratitude. "I will take command. Thank you for leaving me for last." Rafa struggled to help VG up. "I had to wait for the insectoids to move," he asked, annoyed. "Right, but you couldn't have saved me before him?" she asked bluntly. "If I did, would you have let him live?" Hem overheard and sneered with pure spite. "Are you insulting me? I'm nothing if not practical. He's an excellent meat shield." Meanwhile, Jem was still enacting his plan. VG turned to Rafa, asking, "How many of us have you freed?" She did a quick count before answering. "I'm counting 18. He smirked arrogantly. "That's more than enough to handle 3 insectoids." But Hem was quick to shut him down. "It's not just 3 anymore. Look." Drock's face was a mask of pure ferocity as he swung his axe straight into a monster's skull. As the beast swarmed in for the kill, Rafa launched herself into the air, dodging a vicious attack from below. A cold, deadly look flashed from Rafa's razor-sharp eyes. A young boy was cornered against a cliff, shaking and screaming in absolute terror as a massive claw closed in on him. Rafa shot forward like a lightning bolt, her steel blade flashing as she slammed it down on the beast. Her eyes never left her hard-won kill. "The third one!" Rafa's fierce voice echoed across the battlefield. "Help me fight it!" Without thinking, the kid just bolted, screaming, "Forgive me, I have a family." Rafa's eyes widened in shock at his words. "What?" That brief moment of hesitation was all the monster needed to strike. Caught completely off guard, Rafa was knocked to the ground, her weapon flying from her grip. Shaking, she scrambled to her feet, reaching for her blade. The beast's pincer snapped shut, clamping down hard on Rafa's arm. The sheer pain made her scream, the sound echoing in the open space. Rafa's eyes went wide with terror as the monster began to move, preparing for the final, killing blow. She was helpless. Tears streamed from her eyes. No, not like this. Jem charged in, slamming his staff down and pinning the monster's head to the ground. The staff plunged deep into its eye as green fluid poured out. His own eyes were filled with regret. "Sorry I'm late." Gasping for air, Rafa looked up, the terror still fresh on her face. But even impaled, the monster's eye twitched. Something was very, very wrong. Faced with the unbelievable scene, Jem froze, unable to process what he was seeing. "What?" He slammed the staff down, driving it deeper into the monster's eye. Rafa's eyes went wide, her lips parting slightly in a silent expression of absolute terror. Fear washed over her, and she instinctively threw her hands up to shield her face from the horror. Even as a mere reflection, the brutality was unforgettable. Jem's face was pure murder as he raised the staff. "Come on, why did it have to be you?" Under the immense pressure, the beast's eyeball popped from its socket. "Die!" Showing absolutely no mercy, Jem swung his staff, aiming straight for the already ruined eye. His powerful swing slammed right into the monster's empty eye socket. Jem ripped the staff free and immediately bolted towards the girl. With Rafa's small frame held tight in his arms, Jem turned slowly, a look of pure provocation in his eyes. "I've got her, kid, don't you worry." Jem gently placed a hand on her head. "Is she even alive?" Jem answered immediately. "Her arm's broken and she's passed out." But hearing that, he let out a long sigh and a small smile. "I owe our crazy goddess one, again." The other man frowned, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you going easy on us? You usually don't care this much about goblins." Jem just smirked, a cryptic look on his face. "I have my reasons. Take care of her while I go help the others." As he turned to leave, a voice of encouragement called out, "Good luck." Hearing that, Rafa paused for a second and glanced back, her eyes shimmering with confusion. "I don't have time for this game." Jem's expression was cold and calculating. "Sorry, buddy. You take the lead. I'm bleeding out here. That's just how it is. Take her with you." He slung Rafa over his shoulder. "All right then. But if you die, don't you dare blame me." With his hand tightening on his weapon, he replied, "Don't worry. I'll be back." Jem stood, looking up at the colossal beast as it prepared to strike. "Now then, time for a little fun." The giant spider's massive body lay still, flipped on its back after the battle. Another one's eyes were locked onto the group, choosing its next meal. The mage's wide eyes darted to the side, as if she couldn't quite grasp what was happening. Unable to hide her suspicion, she called out Jem's name. His face twisted with annoyance and a hint of curiosity. "What is it, mage? Why aren't you using your magic on that thing?" The mage erupted in fury, flames flaring around her as if to burn away her very soul. "I've been trying my best, but that damned, raving lunatic isn't going to get away with this." He roared with pure rage, explaining himself while unleashing his fury. "I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Hills. You will die by my hand, you creature." Jem rushed forward and shoved his arm, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. "You're the one in the way." Drog scowled, his voice a harsh command. "Mage, now!" His face contorted in agony as Drog clutched his head. "Traitorous fool! How dare you!" The mage closed her eyes, raising her hands as magical light began to form. "O great keeper of the sky and the vast seas, hear our plea. Grant us your strength, so that we may strike down your enemies." The pendant on her chest exploded with a blinding blue light, awakening some kind of dormant power. A torrent of magic shot forward, slamming into the giant spider. A massive explosion echoed through the cavern. Jem looked up, his eyes shining with hope. Did it work? The giant spider was now just a faint silhouette hidden behind a thick cloud of smoke and dust. His knuckles were white with tension. Did that do anything? How big of a rock do I need to crush this thing? Axe held high, Jem charged the giant spider like a raging tornado. His sharp gaze was locked onto the beast, ready for a precision strike. With his gleaming axe raised, Jem yelled out his intentions. "I guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way." He couldn't hide his shock as his face suddenly darkened. Oh, damn it. The attack missed. The giant spider had dodged the deadly slash just in time. Drog's face filled with satisfaction as he let out a mocking taunt. "You missed. That was pathetic." Jem dropped to one knee, steadying himself with a hand on the ground before sighing. "Love you too, big guy." The spider's huge form faced them both, challenging any attack. Jem's eyes burned with resolve as he braced himself and roared like thunder. "Get to the left side." "And I will." Seething with rage, Drog shoved him aside. "I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch. I am the champion here." Jem's cry was filled with strangled frustration. "What?" "No, get out of the way." In the middle of their argument, the spider slashed its sharp pincer right between them. Jem watched silently, his gut telling him something was very wrong. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grab his weapon. "Maybe I should." But Jem stopped short, his hand clenching as if to suppress a rising urge. Though his heart was racing, he forced himself to hold back. To wait just a little longer. "No, there's not much I can do to change this. I'll wait a bit more." Hearing a sigh, Jem glanced over, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He'd need to find a healer for that arm when this was over. Her arm was broken, she had a few broken ribs, and she was completely immobile. The pill he gave her would stave off the pain for a while, at least until they could do something about her arm. Jem's face was etched with seriousness, his voice low and firm. Would she go easy on them? He usually didn't pay much mind to goblins. With his eyes closed, he tried to find some peace in the chaos of his mind. He wondered if she might be a little kinder to him once this was all over. He wasn't sure if the girl held any ill will, but behind her wide eyes, a deep, hidden anxiety was perfectly clear. The mage fled in a panic, glancing back at the spider hot on their trail, wondering what it would take to kill this thing. Damn it. Why is its armor black too? His face was tense, mirroring the absolute confusion he felt. "I don't know, Lady Mage." Sweat poured down Drog's face in streams. "Ah, I'm Drog Remerson, son of Moloch." Unable to hold back, she screamed, "We know! Now shut up and run!" Her overlapping voice echoed around them. "What are we?" After that moment, everything seemed to feel heavier. "When it nears the cliff's edge, we jump aside. The fall might just kill it." The three of them paused, and the mage calmly explained the plan. "Stand firm." The giant spider stopped short, facing the three of them as if issuing a challenge. His mind a tangled mess, the mage complained. "There are too many risks in that plan." The spider's thunderous roar made the air feel suffocating. Utter shock was written on the faces of the mage and San, who had no idea what was about to happen. Hem's body was now floating in the air. He was completely unconscious, unable to resist at all. As if his body sensed something, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Hem looked around and wondered, "Where am I?" That insectoid attacked me. Lost in his thoughts, a sudden noise echoed nearby. He stopped speaking, his eyes darting toward the sound. On the other side was a giant bug, and facing it was a group of people huddled together in fear at the edge of a cliff. Seeing this, Hem frantically searched around and called out, "Where's my axe?" After searching for a moment and finding no axe, he made a decision. It looked like he would have to improvise. Hem glanced up, observing the terrain, and noticed several rocks floating in the air. A few ideas began to form in his mind. He smiled, his eyes shining brightly. The bug's giant face had two piercing eyes, and saliva dripped from its mouth in long strands. It locked onto its prey and advanced, its eyes glowing as it charged forward. The terrified mage covered her face with her hands, too scared to look. A massive rock crashed down on the bug's head, crushing it on the spot. Hearing the noise, the mage curiously lowered her hands, her eyes slowly opening to see what had happened. Everyone was astonished. The bug's head had been completely flattened by the boulder. A man in armor cried out, "The gods have saved us." The mage used her sharp hearing to listen closely. Then, she instinctively looked up. That's when she saw him, nimbly jumping across the floating rocks. The mage smiled with relief and said, "Yes, I suppose they did." Drog grabbed his hammer, stood on the bug's body, and began shouting as he raised his weapon. Hem walked over, carrying Rafa, looking exhausted. Drog looked at him with contempt, laughing as he said, "Look, the coward has arrived." Suddenly, a hand pushed him from behind. He yelled out as he was shoved forward, stumbling to the ground. Hem sat squarely on the bug's corpse and warned in a low voice, "Watch your mouth, you fool." "He and the rearguard just saved us," San chimed in. "It's true. Without them, we'd be in those cocoons waiting to be insect food. You should show some respect. Not an ounce of respect for anyone else." Drog shot back at him. "What the hell do you know about respect? You purple-skinned sex slave, weren't you just in the eastern lands, crawling at the feet of some pink-skin?" Without a hint of fear, San replied, "I don't crawl at anyone's feet. Before this, I was a red-skinned gladiator, and before that, a master sailor for Adroros." The man, insulted, spat back. "Oh, the only masters your kind know are the pink-skinned invaders." Noticing his opponent was losing his cool, he decided to provoke him even more. "Yours will be next if all the DKs act like you." Enraged, Drog beat his chest and roared, "There is no one like me. I am Drog Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Mountains, future chieftain of the Dragma tribe. And you dare challenge me?" But as soon as he opened his eyes, he cried out in confusion, "What? Where did he go?" San worriedly ran to Rafa's side and asked him, "Will she be okay?" He gently laid her down before answering, "I was going to splint her arm. I asked the mage for help, but she said she couldn't heal it yet. I'm not sure if it'll cause other issues." San knelt down and said, "Then let me help you. I have plenty of experience taking care of broken bones." Hem stood up straight and said, "Thanks. By the way, I don't know your name." He replied while wrapping the bandage, "San Kafa, son of Kafar Ramon." San looked up at him with trusting eyes and said, "I am at your service." Hem replied, a little awkwardly, "Yeah, you can just call me Lep." He suddenly remembered something, turning the question back to him. "San, you said you were a sailor? I'd like to hear about your travels sometime." The man closes his eyes, struggling to speak. When the time is right, he promises, they'll drink together. A sudden noise makes San jump. "Did you hear that?" he asks. Drop is screaming somewhere nearby. "These lands will bow to me," a voice declares. "My name will be carved among the gods." But VG just snarls back, "Shut your mouth, you fool." With that, he points. "Look," he says. His finger is aimed directly at a massive, glowing purple butterfly. Jem watches helplessly in sighs. "Nonsense. The bug's corpse is still right there, just rotting away." Then a hand shoots up, followed by a raw, guttural scream. Someone is fighting their way out from inside the dead bug's body. He frantically looks around, scrambling to find something, anything he can use. Pushing himself up, he mutters that there has to be something useful. His hand brushes against a pouch, and it suddenly emits a faint glow. A small smirk appears on Lep's face. "Bingo," he whispers, just as another voice cuts through the silence. "Can you ever quit that stealing habit of yours?" Startled, Lep spins around. "What? Who's there?" It's Jem, sitting calmly on the bug's back. "Hello there," Jem says coolly, saying his name. "Lep." Lep lets out a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's just you, Jem." Jem stands up, hands on his hips. "So you finally decided to wake up? Huh? You were making a whole lot of noise." "That's right," Lep agrees, holding up the glowing stone to explain. "Trying to keep us alive tends to do that. And for the record, I wasn't stealing," he clarifies. "I'm working hard to keep us alive, unlike some other people." Jem's voice lowers a bit. "You're the one who put me to sleep." Lep glances away, retorting, "To keep you out of my hair. I had to do it." "I know," Jem replies softly. "I share the memories." Jem suddenly turns back to face him. "If you know why I do it, then why are you complaining?" With a hint of sadness, he says, "Because you're dangerous." Lep clutches the stone tightly and asks, "What do you mean? Dangerous? Don't you remember how you got here?" The scene flashes back to the giant purple butterfly. It suddenly lets out a shriek as its entire body begins to tremble. At that moment, Jem was looking completely bewildered, staring in the direction that VG had pointed. In the distance, a massive swarm of bugs came charging straight for them, a relentless, crawling tide. In the chaos, Lep was shouting directions, pointing the way for everyone. They all swarmed the freshly killed bug, tearing it apart. One after another, they all crawled inside, its green, bloody guts spilling out onto the ground around them. Some stayed behind, pushing the massive corpse down, as hundreds of smaller bugs closed in. The lucky ones clung to its body as it plummeted into the abyss. Everyone held on for dear life, desperately clinging to the giant carcass as it fell through the darkness. Back in the present, Lep just laughs it off. I remember now. But Jem presses on. They didn't even question you. They just followed, trusting you knew what you were doing. Lep tilts his head and says, they knew I had a solution. We didn't have many other options. Jem firmly corrects him. No, Lep. They followed you because they believe in you, even VG. They know what you're capable of, and that's what makes you so dangerous. Lep looks stunned, his eyes narrowing. Lep finally gives in. All right, if you think I'm so dangerous, then what am I supposed to do? You have access to my memories, he points out. You know exactly what's going to happen if I do nothing. Your people have no future if they stay in those caves. Jem says helplessly. Just lead them out. Can't you give up on the rest of your plans? Lep's expression turns deadly serious. Jem, your people need to stand on their own 2 feet if they want any kind of future. Not unless they find the inner strength to take control of their own destinies. Otherwise, they'll just become slaves for someone else. His eyes are sharp, his brow furrowed with conviction. He lets out a sharp breath. I may not have been born a bogey, but I'll sure as hell die as one. I have no intention of dying a slave. If you don't like how I do things, you can go back to sleep. Then, a scream. Lep shoves the glowing stone forward and yells, someone's over there. Without a second thought, he pushes through the overgrowth and runs to investigate the sound. After a moment, he finds Rafa lying completely motionless. From behind him, Jem asks, is she hurt? Lep shakes his head slightly. Doesn't look any worse. She's still unconscious from the drugs we gave her, and that poison really took its toll. He helps Rafa into a sitting position and looks around. But why is it just her and me? What happened to everyone else? Just then, a deep groan echoes nearby, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Come. Drop stumbles forward from the shadows, moaning, become one with me. In the dark, his eyes are wide, his voice a horrifying shriek. Come. Rafa remains unconscious against the wall, her bandaged hand resting on her lap. Jem ran over, holding up a bag, and announced, I found some food and water from the other areas. But it's not much, and there's no sign of anyone else. Jem looked around, annoyed, asking, so where did they all go? He let out a sigh. Well, there are 2 ways out of here without going deeper into this pit. We can go this way or that way. Paths lead in both directions. Jem asked, surprised. Why would they split up? He just shrugged in response to his friend's question. That's a good question. But either way, we have to pick a direction. Jem watched him carefully tend to Rafa and said, maybe they went exploring and planned to meet back here. We should just stay put. Suddenly, he turned to Jem and asked, do you hear that? Jem calmly replied, I don't hear anything. Where are you going? He blurted out. Maria. Maria, is that you? His friend asked, confused. Lep, what are you doing? He didn't answer, just rushed off. I'm coming, Maria, wait for me. Jem tried to chase him down, yelling, Lep, it's a trap. You have to. But before he could finish, Lep's figure was already fading into the distance, leaving only his desperate cry behind. In the distance, Kathiga let out a chilling laugh, declaring, from now on, you will be known as Lep, the Liberator. Lep stood there, holding a torch, watching the flames consume the demons. Jem just stared at the men holding axes and hammers, who seemed to be raising a severed head towards him. He sighed, telling Jem, I can end it right here. If I let him go, I'll be free. We'll all be free. As he spoke, Jem's hand slowly clenched into a fist. He ran and hugged Goz tightly, saying, Goz, promise me that no matter what happens, you will always be my brother. After he spoke, Jem and the others cheered, sharing water among themselves. They had finally made it. He looked at Kwai with a sly grin. What I'm going to do in the future is make this world a better place. I promise you that, and I promise him. But on the other side, Jem was struggling with his own thoughts. Everything he does is a lie. I can't trust him. The scene shifts. A woman's hand suddenly grabs a man's and pulls him along. Bogut took Lep's hand and said, Come with me, Lep. But he seemed dazed, asking, Where's Brutus? She looked at him affectionately and replied, He's waiting for us. We can finally be together. You don't have to fight anymore. His eyes suddenly filled with sorrow as he asked again, No more fighting? But Bogut cupped his face with her hands and explained, You're done, Lep. It's over. They gave you back to us. They returned you to us. It's time to rest now. Lep stubbornly insisted, But Bogut, they need me. She looked at him with sympathy and said, Lep, we need you. We are your family, not them. Bogut pointed behind her. Look, Brutus is waiting for us. From behind them, Brutus called out too. Let's go, buddy, what are you waiting for? She took Lep's hand again, pulling him along. I'm so happy. Lep, I missed you so much. Just a little further, and we can be together forever. Lep, mesmerized, followed along, repeating, yes, together. Then, out of nowhere, Jem appeared, his eyes blazing with fury. He slammed a fist into the man's face, so hard it contorted, roaring with all his might. Wake up! Lep's eyes flew open, completely vacant. Behind Jem, Bogut was still urging him on. Lep, we need you. At that moment, Lep snapped out of it, screaming. They're not real. Bogut suddenly transformed back into a moaning zombie, calling Lep's name. Then everything faded to black, her silhouette swallowed by the darkness. Jem glanced at him and said, let's go. He geared up and began to reason. I guess we know why the Hiplins don't come here. They're afraid of whatever that thing is. Jem stood with his hands on his hips, asking, where are we going? He answered immediately. Away from that thing. We might find VG there with the others. He then asked Jem, VG, why him? As he hoisted Rafa onto his back, he replied, that creature uses the people closest to us to set its traps. Who do you think VG cares about the most? Jem nodded, satisfied. I get it. The man looked up, questioning. And Jem? He showed no expression, simply turning and saying, right. Jem smiled back, saying, thanks for putting your trust in me. He scratched his chin, thoughtfully replying, I needed to do my part. He looked at Jem, his eyes shining with newfound trust. From now on, if I do something wrong, you'll tell me, right? I need you to keep me straight. Deal. With that, the two men shook hands and said in unison, deal. Finally, Jem led Rafa away, saying, all right, let's find out where the others went. Jem stared at the lake's surface, his voice sad. It's been hours. Still no sign of anyone. He looked up and overheard a conversation nearby. Are we going the wrong way? Or maybe they've already left. VG was sitting in a cave with a few others, explaining. The ancients visited a series of temples. They function as portals, and if you stand on a shrine, you can be teleported to another shrine on any other floor you want. Oss raises a good question, so why would anyone need to go on expeditions? Jen then remembered the bridge, explaining that they can only move a few people at a time and it has a long cooldown. Besides, the 3 highest levels were destroyed by Jira before anyone figured out what they were for. He cursed them out, those damn fools. Jen went on, saying the nobles kept them a secret, a private escape route for when things got rough. The man pointed at him, grinning. Exactly. If you're trapped on a floor, you just need to find a temple. That's your chance to escape. He gestured to the glowing stone by the water. If we disappear, so does our food. But what about this water? Rafa asked, confused. She groaned, looking around. Where are we? Take it slow, get up carefully. You're injured, Jen warned. He pointed to the blue stream. We're on a lower floor now. Somehow, we escaped that attack and wound up here. Rafa stared at the liquid. Is that water? I'm so thirsty. Jen hesitated for a moment. Yes, it's water. But she could tell something was wrong. But what? I'm not sure if it's safe to drink, he admitted. Rafa's head dropped with a sigh of disappointment. He gestured to her arm, asking, how does your arm feel? She looked down at it. It's numb. That's the herb San applied, Jen explained. It's stopping more damage. We'll find someone who can heal it. Tears filled Rafa's eyes as she turned away. Please, just go. Bungu isn't going to waste money on healing me. If I'm lucky, I'll be thrown in the harem pits. If not, I'd rather just die here. Jen, however, wasn't ready to give up on her. No one has to die, he insisted. I told you, we're going to find a healer. If he won't pay, I have favors I can call in. Her eyes suddenly went wide. You mean that? Truly? He let out a long sigh. I said it, didn't I? At that moment, Rafa's expression twisted into one of pure fury. If you do that, I'll do anything for you. Even marry you, she blurted out. Jen just looked confused. I can't tell if that's an offer or a threat. Hey, Rafa screamed in outrage. He just smirked back. I guess you're serious then. A life for a life, she stated, her voice full of conviction. It is the way of my people. Jen simply raised an eyebrow, studying her. He finally gave in. All right then, I'll take your life. His voice dropped. But I have no need for a bride or a slave. I need your free mind, your knowledge, and your loyalty. Will you give us those? Rafa's hardened expression softened. You want me to become a member of your council, a war maiden? That's my offer. Take it or leave it, Jen stated plainly. A single, clear tear suddenly rolled down her cheek, and then Rafa just broke, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. Jen was completely thrown off. Hey! With a sudden burst of energy, Rafa snatched the water bucket. She began drinking from it like a woman possessed. Jen yelled, "Hey, what are you doing? That stuff could be poison." She slammed the bucket down, wiped her tears, and made her proclamation. "This is my bond to you. Before the gods, I swear I will serve you with loyalty, and if I am to die, it will be in your service." Jen was stunned by her oath, his eyes narrowing as a new plan formed in his mind. Jen then grabbed the water bucket himself and began drinking as Rafa screamed, "What the hell are you doing?" "No." He finished the whole thing and sneered, "This is my bond to you, as your master. If we're going to die, we die on the same day." The two of them then sat in silence, face to face. She suddenly blushed, her mind racing. Isn't this basically a bonding ceremony? It was then Jen called her name. "Rafa," she jumped, instinctively replying. "Yes?" He looked her over with a critical eye. "How do you feel?" "I feel fine," she answered quickly. Jen brushed himself off and stood. "So do I. Guess it wasn't poison after all. I'll get more water, then we'll move on." Rafa asked innocently, "Where are we going?" He turned and started walking away. "We're going to find some thieves and take their food, and maybe some other useful items." His eyes filled with cold determination as he looked into the distance. "And if that doesn't work, we're going to get our revenge." The two walked over to the lake and saw a dead blue demon on the ground, a single golden rope clutched tightly in its hand. Jen knelt down, observing the body. "Guess we weren't alone after all." Rafa looked on. "What happened to it?" He scanned their surroundings. "I don't know." But then his eyes locked onto a stone marked with a strange symbol. The symbol on it, 2 slashes over a triangle, suddenly began to glow. "I guess we'll know soon enough," Rafa murmured. Jen didn't answer her. Instead, he just said flatly, "On my command, jump to the side." A wave of fear hit Rafa. "It's above us, isn't it?" He just repeated, his voice calm. "On my command." He leaped to the side and screamed, "Jump now." A split second later, a massive creature slammed down right where they had been standing. "Model." She asks him what it is. Jem examines it for a moment, saying, "I think it's." The monster reveals its true form, and he suddenly screams, "Drock." Jem says with a heavy heart, "Whatever's left of him anyway." Drock just lets out a deep, rumbling growl. "We called for you, and you did not come." Its growl intensifies. "We offer you perfection." Drock slowly lumbers toward the two of them with an invitation. "Join us." Rafa backs away nervously, asking, "Was he always this big before?" Jem can only mutter, "It did something to him." She grabs his wrist, her voice urgent. "We have to run." But he immediately refuses her. "I don't run from threats, and I have no intention of starting now." She just screams back, furious. "Are you crazy?" Drock just gets closer, saying, "Come, and you will know." Suddenly, a gourd is thrown, sticking right to the spines on its back. With that, he grabs her hand and starts sprinting. "Okay, now we run." She runs along, completely baffled, asking what's happening. A voice yells a command, "Ova, do it!" And Drock's entire body erupts in flames. The creature screams inside the inferno that's consuming its body. "No!" Rafa looks at him, demanding, "How did you know?" Jem doesn't answer right away, just watching the blaze with her for a long moment before finally explaining. "When we examined the body, I saw a ghoul hunting sign," he says. "It basically meant ambush was written right there. I wasn't about to stand still and become bait." A figure steps out from the shadows, praising him. "And you made for excellent bait." VG points to his own head and says, "I questioned him writing that sign, but now I see the wisdom of it." He looks toward the fire and continues, "It's a shame they're not a challenge anymore, but their weakness to fire is our advantage." Jem immediately asks, "Are there more of them?" VG just shakes his head slightly. "This was the last one we know of. It attacked our group right after we reached the bottom of the abyss." He tells Jem, "We had to retreat until we knew what we were fighting." Jem's reply is pure sarcasm. "Thanks for leaving me behind, by the way." There's a scheming look in his eyes. "We didn't know your location. It was a strategic decision." Jem glares, his voice laced with ice. "I bet it was. No surprise, nothing happened to you." Jem points at the bag on Hem's shoulder. "That's my bag." The man just laughs. "Sure is, kid, minus a few of your gourds." He checks his bag, admitting, "Well, they served a good purpose." Hem watches on, saying, "We're genuinely glad to see you." Jem glances up suspiciously. "The way you say that makes me think it's about more than just seeing me alive. What is going on?" VG and Hem exchange a thoughtful look. Suddenly, Rafa shouts, "These things are amazing! We found these while we were searching for a shrine." She suddenly looks up and exclaims, "Hey!" She's staring intently at the images on the cliff. Ova follows her gaze, adding, "Yeah, that surprised me too. Bogs and insectoids working together to fight off goblins. How is something like that even possible?" San, standing nearby, adds, "Art takes many forms. Perhaps it was just their dream." Jem asks everyone, "And did you find a shrine?" Hem shakes his head slightly. "We don't know." He then points to the cliff face. "We were hoping you could figure it out." The entire group stands together beneath a gigantic golden door. Jem turns around curiously. "Have you tried to check it?" VG replies. "We did, but there doesn't seem to be any mechanism to open it." He scratches his chin, thinking. Curious, Jem reaches out to push the door, and suddenly falls into a pitch-black void, crying out in a panic. "What is this? Where am I?" All of a sudden, a voice echoes from a statue. "Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I have been waiting for you." Elsewhere, a worn-out army trudges onward, every soldier starving with haggard faces. One of them is tilting his canteen back, trying to get the last drop. Another soldier yells, "Hey, save some for me," before he starts complaining. "You drank it all." "That was the last of the water we had." The other soldier just teases him back. "Too bad. If you want more water, go ask the commander." The other soldier responds timidly, "The commander is the reason we're in this mess. There are shrines on every floor, so why are we being forced to walk all the way back up?" The other man laughs and explains, "If you were Bungu, would you return to your father empty-handed? He needs a ton of phantom crystals." The other soldier's stomach rumbles loudly as he replies, "Then can't he use the shrines to get some food for us? He's the one who made us lose most of our supplies in the attack." He then shoots an annoyed glance over at Bungu. Sir Bungu also needs to gather enough to pay off his debts when he gets back. Do you think he actually cares about us? If he did, he'd have brought us water and supplies. And with that, they both look over at Grace. "Hey, what about Grace's crew? They still have food, right?" "A few of them do, but are we not more important than those grunts? After all, they're mages. The expedition is doomed to fail without their power on the front lines." With that, the two men chuckled with greedy smiles. They figured the others owed them, and they were going to make them hand over all their food. If they refused, they would show them who was really in command. But suddenly, Jack appeared from behind, grabbing them both by the neck. He growled in absolute fury, asking them, "So who is in command around here, exactly?" The two soldiers immediately tried to suck up, saying they didn't mean it. Jack's face darkened as he threatened them. "You know, we need bait to hunt the insectoids, and I think I just found 2 volunteers." The men's faces went pale with terror, and they both screamed out, "No!" Vaughn suddenly walked over, telling Jack to let them go, explaining that they'd be in trouble if the goblins noticed the commotion. The soldier quickly played along with a joking expression. "Yeah, if you don't let us go, you'll be in big trouble." Jack frowned, thought for a moment, and then just dropped them, letting them collapse to the ground. Jack took their bells, warning them, "You can't use magic without these, can you? Behave yourselves, and maybe, just maybe, I'll give them back." One of the soldiers, furious, yelled out, "Hey, give that back now." Jack's patience was gone. He glared at the man, then turned to Vaughn with a cold smile. "So, have you accepted my offer?" Vaughn looked down, his voice heavy with sadness. "I'm sorry, we can't join your army." Hearing this, Jack tried to reason with him. "Vaughn, even we only have a few supplies left, and the other units are nearly out. This is no time to be acting on your own." But Vaughn remained firm in his decision. "We can't join. We need to wait." Jack placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy. "I want H to come back, too. He sacrificed himself for me, just like Lep sacrificed himself for you. Don't waste their sacrifice." Still, Vaughn just shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry." Jack didn't push any further. He just reminded him, "All right then, but remember that VG's soldiers are also looking for supplies." Vaughn didn't really trust Jack anyway. Oz is the one in charge. He would never do something like that. Jack walked away, leaving one last comment. "I hope you're right." Vaughn's people just stood there, looking on with worried expressions. Elsewhere, Vara was leading the Grace soldiers on patrol. She glanced to the side and saw other Grace members waving. Vara happily waved back. Then she took off her heavy helmet and walked towards a beautiful meadow. Vara gently approached Vaughn's spot, and he asked her softly, "How was the patrol?" Vara pouted in response. "We ran into more deserters than we did insectoids." He let out a helpless sigh. "I wish I could run away just like them." Vara looked at him, her curiosity piqued. "If you did, what do you think your Lep would say?" Vaughn just lowered his head sadly. "He would understand. He always told me to make the wise choice." She smiled and said, "He must have had his reasons for choosing you. You need to trust him, and you need to trust yourself." But Vaughn was still in pain, arguing that Jem had more experience than he did. "But your subordinates all believe in you. I've heard what they say about you. They trust you. Why else has no one left?" Vaughn thought it was for another reason entirely. "It's because we have supplies." Once the supplies are gone, they'll leave too. Hearing this, Vara grew a little concerned. Then it'll just be us left, you and me. Suddenly, Vaughn became incredibly sincere. Hey, Vara, I'm sorry about San and the others. I didn't mean for it to happen. Vara looked at him with a warm expression. Vaughn, you are who you are. Don't give up now, or you'll regret it later. After she said that, he smacked himself hard on the head. You're right, I'm acting like a total coward right now. No, I'm trying to control everything, but the pressure is it's too much, you know? Vara, ever the kind soul, offered some advice. My commander always said, don't focus on what you can't control, focus on what you can. Vaughn seemed to have an epiphany. Hey, that's pretty wise. Vara laughed along with him. That's what he's like when he's sober. But he's rarely ever sober. Vaughn thought for a long moment. What he could control. Vara noticed his change in mood. Hey, what's wrong? Vara gently picked a flower and handed it to Vaughn. You looked sad, so I wanted to give you this. All of a sudden, Vaughn shouted out, That's it, that's really it. He spun around and hugged Vara, making her blush deeply. He thanked her, then bolted, leaving her completely stunned. Thank you so much. Vara stood there embarrassed, clenching her fists. You're welcome. Vaughn ran back to his group and immediately sat on the ground, drawing something. He held out his hand, showing some flower seeds. I need everyone to help me find these. Jem crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. This young man, we're on a mission. We're supposed to be hunting insectoids. Even Gun pouted, a bit frustrated. He's right, Vaughn. We don't have time to find these before we pack up camp. Vaughn was absolutely certain about his idea. There has to be a way. Just then, Vara suggested, Can't you ask the other elves for help? Then she turned to the two men, confused. What's this all about? Kem just looked hesitant as he began to explain. It's not that we don't want their help, Vaughn said calmly, but they won't lift a finger for free. Just ask them. Rem shot back, stunned. Hey, if we do that, they'll demand our supplies as payment. We'll be left with nothing. Vaughn's reply was blunt. We don't have enough supplies to make it back home anyway. Fine. Contact the other commanders and ask for their help. The man shrugged, giving in. It's your call, Commander. So Gun got to work. He scanned the area, and when no one was looking, used his knife to cut some seedlings while Jay directed the others. They covertly snatched up seeds and supplies. Once the deed was done, Vaughn lit a fire under a massive pan. He spoke with a serious tone. I think everything is ready now. Jem, give me the salt. Dem handed a heavy salt container to Vaughn, warning, Careful, kid, this is heavy. But Vara gasped in horror as he dumped the entire thing into the pan. Vaughn, what are you doing? He simply explained. When I was young, my mother used to save salt. Every time we used it, she'd set a little aside. She would collect everything she could until she had one huge batch. Once the salt was scorching hot, she'd toss in the seeds and dry flour she had prepared. That's how we made fried salt. Vaughn didn't hesitate to offer Vara a taste. Try it. After one bite, she immediately lit up. This is actually delicious. Suddenly, Gun tapped Vaughn's back awkwardly. V. He answered without thinking. Yeah? When he turned, Gun just pointed fearfully at the starving crowd gathering behind them. You're probably going to have to make more. But Vaughn wasn't worried at all. He just smiled. That's why I told you to grab so much salt. Batch after batch of fried salt was cooked up. Soon, everyone was laughing and talking around the warm pans. Vaughn looked warmly at Vara and said, Thank you. She blushed a little. For what? I didn't do anything. Vaughn looked down and let out a long breath. You reminded me that I needed to be more realistic. I was terrified. You made me feel like I had a lot of help. Vara understood his sincerity. The honor was all mine. But a new voice suddenly cut in. Am I interrupting something? Jack appeared behind them with a sly grin. Congratulations on finding so much food for us. Vaughn stood up, replying humbly, It's not much, but at least we can cook seeds and things we couldn't without oil or water. I think this will get us home. Jack, clearly impressed, said with a hint of pride, Lep was right to choose you and me. At this, Vaughn scratched his neck and made an offer. Look, Jack, I don't like you, and I don't trust you. But today reminded me some things can't be done alone. The two men reached an understanding. So, how about an alliance? We combine our strength, but only until we get back to Jiao City. Just then, one of the Greys ran up with an urgent message. The commander snapped, What is it? But as the man whispered in his ear, Jack's face went pale with fear. Vaughn was instantly on guard. Huh? Something's wrong. Jack turned away, his voice now ice cold. It seems our alliance was formed not a moment too soon. His brow furrowed, his expression utterly grave. Haimo ambushed and killed Oz1. Vaughn tensed. That means he's coming for us next. Meanwhile, Haimo was consumed by regret, sobbing with his head in his hands. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't mean to kill him. He collapsed beside Os's body, his own bloodied sword pointing toward him. Why did Oz1 attack me? Suddenly, Bob Burt bumped his shoulder, his words of comfort as cold as ice. Oh, come on now. Why act like it's the end of the world? He wasn't your real brother, anyway. At that, Haimo snapped, grabbing the sword again with tears in his eyes. He roared, the blood-stained tip just inches from Bob's face. This is all your fault, Bob Burt. If you. But Bob Burt was perfectly calm. No. You were the one who agreed to my proposal. His eyes became as sharp as steel. You were the one who approached me, weren't you, Haimo? You set me up, pretending to be our friend. Bob played the part of a kind soul perfectly, hiding the wolf beneath. Is kindness and decency a sin, little boy? Many of my peers would deny this. But we are all goblins. And our ancestors were once human. Haimo screamed in absolute fury. How dare a greenskin say that? Especially one who sold his own people to the goblins. The man just continued. Have you no shame? We're all just doing what it takes to survive. It doesn't mean we can't help each other. In the end, Haimo couldn't bring himself to strike, collapsing in grief. You're a fool, and I'm an even bigger fool for listening to you. I'm finished. I deserve whatever happens to me now. Bob Burt looked down on him, his eyes filled with pity. How foolish. I never thought you'd give up before atoning for your mistakes. The scene then flashes back to Os ripping through a tent like a wild beast. I wanted to see you. I'm glad you agreed to meet. But Haimo's eyes quickly darted to the dagger hidden in Os's hand. However, I'm also worried your brothers might find out. Without another word, Os lunged. Haimo managed to grab a weapon, but the opponent was just too strong. He staggered back, completely on the defensive, unable to gain any ground. That's when his eyes locked onto something on the table behind him, a small vial filled with a strange glowing liquid. Os froze, watching Haimo down the entire potion in one gulp. A second later, overwhelming energy exploded from Haimo's body as he lost control and plunged his blade straight. Haimo bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes as he tried to explain himself. It was that potion you gave me, he choked out. I didn't know what I was doing. I just needed him to stop attacking me, that's all. Bob could only offer a helpless shrug. He had warned Haimo that the stuff had serious side effects, but Haimo chose to drink it anyway. Turning away, Bob stated coldly that denying it won't change a thing. What's done is done. He admitted he'd love to give Haimo time to process the shock, but that was a luxury none of them could afford right now. Outside, gray elves were forced to haul carts of gems, living as slaves. The end of the expedition was drawing near. We need your strength and wisdom now more than ever, Bob urged. With Bungu growing more tyrannical, a gray elf uprising is their only hope, and in the future, Bungu would never be allowed to return to the surface world. His entire bloodline had to be wiped out for good. Haimo gave a bitter, sarcastic laugh. Do you really take me for an absolute fool? He stated plainly that it doesn't matter which monster tribe is in charge, the outcome is always the same for his people. But your tribe, the Greenskins, you will always find a way to rule over us. Bob just slowly shook his head, insisting that was the past. Things were different now. A red flag bearing an eagle sigil billowed nearby, a clear symbol of dominance. Bob explained that the Jira people no longer controlled their own fate. They were nothing more than pawns of the Brazilian Republic. Haimo couldn't believe their agreement was so fragile. He'd always thought the Republic was only interested in trade with the other races. Bob pointed to the soldiers in their golden armor and plumed helms. That's how it all began, he said. First, it was just simple trade. Then, they started hiring local mercenaries. He described how their blades silenced anyone who opposed the Republic's will. The Republic used these sellswords to commit every kind of atrocity, until the mercenaries became even more hated than the Republic itself. Brazilium's power is now absolute. When folks like Back or DK were isolated, no one came to their aid, leaving them to be enslaved. Haimo was still skeptical. And the Jira people actually fell for a trap that obvious? The deal between Brazilium and Bungu was designed to keep the slave trade going. We're about to get a new master, Bob replied grimly. They're a power we could never hope to overthrow, he added with a casual, chilling tone, unless you decide to act right now. But a single question haunted Haimo. Why me? Why not my father or my brother? Bob looked exhausted by the question. Your father is a great man, Bob explained, but his thinking is too small. He's the leader of a clan, not a king for a nation. And both of your brothers, Bao and Los, are completely unfit to lead. Haimo's gaze fell on the body of Os, lying still on the ground. As for Os, Bob dismissed him completely. He was too loyal to your father's old ways, not to mention he was impulsive and weak-willed. He attacked you without even giving you a chance to explain yourself. What kind of leader would that make him? Bob's voice was firm, filled with conviction. No, Haimo. Only you can save us now. He pressed his advantage, promising they could end all this chaos. Haimo's people would no longer have to suffer under the heel of tyrants. But Haimo wasn't convinced. And what would a green-skinned noble possibly know about suffering? Bob extended a hand in a gesture of sincerity. Pain doesn't care about race or class. Remember this, kid. This is my final offer. Will you join me? Haimo finally took the offered hand. But he had a condition of his own. No more expeditions. My people will live on the surface. We'll still find your mist crystals, but we will do it with basic rights, not as slaves. A satisfied grin spread across Bob's face. Deal. He gave a slight, respectful bow. You made the right choice, Haimo. From now on, you'll have to face your problems head-on, no matter what anyone else says. Wait. Haimo cut in suddenly, his brow furrowed in thought. One more thing, he added. I want Jack and Vaughn eliminated. Bob looked positively delighted. Don't you worry, my friend. It's already being taken care of. Haimo's eyes darkened as he glanced at Os one last time. Fine. You can go. Bob pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out to a waiting subordinate. Your things, sir. The man handed him a cloth, and Bob meticulously wiped his hands clean. Thank you, he muttered. I can't believe I actually shook hands with that piece of trash. He worried that Haimo's brothers were already furious. Sir, are you sure he'll make it out alive? Bob tossed the cloth back to his man. Oh, he'll survive. It's his destiny. It was time to inform the cunning goblins about their deal, and to smuggle out as many mist crystals as possible. He also needed to bring an offering for Jira's priestess on the way back. The man never stopped thinking about his own survival. You'd better be right, Kathiga, or he'll have my head. Suddenly, the frantic sound of footsteps echoed through the dark cave. The hurried footsteps grew louder and faster, creating a chaotic echo in the tunnels. A man in a headscarf and his crew were straining, pushing a cart overflowing with gems. He panicked and froze. A sharp blade suddenly appeared right at his throat. Vara stood there, cold and imposing, her sword raised as she demanded, "State your business." The man threw his hands up in surrender, stammering in fear. I have a message for the master." Ruin came over and gently touched her shoulder, trying to persuade her. "Let him pass." Vara recognized the man, lowering her weapon as he scrambled away. "You think he's one of them?" Vara asked, sheathing her sword. Ruin simply replied, "I'm not so sure. Someone told me these unaligned tunnels were empty, but who really knows?" Ruin said, cracking his knuckles as his breath fogged in the cold air. "Those damn goblins said these tunnels were a shortcut to the 4th floor. We've been walking forever, so we must be getting close." Hearing this, she just gave a cold reply. "Yeah. I hope we get out of this place soon, too." The terrified messenger knelt before Bungu, reporting with his head bowed. "Sir, one of the ore carts has a broken axle. They've requested we stop for repairs." Bungu clenched his fist in frustration, snapping, "And how long will that take?" The man hesitated before answering. "They have to unload it before they can fix it, sir." It might take a while." Bungu shot a sharp glance at Bibi, who tensed up and blurted out, "Gods, it's dangerous enough in these tunnels. Can't we just abandon the cart?" Bungu's patience snapped. He roared in absolute fury. "Say that again? You want to return with so little to show for it? I should have just left you all back there and taken the cart myself." Bibi flinched, quickly trying to recover. "My apologies, sir. Sir, what if we left a small, experienced team of warriors to guard the cart and continued on our way? Jack's team could stay behind and protect it until they're able to catch up with us." Bungu was stunned by the suggestion. "Jack's team?" he questioned. "But they are some of my best fighters." The man avoided his gaze, carefully explaining his reasoning. "Exactly, sir. All the more reason to leave them behind in case they run into trouble. These tunnels could still be dangerous, my lord." Hearing this, Bungu's anger began to subside. "Yes, I see your point. This is still a dangerous place." His gaze then shifted, scanning the crowd. Vara was just another face in the crowd, but Bungu's eyes locked onto her. He turned to Bibi and gave his order. "Bibi, have that warrior go back and help them." The man was completely shocked by the command. "But sir, she is the last warrior from the expedition." Bungu just gave a sinister smile, his decision final. "Precisely. The less she reveals to the soldiers waiting on the surface, the better it is for us." Vara, completely unaware, was still busy talking with Ruin. Bibi reluctantly obeyed. "Yes, my lord." A single wheel leaned against the cavern wall. Elsewhere, a large group of men swarmed around the broken cart, working frantically on the wheel. Vaughn stood with gun, looking over his shoulder as he called out, "Vara, what are you doing back here?" She walked over, explaining, "I was ordered to come back and lend a hand." Vaughn just awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, well, it's good to have you here," he said, flustered. Vara smiled shyly, tilting her head. I'm happy to see you again too. After she spoke, she quickly turned away, and he did the same. Both of them beat red. Jack and Gunn watched the two from behind, snickering. Jack then slapped Vaughn hard on the back, teasing. What's the matter, Vaughn? Didn't you just say you wanted to talk to her? Well, here she is. Vaughn got angry and pulled Gunn into a headlock. You, shut your mouth. Hearing the commotion, Vara asked, You wanted to talk to me? Vaughn forced a laugh, quickly deflecting. Nah, it was nothing, don't worry about it. But Gunn just grinned. He was just saying he's cold and needs you to warm him up. Vaughn quickly covered Gunn's mouth, rushing to explain. No, not me. I meant food. I was just saying I wish we had some of those salt fries I used to make. Vara's face lit up. Oh yes. I wish we could make those again too. She looked around at their small group and then asked, You guys don't have many warriors here, do you? Aren't you afraid of the other clans finding you? Not really. They're all gone, Vaughn replied casually. Even the walls are dry and cracked. Shows they haven't been back. We're pretty lucky. Jack cut in. I wouldn't be so sure. I spoke with the craftsman, he continued. Part of the axle was deliberately cut. This wasn't an accident. Jack nodded in agreement. Think about it. Who would do something like that? Vaughn offered a guess. Maybe the workers didn't want to pull the cart anymore. Jack considered it. Could be. Or someone wanted us to fall behind. He stood with his arms crossed, questioning. Him? Vaughn was still skeptical. But Jack, he hasn't done anything since Oswo died. He replied with an annoyed tone, saying that as Viger's son, the guy would never attack them head-on. Sensing the tension, Gunn hesitated before suggesting they post more guards near the tunnel entrances. Vaughn immediately latched onto the idea. Great thinking. Gunn, you join the rearguard team. Gunn raised his hand, accepting the duty. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Then, a strange noise from under his boot. He looked down, curious. What's this? Gunn picked up a strange blue stone, wondering out loud. Why is this thing here? A powerful gust of wind blew through the cave, carrying strange sounds with it. Vac, Vara, Jam, and Gunn whipped their heads around, instantly on high alert. Everyone had the exact same thought: the guards were dead. Vaughn shot a stunned, questioning look at Vac. What was that? He asked, staring toward the source of a scream. We're in trouble. Gunn felt a knot of pure dread form in his stomach. Hey guys, I think we have a problem. Vara looked over, curious. What's up? He held up the blue stone he'd found. The stone was squirming, twitching non-stop in his hand. Vaughn examined it closely before making his call. This is an insectoid scent gland. Vac's brow furrowed, his expression turning deadly serious as he asked, Where did you find it? Gunn pointed nervously down the passage. It was right there in the entryway, mixed in with the rubble. I think someone hid it here, he said, to lure the insectoids to us. Vaughn's eyes widened in realization. It's a trap. Vac immediately started assessing their situation, asking, How far away is the rear guard? Gunn pointed behind them, about 50 kilometers back, at the left fork. He then added, If we leave right now, we can still get away. Vara agreed with Gunn's assessment. Yeah, we need to ditch this vehicle and run before they get here. It's the only way. But Jen just stood there, silent. Vaughn and Vac exchanged a wide-eyed glance, which only confused her more. What is it? He rubbed the back of his neck, a grim look on his face. Well, here's the thing. Last. If we go back without the minerals, they'll execute us for failing the mission. Hearing this, Gunn's patience snapped. Whatever you're planning, you better do it fast. They got the guards, which means we're next on the menu. Vac yelled in agreement. He's right, we have to move now. Those who can fight will go intercept them. If we're lucky, he added. They're just scouts, and we can wipe them out easily. The rest of you stay here, finish the repairs, and load up the vehicle. Then he gave a direct order. Gunn, take that thing and get it as far away from here as you can. Throw it down a hole somewhere. Gunn pinched his nose as he took the rock. You got it, Gunn replied. This thing stinks anyway, Vac. But as everyone started to move out, Vaughn suddenly stopped them. Wait a minute. His voice was tense. I have an idea. The cave was a maze of tall rock formations, thick with dust. Hiding behind a large boulder, Gunn asked doubtfully, Is this really gonna work? Vaughn scanned the area before answering. If they're following the scent, they'll come into this cave instead of going for the vehicle. The blue stone now sat ominously at the entrance. Gunn looked at Vaughn, confused. So why don't we just leave it here and go? Vaughn explained the plan more clearly. After they find this, they'll search the whole area. We'll have to fight them eventually, better to do it on our terms. After speaking, Vaughn's attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Vara was hiding in the distance, waving and giving him a huge smile. Vaughn blushed, smiling shyly back and raising a hand in a happy wave. Gunn saw the exchange and looked at him, completely baffled. Why don't you just tell her how you feel? Vaughn's face fell. She's leaving as soon as we hit the surface. There's no point. He let out a frustrated sigh. So what, you should still try, right? Gunn pressed. Come on, man, what have you got to lose? Vaughn just shook his head. I'll think about it. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed, getting closer and closer. Vac focused, assessing the threat. Something's coming this way. He and Gunn ducked behind the tall rock, peering toward the source of the noise. Hearing the sound, Gunn was paralyzed with fear. That wasn't a scouting party. A colossal monster appeared before them. It moved with a sickening, screeching sound that grated on the ears. The massive creature turned its head, looking right at Vaughn's group. He trembled at the sight of it. That's an insectoid warrior. Gunn's earlier bravado completely evaporated. Oh God, what are we going to do now? But Vaughn noticed something off. Wait a second, something's not right. Look, it's alone. He observed the creature carefully before stating his theory. There's no one supporting it. Gunn, still shaking, didn't get it. So what? Vaughn explained. Without other units to give them orders, they're much easier to confuse. We can use this. Vaughn agrees with him, his voice tight. You're right, Gunn. This is our best shot. He grabs his weapon and quickly changes position. Vaughn already has a plan. We'll attack its body from both sides. Jem immediately got the idea without its horns. The monster's vision would be impaired, leaving it nearly defenseless. Rax was a quick thinker. Vara put on her helmet, her voice low. Stay behind me. I have more combat experience. But he disagreed, instantly speaking up. We'll do this together. She glanced over at Vaughn and gave him a gentle smile. All right, fine. Let's just end this. Then I'll warm up whatever you want. Hearing that, he blushed, his mind racing as he stammered a reply. Okay then, Vaughn shouted out a warning. It's here, and it's huge. Vara took the lead, charging forward bravely. Let's move, Vaughn. She used the tall rock pillars as springboards, launching herself forward with incredible speed. Rax charged in with his axe, flanking the creature with Vara to surround it. In a flash, its horns were sliced clean off. The monster shrieked in agony. We did it. It's blind. Now push it towards those rock spikes. Rem used his sharp spear to force it back against the ceiling, letting the stalactites pierce right through the monster. He then saw massive rocks starting to fall and tensed up the entire cave was about to collapse. Vaughn desperately yelled a warning to everyone. Get down! Suddenly, something slammed into him. He was thrown to the ground, sitting up dazed. He looked ahead, his eyes widening in pure horror. Vaughn let out a panicked, desperate scream. Vara, no! She was crushed by the falling rocks, lying completely still. He scrambled over, trying to pull the boulders off her, begging, don't die, please, don't die. Gunn saw it from a distance and shouted a warning. Vaughn, get up, we don't have time for that right now. That thing is still alive, and more of those creatures are swarming in. Vaughn was completely stunned, whipping his head around to look. This time, 2 more giant monsters had appeared in the pitch-black darkness, leaving Jem utterly confused. What? Where is this? Ferran's voice suddenly echoed. Leonard Aaron Vannerstein, I have waited a long time for you. Meanwhile, at the satellite station, a fierce battle was already raging. Soldiers in red armor were relentlessly pressing the attack. All around, the troops in blue armor were wounded and collapsing. A system notification popped up. Neutral zone, between the Eurasian technocracy and the American Empire. The 13th assault on the Empire's Trench 42A blue-armored soldiers were down everywhere. The system provided an exact count. Casualties in this attack. 132. Just then, a sergeant's hand twitched, and he used all his strength to push himself up. The sergeant forced his hand up to grip his mask. He tore it off with a loud, clattering noise. After that, he coughed, a pained and racking sound. The sergeant raised his head, struggling just to breathe. Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the silence. The sergeant's training kicked in, and he immediately turned towards the noise. A figure wearing the same uniform approached him through the flames. The sergeant instantly took a defensive stance, raising his gun. Who are you? Identify yourself now. The approaching figure was Vaughn. He announced, Unit 2406. Sorry for startling you. The sergeant lowered his weapon slightly. 2406? You're from the 3rd Guard Post? Thank God. Where are the rest of your unit? Vaughn, still wearing his mask, slowly drew closer. I'm the only one. The sergeant pressed on. What about the rest of my men? He seemed to grit his teeth, answering in a low voice. All dead, Sergeant. You're the only one I could find. The news hit the sergeant like a physical blow, and he immediately denied it. No, there have to be others. We need to find them. There are always survivors. Vaughn tried to calm him down. "Sergeant, we can't move around too much. It's too dangerous." But the sergeant was adamant. "No, we have to." At that moment, a strange sound echoed around them. He was confused. "What's that sound?" Before he could figure it out, Vaughn shoved the sergeant forward. "Look out!" An instant later, a massive explosion erupted right where they had been standing. He lay on the ground, shouting anxiously, 2406, "Private, where are you?" Vaughn's voice cut through the ringing. "I'm here." He came closer to check on him. "Are you all right, Sergeant?" The sergeant turned over, clutching his leg in pain. Vaughn carefully examined his injury. Shrapnel had pierced all the way to the femur. "I'm going to stop the bleeding." The sergeant gritted his teeth, trying to fight through the pain. "Do it." He scanned their surroundings, then said, "We can't do this out in the open." They managed to move to a nearby tank. Inside, Vaughn took another look at the wound. "All right, Sergeant, I need you to lie down and let me administer first aid." But the sergeant just shook his head. "No painkillers. Just stop the bleeding." Vaughn had to double check. "Are you sure? This is going to hurt like hell." The sergeant just slumped back and confirmed it. "I can't afford to get hazy. Just stop the bleeding." Vaughn had no choice but to agree. "Your call." Meanwhile, the sergeant checked the locator on his arm. "Is there any way to contact command in the neutral zone? I think my MCS comm system is fried." He explained to the sergeant, "Sorry, Lieutenant, the line is dead. We still can't get through." The man sighed in frustration. "And the mission?" Vaughn replied while digging out the shrapnel. "We never got close enough." "He's still with us, Sergeant." The sergeant gritted his teeth through the pain. "So they died for nothing." He carefully extracts the largest shard with tweezers. "You're new to the neutral zone, aren't you, Sergeant?" The man squeezed his eyes shut, enduring it. "I'm a reservist with the 4th Regiment, 5th Home Guard." Vaughn kept up the chatter, trying to distract the wounded soldier. "So, are you a 1st or 2nd rotation reservist?" The man lifted his head slightly to answer. "And what about you?" The soldier answered with a calm demeanor. "Never left my 1st unit. I'm on year 10. This revelation clearly took the sergeant by surprise. 10. Damn. Vaughn's face was a mystery behind his mask, his expression unreadable. "I'm just doing what has to be done." He spoke with a hint of dark humor. "Yeah, I told my wife the same thing when I re-enlisted. She told me I was crazy, but I can't live with limited citizenship. I need all 10. Why did you sign up?" As he pulled out the last of the shrapnel, he replied, "Not many choices for an orphan, Sergeant, especially one who wants to be a citizen." The final fragment was finally removed. Vaughn then reached for a can of antiseptic spray. The sergeant looked up at him. "You love this country, don't you?" The question made Vaughn chuckle. He didn't answer, just sprayed the wound. Clearly annoyed at being ignored, the sergeant pressed on. "Did I say something funny?" A faint smirk touched Vaughn's lips. "No, Sergeant, not really. And I'm done. Stay still for a minute and let the medicine work." He painstakingly sat up. "Thought I wouldn't be able to run again." Then Vaughn spoke again. "If we wait a little longer, I think we can sneak back without a fight." This suggestion from Vaughn left the sergeant completely bewildered. "Go back?" "No, we can't go back." The time wasn't right to reveal his own plan. "Private, that sensor has to be destroyed. You and I will complete this mission, one way or another." Vaughn gave a slight nod, his voice low and steady. "Sergeant, with all due respect, you're insane. That sensor is protected by 4 automated guns, dozens of soldiers, a massive machine with 2 power cells, and 4 robots. We lost 3 entire fleets trying to take it. There's no way 2 men can succeed." He stood facing the sergeant, his words dripping with pure derision. "Besides, Sergeant, you can barely stand, and I have no intention of running into that meat grinder again." Vaughn removed his helmet, placing it beside him. He glanced up slightly, stating his own simple plan. "I'm going to wait for a chance to return to our position." The sergeant's eyebrow shot up in a show of authority. "I can order you, Private." Vaughn squinted, his rebuttal sharp and uncompromising. "You could, Sergeant, but I'd rather be court-martialed than stand in front of those guns again." The man's eyes flashed with anger, trying to suppress a wave of frustration. The sergeant just lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. I can't force you. I'll try my luck when the opportunity comes." Vaughn's brow furrowed, his own frustration now rising to the surface. His expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Sergeant, do you know who owned the stronghold we captured a year ago?" With a weary look, the sergeant squinted and answered, "The enemy, of course." His face now deadly serious, Vaughn recounted what they had really accomplished. "I was one of the soldiers who fought there, and a year ago, the enemy held that place. And the year before that, it was ours. Year after year, this war drags on, and nothing ever really changes. This isn't a war, it's a slaughter. Both sides are just wiping out their own people. The poor, the refugees, anyone with nowhere else to turn. They promise us citizenship after 10 years of fighting, but nobody even lasts 6 months, and we all foolishly fall for the lie. As he finished, the sergeant's face was a mask of pure shock. We're just defending ourselves. His eyes betrayed the war raging in his mind. I'm sure that's what their leaders say too, Sergeant. Everybody thinks they're the good guy, even when they're not. The sergeant ground his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. So you've been broken? He glanced over, his voice chillingly calm. No, I'm just telling the truth. I've seen more of this war than you have, enough to know that if you go out there to take that censor, you will die for absolutely nothing. Life will go on, the war will go on, and your wife will be left all alone, until the day she can't stand it anymore, and moves on. The sergeant was speechless, his expression a mix of confusion and torment. His eyes suddenly drooped, as if hit by the weight of a memory. I told her to move on. Vaughn leaned gently against the wall behind him, his gaze fixed on the empty space ahead. Is that right? His voice dropped, every word heavy with an unspoken sorrow. I told her to move on, too. I didn't want her waiting for someone who might never come back. I came here to die. I hope you can understand that. I'm going to finish the mission. Without opening his eyes, Vaughn gave a cold, detached reply. Then that's on you. Though fear was plain in his eyes, the sergeant's face hardened with resolve. We will finish the mission and bring. An explosion rips through the air. As the ground shakes violently, Vaughn struggles to keep his balance. Artillery. He whips his head around. Have they found us? Both men move cautiously, their eyes scanning the area through a narrow gap. They spot figures outside and a wave of relief washes over them. It's our guys. They're attacking the trench. A hand suddenly grips a helmet. We have to get out there. We can use this distraction to attack the sensor. It's not far, maybe 150 meters. The sergeant slowly puts on his helmet, unable to hide the unease on his face. His words of comfort are warm and sincere. Sergeant, trust me, you can't do it. The man's face is tense, like he's at war with himself. But this is our chance. The sergeant's eyes flash with a mix of doubt and frustration. A chance for what? The sergeant just grits his teeth, his expression hardening into pure, unshakable resolve. To be remembered, to do something useful, to make their deaths mean something. The two face off in silence, until Vaughn asks, so who dies? Without any hesitation, he gives a firm answer. My men, the ones I was supposed to lead. The ones who trusted me to bring them home. The men I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. A massive moon hangs overhead, casting an eerie glow through the clouds. The two soldiers lean on each other, walking. Think we won this time? Reinforcements are coming. So that's a victory in my book. But even through the pain etched on his face, the sergeant's eyes are filled with questions. I don't know how you do it, Private, how you can be so calm. I want to be strong, to be brave, but it's just so hard. Hearing this, Vaughn answers without a second thought. I just have something that keeps me on the right path, that's all. He glances over, his voice hesitant. Something you're willing to sacrifice your life for? Vaughn's reply is casual. You could say that, Sergeant. The sergeant's gaze goes distant, lost in a confusion he can't seem to solve. The sergeant's voice turns serious. Eric. Call me Eric. Vaughn quickly raises a hand to signal his comrade. All right, Eric. My squad calls me Lex. His brow furrows, his gaze turning ice cold. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference by living. The dead can't change the world. Only the living can. The sergeant clutches his teammate's hand. So, isn't it my time then? A small smile plays on Vaughn's lips. I don't think so. But who am I to say? His passing glance is loaded with hidden meaning. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference when we're alive. The dead can't change the world. Only the living. In a flash of brilliant blue light, the young man's face becomes perfectly clear. Such honest words, truly. Seeing this unfold, Farhan couldn't help but be impressed. Yes, your past shows that you are a rather interesting creature. Leonard Aaron Vannerstein Gem speaks, his questions filled with pressure. What do you want from me? Why am I here? The being's eyes glow with a soulless light that seems to see through everything. Jem's face is tense, his arms crossed as he tries to hold back his anger. The figure bows its head, its voice slow and measured. My people always said I was long-winded. Perhaps I should just show you. Unease flashes in Jem's eyes, like he's facing the inevitable. Suddenly, a sharp snap of the fingers signals that something is about to begin. Before he can react, Jem is yanked into an overwhelming darkness. He's being sent to a place he can't even begin to name. Where is this? Jem spins around, his eyes cautiously scanning his surroundings. A jolt of panic sends him stumbling back a step. Wait, what? Losing his balance, Jem falls hard onto the floor. He's frozen solid, eyes wide and mouth agape, staring at the figure's back. Huh? The being calmly steps forward. The master's hopeful eyes silently follow Farhan. Tell me some good news. The man bows his head and kneels with a look of reverence. I bring word from Graham, my lord. As soon as he heard that, the master's eyes showed a flicker of surprise he couldn't hide. Has he dealt with the Corrigan problem? I'll go mad if I discover another one of my mines has been destroyed. He brings a hand to his chest, every single movement filled with solemnity. Do not worry, my lord. His army is busy dealing with the threat from Tusk, and that cursed army is in the north. A pleased laugh echoes out. Excellent, just excellent. Jem's eyes are distant, his mind racing. Corrigan. TK, wait. In Jem's memory, those factions were wiped out completely. After delivering his message, Farhan simply turns to leave, the silence heavy with meaning. His face shows pure shock, as if he's just realized something from the end of the Age of Gods. This is a memory from centuries ago. Farhan suddenly stops, his voice a deep and warm rumble. My lord, you know where to call me. I've reported everything necessary for the next step. The man stood completely still, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Hen stared, asking, Is that really him? The monster that united all the species and conquered the world? He looks nothing like the portraits in the caves. The master's voice was simple, but heavy with meaning. Thank you, Farhan. Let's hope we can trust CR's words to be in our favor. With solemn dignity, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. Do not worry, master. He has never disappointed you. And today will be no different. After speaking, Farhan straightened his posture and walked away. Everyone watched his retreating figure. Not a word was spoken as they all quietly departed from the chamber. The very moment the last person crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut. Gray's eyes were still a storm of confusion, his mind tangled in a web of thoughts. But why? The bewilderment was clear on his face as he glanced behind him. What? Why is Cram acting so late? Is he defying me? No, Cram is loyal, but to whom? A piercing scream of agony rings out. Gray clutches his head. Was that my thought? Did I go too far? No, I can't lose. I can't stop it. Impossible. Too much to do. So much to do. And just like that, the pain vanished. Gray stood frozen, back to reality. Curing him is easier said than done. He clenched his fists, his gaze hardening as he questioned the man. Do you serve Esh? Are you his strategist? Farhan's voice echoed, steady yet cold. You could say that. I serve one of Esh's guardians and the empire he founded, from its very beginning to its eventual fall. Crossing his arms, he quietly admired the claim. Pretty epic, huh? Farhan's voice cut in, beginning to explain everything clearly. I am what you would call a progenitor, but I am no god. Some things are beyond my power. There's a cycle of prosperity and decline. I want to restore the empire to its golden age, and for that, I need a worthy emperor. Gray said nothing, just stood with his arms crossed, his face a mask of simmering frustration. Farhan opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. I have waited, Leonard. I have waited for you for a very long time. Gray shot back with a harsh tone. You're mistaken. I'm Gray Bogey, the lowest of the low. I have absolutely nothing to offer you. The figure simply pointed to his own head. You underestimate yourself. Your body may be a bogey, but your mind belongs to an outsider that devoured the original soul within. Gray's eyes widened. The man nodded. Yes, devoured like a big fish eating a smaller one. I see now. Your body's name is Gray, isn't it? It's strange. Your memories are filled with internal monologues, and your behavior is completely erratic. As he spoke, Farhan reached out a hand. I need to properly examine you. Gray threw up a hand to block him, shouting, No, that's enough. The moment he spoke, an intense light erupted. The man's cold expression shifted to one of intrigue as he took a small step back. It seems I went too far. I nearly lost myself to curiosity. My apologies. Gray himself didn't even recognize that light. What was that? Even as the man praised him, his voice remained deep and level. Impressive, very impressive. Even here, your mind has already adapted to this new world and is beginning to take control. At this, Gray couldn't help but scowl in annoyance. So, now that you're out of my head, let's talk. Who are you? Not your role, but what kind of being are you? The man took his mask. Behind it was just a void of cosmic space, absolutely nothing. Gray wasn't surprised he knew this being had to be something else entirely. He put the mask back on and replied, This is just my current state, if I don't find a successor soon. The emptiness will continue to expand. I survive on the faith of those who believe in my master and his people, especially those who worship me. Without it, I starve, and this place will consume me. Gray narrowed his eyes. So that's why you want to restore the empire. You need worshippers to stop yourself from fading away. Farhan didn't deny it. Yes. The more who believe in my master, the more I am restored. So come, let me grant you my power, and together we will rebuild the world. Gray refused instantly. I decline. The being seemed genuinely stunned. What? I've read enough history to know power like that is never free. There is always a price to pay. And not only that, you won't even tell me what that power entails, a huge red flag. So I refuse. Now, if you send me back, I'll pray you find your next candidate. A thick killing intent poured off Farhan. I could crush you like an insect. Despite the threat, Gray calmly crossed his arms. You could, but I don't think you have much energy left for that. If you did, you would have done much more than just try to impress me. The being's face went blank. Gray smirked. In fact, based on what I've seen, I think I can get out of here without your help. Let's test that theory. Gray squeezed his eyes shut, then snapped them open. Arrogant brat, the being cursed under his breath. Farhan mockingly placed a hand on his forehead. Leaving isn't as simple as building a fence. Leonard, you're right, my power is limited. And the only way I can regain the energy to send you back is if you become my partner. Gray snapped back. I don't like being threatened. The being tried to entice him. This isn't a threat, this is a fair exchange. He would give him the power needed to leave this place, and finally secure a foothold in society. And in return, Jem would help him with a few things. His tone softened. The deal was simple. Free his people and take revenge on his enemies. These were things that only someone like him could ever hope to accomplish. His people were sealed just like him, and whether Jem took the deal or not, his enemies would become Jem's enemies soon enough. Jem asked with curiosity, were those people the masked figures standing around the throne of Enos? The entity explained everything. Yes, he needed their obedience, and so would Jem. Come now, Leonard, accept the offer. You are more than ready for the trials ahead. He promised the power to be free was right in his hands. And all he needed was for Jem to use that power to grant him freedom. Come with me, he promised. I will not lead you down the wrong path. He was already right in Jem's face, insisting this was how they would both be free. Jem finally gave in. Fine. Let's just do it. Hearing this, Farhan clapped his hands. Excellent. You won't regret this. Then he placed both palms on the sides of Jem's head. All right. Here we go. A massive surge of power shot into his brain as smoke billowed from his body. What the hell was that? What did you just do? As he spoke, Jem collapsed into unconsciousness. For him, the image of Farhan grew blurry, as a voice promised everything would soon be clear. Leonard, I look forward to our magnificent partnership. Just then, Jem's eyes snapped open and he bolted upright. Where am I? Rafa's eyes widened in shock. Jem was awake. VG just laughed with confidence. See? I told you he was alive. I didn't kill him. Jem asked in confusion, how long was I out? The answer came back about 2 hours. Do you know what happened? Jem answered vaguely. Not really. Everything is just a total blur right now. As Jem stood there, talking with his arms crossed, a loud noise echoed out. Every single head turned toward the sound. The door covered in masks was cracking open. Look at that. It's opening. VG gave Jem a sinister look. What a coincidence, right? He just played it cool. You bet. The door slowly swung open wider. Ova wondered aloud where it led. San replied, there's only one way to find out. The group ventured deep inside, little branches now sprouting from Jem's hand. Rafa let out a sudden gasp. It was a small, ancient castle, but it looked more like a temple. VG warned them to be careful. A hive could be nearby. The young man's eyes narrowed as he pointed off to the side. I don't think so. Look over there, stone-eating hives. If there were a hive here, this stone would have been eaten away long ago. Rafa admired the beautiful architecture, and Jem couldn't help but agree. Yeah, whoever built this place must have been a master architect. Graham pointed in one direction. Hey, that thing doesn't look very old. 2 statues that seemed to be made of solid gold appeared. How could they look so brand new? Perhaps some unseen barrier had protected them. Who could this be? Beside it stood a smaller statue. She gestured towards the other one as Graham stared at the ancient words carved into its base. It reads, "The one who betrayed her people for her love of a monster." Ova asked, completely surprised. You can read that? VG calmly replied that anyone with a proper education could read Anshadian. Grassa sighed, annoyed. Anshadian. Is everything that falls down here some Anshadian thing? VG shot back with a sharp reminder. Rasa was the most legendary leader of the goblins, so of course many things were named in his honor. He waved a dismissive hand, saying he didn't care what it was called. He only cared if there was anything here worth taking. While Jem was sitting quietly on a wall, someone came up to talk. "Leonard, is something wrong? It feels like we've grown distant." The young man answered nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I just made a deal with a monster, that's all." Hearing that, the other person froze up completely. "A deal? What do you mean?" Jem rubbed his chin. "He said he'd solve our problems. Although, he was a little doubtful the guy was strong enough to help anyone." The boy asked nervously, "What if he's just using you?" Jem answered calmly, "He is. He wants me to become his puppet emperor, just like him." Hearing that, the boy was even more confused. "What? Why would you agree to that?" Feeling cornered, Jem got a bit defensive. "I can handle him, don't worry." The boy just pouted. "I hope you know what you're doing." Rafa then approached, a confused look on her face. "Talking to yourself?" Jem didn't even try to hide it. "Sometimes I do." "Find anything?" The girl sat down next to him and said, "I found nothing. What about you?" Jem held up an old gun, an ancient weapon that looked more like a magic wand. The girl asked curiously, "Can we still use it?" His voice was flat. "Only if you want to commit suicide." Looking at the gun, Rafa commented on how rusty it was. VG cut their conversation short. "The temple grounds are all clear. We found an exit and gathered some weapons." Jem sat up and said, "That's pretty good. When Ova returns, we'll see what's out there." "What's wrong?" VG placed a weapon down, his voice full of curiosity. "It says our hero who washed away the sins of his father from us. I wonder who that could be." From the distance, a voice called out, "Hey everyone." Ova joyfully waved her hand. "Look what I found hidden here." VG frowned, asking if she could even read it. She leaned against him playfully. "Nope, but you can," she teased. VG practically radiated pure fury. "And why would I do that?" The girl tried to look cute, hoping to win him over. "Because I'm adorable." This tactic completely backfired. Then, Ova smirked. "And you need my magic if you want to stay alive." VG looked beyond annoyed. "I'll consider it." Gen put on his hat. "Everyone's back. Let's get moving." They had to find a better option than this ruined temple for the night. Rafa asked with curiosity, "What do you think we'll find out there?" Her companion wasn't so sure. "I have no idea. Let's just hope it's better than this place." An ancient town appeared, surrounded by forests and mountains in a vast, empty land. Hem and the others cautiously entered the deserted old town to get a feel for the situation. The sun beat down hard, and the long-abandoned houses were covered in moss. "Hem, where are you going?" He suddenly bolted forward. The maid shouted in frustration, "Hem, where are you going?" Game glanced around, completely baffled by the scene. "Jian, whose city is this?" The man scanned the area for a moment before answering, "It belongs to no one. This place is ancient, unlike anywhere I've seen before." "Rasa?" The old man just shook his head. "I don't know either." VG moved closer to the mage, Ova. "Do you know anything about these structures?" he asked her. "I've never encountered this architectural style before. I know there are ancient ruins on other floors, but this place is different." She pondered his words for a moment before responding, "No." "But doesn't this place feel familiar?" she wondered aloud. "I can't explain it, but it's like I've been here before." He knelt down, pressing his hand to the ground. "Interesting. I can feel a current of energy flowing right through here." VG concentrated, sensing it through his fingertips. "Even after all this time, I believe something here is still alive." San looked around and offered a theory. "Maybe it was a border city? Or some kind of large mining outpost?" Game immediately agreed. "That's possible." He thought for a second. "It feels like a ruin from home, like someone tried to build an Earth city here." Rafa's voice was gentle as she asked him, "Find something you want to take back with you?" Hem pointed at a nearby statue in disgust. Who would even build something like this? The woman, however, completely disagreed. "They're beautiful," she said. "They remind me of those murals we saw." Annoyed, Hem just gestured mockingly in another direction. "And what about those things?" he scoffed. "A total waste. All that gold just carved into stone tablets." In front of every single house stood a tall stone tablet covered in strange, unreadable script. VG walked over to get a closer look. "You can't call it a waste," he stated. "Not until we know their purpose. We have no way to judge if it's useful or not." Gen nodded in agreement with him. "Exactly," VG continued. "Something major definitely happened here. Look at the energy flowing through this place." A faint, white mist swirled mysteriously around the base of the stone tablet. He reasoned that someone built this place with incredible effort, and its location near caves rich with smoke crystals had to be connected. Hem finally gave up arguing. "Okay, fine, not a waste, but we should at least loot a few things, shouldn't we?" VG shot him a look. Of course. But first, we need to find the source of those tremors we've been feeling. I want to know if this place still has a master. With that decision made, the group moved deeper into the city. As they walked, Game noticed a pattern. Everything seems to lead toward the city center. Rafa looked over at him. What do you think is there? Game could only voice his own hope. Answers, hopefully. Sunlight streamed down between the massive, towering buildings all around them. The architecture of the homes was incredibly detailed, managing to be both beautiful and magnificent at the same time. And just as before, those same stone tablets stood in front of every house. The mage stared in absolute awe, while VG whispered, "Incredible." A gigantic black sphere suddenly appeared before them all. Game's eyes went wide with excitement. It's so huge. He was completely mesmerized by it. Beautiful. As Game reached out his hand to touch it, he breathed, "Absolutely magnificent." Seeing this, Rafa instantly landed a hard punch on his head. Game clutched his skull in pain but slowly snapped out of the trance. "Thanks, Rafa." But Hem was still captivated by the black sphere. He drifted closer, reaching out his own hand. So beautiful. Hem's fingers were just about to make contact when Game grabbed his arm, stopping him cold. Startled, Hem came to his senses as Game warned him, "Better not touch that." Nearby, VG also received a sharp smack to the head from San. Game looked back, realizing something. Interesting. It only seems to affect the gray-skinned race. Rafa felt the tension rising. "You think it's a trap?" she asked. Gen then offered up his own theory. "We'd have to touch it to know for sure," he stated calmly. "And I don't think that's a good idea." She thought for a second and had to agree. Yeah, only a total bird brain would touch something so suspicious. Her words made Game stop short, a sudden realization hitting him. "Birds?" he repeated. She looked back at him, confused. "What about them?" Game's voice dropped. "Look around us. What's missing?" But Rafa still didn't understand. She shrugged, guessing randomly. Jem glanced around and suggested, "I don't know, maybe birds?" But it wasn't just birds. The rocks, the trash this city felt hundreds of years old, yet the streets were spotless. Grasa began to realize something was very wrong. So who's maintaining this city? Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down from nowhere. Grasa screamed out a warning. "Enemy attack!" Jem swiftly raised his shield, just in time. But one arrow pierced straight through, making Jem's blood run cold. He looked up to see a group of archers aiming right at them. Jem realized the situation. "Looks like we just found our answer." Grasa eyed the enemy, wondering, "You think we can communicate with them?" The figures above kept shouting incomprehensible words. Then, one of them was struck down, collapsing on the spot. Grasa roared in fury, "Shut up!" Jem watched him, exasperated. I was about to say no. His face hardened as he readied his stance and gave the order. "All right, everyone, get ready. Looks like we have to fight." Masked figures armed with weapons leaped down from above, charging forward to attack. Jem gripped his weapon. "I'm really getting tired of fighting," Grasa added. "We both are." "All three of us," the mage chimed in, refusing to back down. Her eyes burned with determination. "We're all sick of it." Grasa took cover behind him. Jem's team braced for impact as the masked creatures closed in. Both sides crashed together in a vicious brawl. He fought alongside the others, powerfully knocking enemies away. A storm of arrows flew straight for Jem. He quickly ducked low, deftly dodging every single one. Jem shot a sharp glance back behind him. He dodged an attack aimed at the masked man's blind spot. Jem smirked at him. "Nice shot." Then he countered with a direct blow to the black masked figure. But not good enough. The creature clutched its stomach in pain, staggering and babbling in that strange tongue. Jem couldn't understand a word, analyzing the situation. What language are they even speaking? It wasn't the Ainside tongue, and it wasn't a local dialect either. A moment later, the black masked enemy collapsed. The others saw this and looked over in alarm. The fallen one tried to speak to his comrades, his voice trembling. The blue-masked one replied in their bizarre language. The black-masked man's hand began to crumble into dust. Jem shot a tense look toward his party. Jem and Grasa fought desperately against the masked enemies. Grasa, with intense focus, fired arrow after arrow. His shots found their marks, taking down many foes. But their remaining comrades just kept charging forward. The mage and San held a defensive stance, ready to counter at any moment. Jem assessed the battle. He had to draw their attention to give everyone else some room. They were small, but they couldn't be underestimated. The blue-masked figure raised a hand, giving a command in that alien language. Jem noticed, a flicker of surprise on his face. All the remaining masked fighters began to retreat towards the blue one. Jem backed away, on high alert. Are they surrendering? No, he thought. They want me to fight this short one. The blue masked enemy advanced alone, then rushed forward to attack. Jem sized him up. The color of this one's mask was different. What's with this one? He parried a blow with a mocking grin. You're not very good, are you? The blue-masked one stomped the ground, building momentum. He shouted more strange words as he lunged forward again. Jem coldly slammed his foot on the enemy's spear, pinning it to the ground. The creature froze in shock. Losing patience, he delivered a powerful kick. I don't have time to play with a training dummy like you. The creature clutched its chest in agony. The blue-masked fighter sat up, pointing at Jem and shouting incomprehensibly. Shield in one hand, spear in the other, Jem prepared for a real fight. Playtime was over. Suddenly, a yell cut through the air. Quick, move! Jem whipped his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief. Huh? Damn it! He turned and ran, pure panic on his face. Let me through. The masked enemies just stood there, stunned and confused by the sudden chaos. A massive fireball was hurtling toward them. It hit, instantly incinerating them. All that was left were their hopeless screams. One of them managed to escape the blast, only to run straight into Jem. He glared down at the masked creature with a murderous look. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, the blue-masked leader fell to his knees in despair. He uttered words of disbelief no one could understand. Just then, a sharp arrow flew past at incredible speed. It struck the burning comrade right behind him. The blue-masked leader snapped his head around in shock. In a split second, his comrade turned to dust, his mask clattering to the ground. San came over to help Jem up, who grinned. Took you long enough. San just pouted. You were fine. I had to help the others first. Jem shot an annoyed look at the mage. A little warning next time, maybe? She just tapped her own head, embarrassed. Sorry. Was that a bit loud? The man in the green mask was on the ground, playing helpless at VG's feet. Hen walked closer, asking, Who are they? Game offered his own assessment. I think they're apostles of Graham. Reaching down, Game grabbed the green-masked man, confident he could squeeze some vital information out of him. But the moment Game touched him, the man vanished, leaving only his mask and clothes behind, stunning him completely. Huh? Raising his bow, the man shouted a warning. Archer! He fired at the enemy, but the arrow hit a stone tablet and snapped in two. Seeing this, Game burst out laughing. I thought you were supposed to be a master archer. Annoyed, VG just snapped back. Shut up. He turned to the others, asking, Is everyone okay? Rafa answered tensely, We're fine, but a few of them managed to escape. The sun's setting, we should get back to the cave. The man agreed, saying, Staying out here would be a terrible plan. We have no idea what might have followed us up from that abyss. Hen stepped in to break the tension. How about this? We take a house on the city's edge and fortify it before nightfall. Hen, however, felt a wave of unease. Is that really going to be safe? He couldn't make any promises. We won't know until we try. Suddenly, they heard the frantic footsteps of two people running nearby. It was Rosa, with a woman carrying a much younger Jem, sprinting as if they were fleeing for their lives. Don't stop, we're almost there, she yelled as they ran. Rosa looked back, worried. Where's Dad? The woman tried to reassure her. Your father is luring them somewhere else. Just keep running, honey. They raced desperately toward a cave just ahead, but suddenly, the shadow of a monster appeared. The woman and Rosa froze in absolute terror. She gritted her teeth, not daring to make a sound, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated tension. The woman stared intently toward the cave, not letting her guard down for a single second, before quickly glancing over her shoulder. Then, the woman spotted a small crevice in the cave wall, a temporary hiding place. She tucked Jem inside the nook and turned to Rosa. My sweet baby, she whispered. I need you to take your brother and get as deep into this crack as you can. Panicked, Jem reached out for his mother. No, Mom. But she was dead serious, telling them, I have to lead them away. I need you two to stay here and be completely silent. When it's clear, you come out and run to the gate. Call for that person to help you. Rosa was beside herself with fear. But Mom, Her mother cut her off sternly. Rosa, this is the only way. I am so sorry I have to make you do this alone, but I need you and Jem safe. Can you do this for me? Rosa tried to protest again, but her mother wouldn't listen, insisting firmly, I need you to take care of your brother. Rosa squeezed her eyes shut, reluctantly obeying. Relieved, the woman managed a gentle smile. That's my girl. But then a sound echoed nearby, and her head snapped toward it in panic. It's coming! Hurry! Get inside! Rosa quickly turned and pulled Jem, urging him into the crevice. Quickly now. Her mother gave one last gentle smile. I love you both. And then only Jem and Rosa remained, huddled obediently in the dark. A massive monster thundered right past the opening of the cave. The sight terrified Jem so much that he burst into tears. Rosa immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Outside, an eerie silence fell. The monster was gone. He slowly began to calm down. But both Jem and Rosa were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Suddenly, a massive claw shot into the crevice. It snagged on Jem's pants, and he screamed in absolute panic. Jem shrieked in terror, "Rosa, help me!" In the blink of an eye, the monster had dragged him completely out of the cave. She lunged forward, trying to grab him, but she missed. Rosa was frantic. She searched wildly, shouting, "Jem, where are you?" A chilling voice suddenly echoed around her. "Where's your brother, Rosa?" She flinched on guard. "Mom? Dad?" Two shadowy, horrifying figures flickered into existence. The terrifying voice continued, "We told you to watch him. How could you let him die?" Rosa broke down completely, sobbing as she tried to explain. "Mom, I didn't. I tried. I really did." A blood-soaked foot stepped into view. "You must be punished." The two monstrous figures then lunged right at her. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut, throwing her hands up to protect herself. Then, Rosa shot awake, drenched in sweat. She wearily sat up and whispered to herself, "Another nightmare." Rosa touched her forehead, burying her face in her hands as she sobbed. Later, she brushed her hair, her eyes puffy and sad. Rosa ate her meal alone. Just as she was about to open the door to leave, a voice stopped her cold. "You look pale." Rosa jumped and turned. "Oh, good morning, Toast." He was leaning against the wall, asking, "Another nightmare?" She gave a sad nod. "Yeah, about the time we lost our parents," Toast said with concern. "You should rest. I'll let the others know." Leaning against the wall, Rosa just forced a weak, tired smile. "That's not happening. There are barely enough people to run the mushroom farm. Too many were sent to the mines. If I leave, everyone will starve." Hearing this, he could only let out a helpless sigh. "Okay, I get it, but don't push yourself too hard, all right?" She obediently agreed. "Okay, is there any news about the expedition?" Those shook his head, looking troubled as he tried to apologize. He waved his hands around, trying to explain and calm Rosa down. He insisted they'd only been gone a few months, so nothing could be wrong. Her brother was strong, he had to be okay, but she was filled with disappointment. Lep was tough, sure, but what about Jem? Rosa straightened her posture, sighed, and tried to compose herself. She offered a small smile, and her voice was soft. "You're right, those. I need to stay optimistic." She stood on her toes, placing a shy kiss on his cheek. Rosa waved with a radiant smile. "Thanks for worrying about me. See you tonight." He blushed furiously, touching his cheek and stammering a reply. "Yeah. See you." The scene cuts to a massive spread of food laid out over a large crate. In front of a food stall, Rosa stretched lazily. She glanced at her plate and mumbled, "More cheese? They sure are treating us well." She eyed the drink next to her, thinking to herself, "Mushroom beer too. It's been a while since I've had any." She picked up a sandwich, figuring they were being kept well fed to prevent another riot, not with so much work still left to do. She ate while thinking, whatever, not my problem. But then, the sound of gossip from another table made her whip her head around. "Hey, did you hear about that attack?" Rosa wiped her mouth, her attention suddenly glued to their conversation. "You hear about that fight?" One of the three elven women, Lore, was the one who had all the fresh details. Apparently, a goblin made a move on an elf girl, so the elves ganged up on him. Rosa paused, spoon in her mouth. "Really? Again?" Abalagda was skeptical. "What do you mean, again?" The younger elf revealed. "Didn't the same thing just happen last week?" Lore frowned, trying to remember. "She's right," she confirmed. "Goblins are always pulling that kind of disgusting stunt." Abalagda shot to her feet, fists clenched in pure rage. "Those filthy goblins. I want to kill them all." A green-skinned man nearby turned at the sound of her shout. Lore hissed through her teeth. "Hey, Abalagda, quiet down. You want to get us caught?" She casually gestured behind her. "Who's gonna tell? Nobody here is gonna report us." The only person who heard was that weird girl over there. All three of them followed her pointing finger, their eyes landing on the harmless-looking Rosa sitting on a rock. She just blinked, looking completely lost. "I'm sorry." Lore immediately turned back to her friend. "Abalagda, you're causing a scene." Riza frowned in agreement. "Stop it. You're scaring the poor girl." Then Abalagda's expression suddenly shifted to one of interest. "Hey, you want to join us?" Rosa was totally thrown off. "Really?" Lore let a small smirk play on her lips. "Don't worry, we don't bite." Then she teased, looking back at her friend, "But Abalagda just might." The tough girl flushed in embarrassment. "It was one time. Only one time, and you guys never let me forget it." Lore pointed to each of them as she made the introductions. By the way, I'm Lore. This is Riza, and that's Abalagda. She's only so grumpy because she's worried about her brother. Groza introduced herself cautiously. I'm Groza. Is your brother on the expedition team? My brother is, too. Abalagda crossed her arms, annoyed. That moron followed some idiot gang leader to go pick a fight. And just like that, Groza's guard came down. She felt the exact same way about Jem, my brother too. His commander is the idiot gang leader. Lore explained with a light-hearted tone, Abalagda is actually the reason we got transferred to this farm. She got so mad at her brother that she punched the foreman. Groza's eyes went wide in disbelief, stunned for a second. Seriously? Abalagda rolled up her sleeve, flexing a veiny bicep. He totally had it coming. Riza chimed in. That's why no man wants to approach you. You're more of a man than they are. She just grinned smugly. I have boyfriends, you know. Lots of them. The younger girl recalled all the goblin guys Abalagda had dragged away in a headlock. They were victims, not boyfriends. Offended, she clamped her huge hands over Riza's mouth. How dare you? As Groza was wandering around, she heard Quay's voice call out from behind. Glad to see you. She sighed. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Quay. He leaned against a wooden doorframe with a slight smirk. Just teasing. Are you lost, kid? Groza closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of peace. No, I'm just taking a walk to clear my head. Quay seemed to see right through her. Missing Jem? If you ever feel lonely, feel free to stop by my place. I don't get many customers anyway, and I could use the company. Groza peered into the shop, which was filled with woodworking tools and machines. Did everyone leave on the expedition? He was blunt. Either there, or in the mines. But things are going to change soon. Groza's curiosity was piqued. You heard something? Quay suddenly looked around nervously. I heard a new messenger arrive this morning. She immediately pressed him for more information. A messenger from the expedition? What did they say? He glanced away. Nobody knows. The Blueskins held a council meeting and wouldn't let anyone in. A worried expression started to creep onto Groza's face. Do you think they're okay? What if Jem? Quay placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Groza, don't go looking for bad news unless you really want to find it. Groza hesitated. You're right. He bowed his head slightly, putting on a calm front. Of course I am. Who wouldn't be worried? As she sawed a giant mushroom in half, a voice suddenly cried out. Groza! It was Riza, rushing toward her in a total panic. Groza, you have to hide. But Groza just calmly asked. Hide? Why? The girl asked, wiping sweat from her brow. A foreman was looking for her. Huger was stalling him, but he couldn't buy much more time. She sensed something familiar about the description. Why were they here? Wait, Riza. What does he look like? Riza stroked her chin, thinking back. The foreman? Thin, tense, pretty handsome, weird eyebrows. Rosa knew instantly who it was, and took off running to see for herself. Meanwhile, Huger had lost his cool, throwing a flurry of punches at Toes. I won't let you abuse these girls. Those dodged without fighting back, just holding his hands up in surrender. He tried to explain, but the man wasn't hearing a word of it. You people are always trying to take them away. Those realized the situation was escalating, his own patience wearing dangerously thin. Will you just listen to me? As the next punch flew, he was forced to catch it dead in its tracks. In the blink of an eye, the tables turned. Those easily slammed Huger to the ground, just as Rosa ran up in a panic. Those, stop, don't hurt him, she cried, stepping between them. Thank you for looking out for me. But I'm sorry, he's my friend. Rosa marched right up to him. Those, what's wrong with you? You can't just come storming into the farm like this. Those shoulders slumped, the words barely escaping his lips. The expedition, we were ambushed. And Jem, the news shattered her world. With no defense against the truth, Rosa collapsed into Tho's arms, unwilling to face reality. Elsewhere, a new day was dawning. The sky outside a brilliant blue filled with warm sunlight. In an abandoned house, VG stood watch by a window, his eyes scanning the area with caution. He turned to see Jem and Rafa awake and couldn't resist a jab. Ah, the lovebirds are finally up. The girl cut him off, clearly annoyed. Shut up, Vigra. He just wandered over to where Hem was cooking. I didn't know you could cook, Hem. The response was brutally honest. Where I come from, you either cook for yourself or you starve. VG kept his eyes on the perimeter, but still got another dig in. Starving to death sounds a lot better than eating your food. No one's making you eat it. Hem shot back angrily. Their bickering stirred the mage from her sleep. Hey, can you two keep it down? I barely got any sleep last night on this filthy old rug. He just shot her a look of pure disdain. Shut up, he scoffed. You say you couldn't sleep, but you were snoring loud enough to shake the walls. The mage shot up, furious. What did you just say? He was just as irritated. Silence is golden, kid. Either learn it, or I'll teach it to you. But she wasn't scared. She was amused. Go ahead and try me. Just as the tension peaked, Hem arrived with the food. All right, break it up, you two. Breakfast is ready. The mage scowled at him. And you, Hem? He looked completely confident. Feel free to burn me, but you won't get any dessert. Her entire attitude shifted in a heartbeat. Dessert? You actually made dessert? For me? Hem seemed helpless against her sudden cheerfulness. You did say you wanted something sweet, right? Now go get Grassa and Sandy. They're in the front hall. She happily skipped off to get them. Rafa gave him a curious look. So you're making sweets for Ova now? Well, she asked for it. Hem stammered. Soon everyone was gathered around the table, Grassa already digging in and praising the meal. This is seriously good, Hem. But Jem was curious. Where did you even find meat and vegetables out here? Hem thought for a moment before answering. I caught some small animals and found a few vegetable patches with broken fences at some of the houses. Hearing this, the man spat out his food. Grassa started coughing violently as someone asked, Are you all right, Grassa? He broke out in a sweat, turning to look at Hem. Wait a minute, you really don't know what a farm is, do you? Hem crossed his arms, annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? I've seen a mushroom farm before, he grumbled. VG, sitting opposite, clarified. Yes, but he has no idea what a surface farm looks like. Grassa stared at him in disbelief. Seriously? VG began his explanation. Sadly, yes. Very few elves have ever seen the surface world, and the ones who come up here to hunt are taxed into the ground. Grassa looked utterly speechless. How can you people live like that? I'd go crazy if I couldn't see the sky. VG looked at Grassa with a dead serious expression. We won't have to, he said. Not for much longer. Bungu's tyranny is about to start a riot. He'll try to crush it, and that will spark a full-blown rebellion. The other man looked doubtful. But will your leaders even agree to that, right? VG answered calmly. In the past, maybe. But Jira has isolated our neighbors, and other rebellions have already started. It won't be long before the goblin forces are spread too thin. He then turned his focus to Jem. You've noticed the food prices changing, haven't you? Jem immediately nodded. VG continued. They're using slave labor for mining instead of farming. The food supply is drying up. Jem looked up, his gaze sharp and calculating. And you're just waiting for the right moment to make your move, aren't you? VG lowered his head and gave a slight, chilling smile. I'm not going to deny that. His eyes were filled with ambition. Chaos breeds opportunity, and I intend to seize that opportunity to become the new chieftain. Everyone at the table's jaw dropped in unison. What? Sandy turned to confront VG. You're saying this openly? Have you forgotten who we mercenaries work for? We'd get a huge reward if we turned you in. VG just met her threat with a mocking smile. Come on, San. Your people were sacrificed. Don't pretend you don't hate him just as much as the rest of us. He shot a sharp glance toward Gra, who nervously avoided his gaze. He tried to play it off. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, faking a search for something in his pockets. Of course. Just know that you'll be helping the entire elven race if you just keep your mouth shut about me. He confidently tossed a small pouch onto the table. And besides, we're all friends here, aren't we? San suspiciously opened the pouch, finding it filled with green stones. He calmly sat down, slipping the gems into his own pocket. Friends indeed, huh? Grassa and San took their shares before tossing the rest over to Gra, who quickly snatched it. Yeah, best friends. The mage, silent until now, finally spoke up. So what about me? What's my cut? VG stroked his chin, considering. For you, you get your freedom, plus the entire magic archive of the elven chieftain and his crew. She immediately gave a thumbs up. Deal. Hem, however, just crossed his arms, completely unbothered. You don't have to give me anything. I'm not involved in this. The man showed no surprise. Of course, Hem. I expected as much. I just need you not to interfere, for the good of our people. VG then turned his gaze to Rafa and Jem, and Rafa will follow whatever Lep decides. He tapped the table, calculating. I have to admit, I'm not sure what to offer you, Lep. I suspect your goal is the same as mine. The man just smiled back at VG. I think my aim is just a little bit higher than yours. The man let out a cunning laugh. You seriously think my only plan is to get my old job back as the elven chieftain? That's just the foundation for something much bigger. Jem guessed. A king? VG let out a small chuckle. An emperor. Someone who could rival Ias himself. Hem spoke up, clearly amused by the idea. Great. So this guy wants to become another Goma. He crossed his arms and stated bluntly, Goma had ambition but lacked vision. He brought about his own failure, and I won't make that same mistake. And neither will you, right, Lep? Lep calmly countered VG's words. No. History is filled with great kingdoms and grand empires, and there will be more to come, but sooner or later they all fall. Mine, however, will last longer than any of them." The man paused, speculating. "So you want immortality?" Jem immediately shot that down. "No, a legacy. A legacy that will endure for all time." The two of them stared intently into each other's eyes, trying to decipher the other's true thoughts. VG suddenly burst out laughing. "All right then, I suppose my offer remains open. We'll just have to see who reaches the top first, won't we?" Hem's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. "If you two are done, can we continue eating before my stew gets cold?" The mage quickly chimed in. "Hurry up, I want to get to dessert." Suddenly, a hand shot up. "Wait a minute, Hem. Since everyone's here, there's something important I need to discuss with all of you." Deep within countless majestic mountain ranges sat an ancient, abandoned complex, completely covered in green moss. Sunlight streamed through a dusty dome. Rocks of all sizes were being thrown against a wall. Grasa, squatting on the ground, was the first to speak. "Is there any good reason why we're still exploring these damn ruins?" Meanwhile, Jem stood nearby with his hands on his hips. "This building is unique. It's constructed differently from the others." At that moment, Grasa casually tossed a huge boulder aside and grunted. "So what? That doesn't mean we need to risk our lives finding out what's inside. If you keep asking me about it, you're just wasting your time." Someone else immediately replied, "Well, nobody is forcing you." Suddenly, the mage, holding his staff, asked a serious question. "Don't you want to return to the other DKs, Grasa?" Hearing this, Grasa, who was now carrying another boulder on his shoulder, fell completely silent. After a moment, he gently pressed his cheek against it, murmuring, "No, the Goza are fine on their own, but the rest of them could be dead in a hole for all I care." The words had barely left his mouth when Jem immediately questioned him. "There's no one special you want to go back to?" After hearing that, Grasa hurled the boulder he was holding as he growled, "You just had to remind me. I thought I had found someone, but just before we were set to leave, I went to her home and found her making a deal with another man." After saying that, he couldn't help but tilt his head to the sky and let out a booming laugh. Seeing this, Jem immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I guess that's his way of reacting to the pain. At that moment, Grasa spoke again. "Don't worry about it. She actually did me a favor. I always hated that guy, and I challenged him to a one-on-one fight for what he did." The mage suddenly leaned forward, his face pale as he asked, "What happened?" Grasa narrowed his eyes judgmentally. "She can have him, but she'll never be able to have his children." His words left everyone present in a stunned, heavy silence, with absolutely nothing to say. A moment later, the mage calmly asked from a distance, "Don't you have any parents?" Hearing the question, Grasa looked down slightly, replying casually, "Probably, somewhere out there. I was raised by a gang until I was old enough to go out on my own." As he spoke, the sorcerer touched his cheek, deep in thought. He had assumed life on the surface would be easier, but this wasn't so different. Just then, Sand dragged over a massive log, his voice cold. "It all depends on where you are. Some places let you live well, others, not so much." Perched on a high rock, VG whipped his head around in total shock. "No matter where you live, your life is only what you make of it. You either control your life, or someone else controls you." Rasa did what he had to, just like all of them. Grasa stared down the newcomer, muttering, "You're saying some smart things for a Greyon." Hearing this, VG shot back sarcastically, "The truth isn't smart. It just is." Down below, Rafa glanced at the man and clicked his tongue. "What's not smart is staying out here much longer. They'll notice this entire group is missing." Then, down on the ground, 3 strange objects appeared as a heavy door slowly creaked open. Game, holding a shield, followed behind with a warning, "Careful. We have no idea what we're about to find in here." In that moment, everyone's eyes shot wide open in absolute astonishment. Game had to admit, this wasn't what he expected. VG and him stared, their eyes wide with awe. Absolutely breathtaking. For once, I agree with Rasa. Nearby, Sand broke into a cold sweat. Who could build a place this massive? And why is it here? Is that an audience chamber? But where's the throne? Together, they all began to move slowly, deeper into the structure. Game once again looked up, observing, "This has to be the throne spire we saw from outside." Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed ahead. Sand flinched back to dodge it. "Looks like it. And what are you going to do with these strips?" The mage furrowed her brow in thought. "They look like connectors from the temples in the caves." Her long ears perked up. "They're probably lines carved to link different runes together to perform specific functions. There should be a control rune here somewhere." As her hand rubbed a symbol on the stone, another voice suddenly spoke up. "Found it." A purple smoke snaked along the inscription right in front of the mage. Seeing this, she panicked, immediately denying it. Not me. I was just wiping it off. I didn't use any mana. In the distance, the stone pillars started reacting the exact same way. Hem, Rafa, and Game grew more agitated. They're definitely activating. LP, what do we do? Just wait. And then, a blue illusion appeared, saying, "Welcome." The figure spread its arms wide as it continued. "Welcome to the city of Paris, one of the newest border cities founded by the great Ez and his followers." Dedicated to hearing this, Game's face immediately twisted in confusion. Graham the Wise is indeed Graham. After listening, Game asked, "Please tell me how I can assist?" Dedicated to. That means you are not Graham. I am the artificial manager of this city, manufactured in Cram K35. My task is to keep communications active until Graham's inevitable return. As he spoke, Rafa raised his longsword. LP, what is that thing? The manager, however, remained strangely calm, reassuring them, "Do not fear me, young one. I cannot harm beings of flesh and blood. I exist only to serve this city and my master." Game couldn't help but break out in a sweat. "I don't think it intends to hurt us. Not right now, anyway." Hearing this, the manager calmly agreed. "That is correct, citizen. However, I do not know your name. Please state it so I may enter you into my system." Game stared at the figure before him and replied, "LP. My name is LP." The manager immediately responded, "Thank you. Indeed, citizen LP. I will not bring harm to you or any of your companions." Nearby, VG already had an arrow knocked. "Are you the leader of this place?" The two of them engaged in a short conversation. "You are citizen VG. If chief or king is defined as the leader of this city, then that is incorrect. Citizen VG, I am merely the manager of this city." Game commented once again. "He seems more like a central administrator." The manager got straight to the point. "That would also be a reasonable comparison." "Citizen LP, how may I help you now?" Game didn't hesitate to answer, "We want to see your archives." The manager immediately raised a hand. "Very well." A heavy door began to open. "You will find my archives at the end of the hall. Now if you will excuse me, I shall return to my duties." Suddenly, Game had another question. "Wait, what if we need your help again?" As the manager slowly faded away, he left them with one last sentence. "As you possess the administrator's key, there is little I can do that you cannot. You should not require further assistance, citizen LP. Have a good day." After he vanished, a bewildered Rafa looked at Game. "Administrator's key? What did he mean by that?" VG, standing right there, added on, "Yeah, LP. What was he talking about?" Rafa was curious about this administrator's key, but after hearing the question, Game looked away, avoiding the subject. What did he mean by that? Jem felt a deep uncertainty. Suddenly, Gra ran up from behind shouting, "Hey, we have a huge problem." There was a mob of masked monsters standing right outside the building. Hearing this, Hem yelled out in complete disbelief, "That's insane. Did that traitor, number 35, actually sell us out?" He looked toward the door, adding, "If he did that, then the path he opened is a trap. We have to find another way out." San was absolutely livid, grinding his teeth. "Do we even have time for that?" But VG was hesitant. "No, I'm not so sure." Jen broke out in a cold sweat. "Then we don't have many choices." He lifted the shield in his hands and gave the order. "Grasa, Hem, Jen, push that tower closer to the door and block it. That should hold them off for a little while. Follow us when you're all done." At his command, everyone shouted in agreement. Jem looked back, telling the others it was time to move. 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, sprinted ahead. After a moment, Jem pointed to a wall covered in strange text. "What does all this mean?" VG quickly put a hand to his chin, thinking, "I'm going to need a little time." Meanwhile, Ga walked up to Jem to ask a question. I guess this wasn't a trap, but Jem didn't want to hear any of it. "Save it for when we're all out of here." Suddenly, Hem ran up with a new report. "All right, we managed to block the door. But..." Hearing that, Jem asked with a hint of exhaustion, "But what?" Hem quickly spoke up. "Remember when Grasa said there was a group of those things?" This made Jem a little curious. "Yeah?" Hem recalled the massive swarm as he continued. "It's not a group. It's an entire army, like a real, legitimate army." Hearing that, Jem immediately turned to the silver-haired man. "So we need to get out of here, now." VG instantly nodded his head in agreement. Right. I think I finally figured it out. Turns out, this building is organized by floor and room numbers. And this right here is a list of all those locations, laid out like a historical record." Jen stared intently at the writing. "So it's basically a directory for this whole building." "I see. Does it list any kind of exit?" VG, however, disagreed. "No, but I think I found a room that could be very useful for us right now." Without missing a beat, Jem asked the obvious question. What kind of room? And so VG answered, the city's armory. Hem looked over at a row of sharp spears, breaking out in a sweat. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Is all of this iron? On the other side, Gra picked up a metal hammer and remarked, no, it's something even better than that. It's steel. At the same time, Jem waved his hand and gave a cold command. Go check all the rooms and find weapons that are suitable for you. We're going to need the absolute best weapons. He looked at the silver-haired man, VG, who couldn't help but feel curious. What is it? Jem suddenly lowered his voice. I know you only wanted to find a weapon for yourself, but thank you for showing us this place. Hearing this, VG immediately raised his hand. You can spare me the pity. Arming everyone here just increases my own chances of survival. At that, Jem put his hands on his hips, his tone full of excitement. You're right, you're right. He observed the weapons laid out on a table. Look at you, Jen commented bluntly. Impractically extravagant. It's like a weapon meant for a commander. I wonder. His hand reached for a longsword, but Jem suddenly pulled it back, clenching his fist. He frowned deeply. It's not for me. Maybe I'll leave it for San. However, his gaze suddenly stopped on a different weapon. Wait a minute. Why is there no dust on this? He looked further down the line. All the other weapons were covered in dust. Sweat dripped down his face, but this one was completely clean. But why? Jem gripped the weapon in front of him. I guess there's only one way to find out the reason. He turned his head, looking it over. It has a serious weight to it, and it's balanced perfectly. Not bad. At that same moment, a notification appeared. New authorized user has been detected. Beginning recalibration. A tremor immediately shook the room, leaving Jem confused. Huh? What was that? A moment later, the system provided new information. Synchronization has been completed. Jem looked down, completely bewildered. What in the world is happening? 6 years of data now complete. Physical foundation has been established. A blinding light erupted from the weapon, beginning to optimize the user. Jem let out a painful scream, clenching his teeth as the power coursed through him. A moment later, the pain was gone. He raised the weapon high in his hand, feeling that it was much lighter than it had been before. Jem heard Rafa and the sorcerer exchanging words. They said this room was a special project workshop. I'm not sure we should enter. It could be very dangerous. From the other side of the room, VG also spoke up. Then you can just wait outside. We're going in, Hem. Suddenly, Jem could hear them talking from across the room, clear as if they were standing right beside him. And just like that, the system confirmed it. His weapon had upgraded his current form for optimal combat, and the upgrade included enhanced senses. Suddenly, Leo looked up at its hilt and asked, Wait a second, you can talk? A line of text immediately appeared, stating it could perform advanced functions. How can I serve you, Master? Leo was completely baffled by this. Huh? At that exact moment, a red alert flashed from the system software. Warning, warning. Enemies are coming. Outsiders are approaching. Ahead of them, countless dark figures were sprinting in their direction. Mia was stunned, wondering what these things could be. In another area, Vaughn picked up a sword, noting the sign outside called this the Armory's Special Projects Workshop. He looked at the condition of the weapons. He figured this must be where they developed and stored their more unique items. As he finished, Mia's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? But the mage just trembled and said, He thinks this is where they keep the really good stuff. But this place is giving me the creeps. She closed her eyes, sinking into her senses. I can feel it from all of them. Someone used the mist to forge new weapons, mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Mia started sweating. Is something like that even possible? Hearing this, Vaughn slowly explained that while his friend was challenged, he had to defer to their female companion on this. He's not a mage, and he's definitely not a blacksmith. The mage touched her chin, thinking, The totems we use for magic are made from mist crystals, so it's absolutely possible. But why would anyone want to build weapons that only mages could use? We're not exactly known for being great fighters. Just then, Vaughn pulled out a plank covered in weapons, saying, Unless they weren't made for mages to use, but for someone else. Hearing this, Mia grew even more curious. You don't mean? Vaughn calmly turned his head and explained, There's only one way to know. We found some finished weapons stored in one place. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. At the same time, Leo seemed to sense something. Rafa immediately noticed and asked, Lep, what's wrong? Leo got straight to the point. Where are the others? As soon as he spoke, Rafa and Sarah's eyes widened in shock. They were right here a minute ago. What's the problem? In an instant, Leo glanced left and right, then gave an order. We need to go right now. But before he could finish, an incredibly loud noise echoed through the halls. The leader of the bird-masked figures pointed directly at them. Seeing this, Garrus lifted his golden axe. Damn it! Sam, standing nearby, nervously asked if there was another way out. Rafa grimaced, pointing out only the windows, all of them barred. But Leo was perfectly calm. Well then, I guess we have to fight. Rafa moved to stand behind Sam. In that moment, an enemy lunged right at Sam. Without mercy, Vaughn slammed his axe into the creature's back. Leo quickly raised his own weapon. Let's see just how strong you are. He thrust it directly into another one's head. Are these things always this slow? Or is it you? A system notification popped up. This blade will serve you well, my lord. Use me to cut them down. Kill them. Kill them all. Then, with a single slash, 3 enemies were gone at once. On the ground, only their empty cloaks and masks remained. Leo looked at his blade and whispered, "Not bad." His eyes darted to the side. Leo ducked low and moved out, his voice a low growl. "Garrus, with me. We need to close those doors before more get through." Hearing the command, Garrus slammed a bird-masked foe into the ground. "Right behind you." The two of them entered a room and quickly shut the door. Leo didn't hesitate. "Bar it now, before they get here." Why do I suddenly feel so weak? But he immediately realized something was wrong. Does that power-up only work when I'm holding it? Meanwhile, Garrus kept yelling, "Hurry up, Grayskin. There's a lot more of them out there." Leo had no choice but to rely on him. "All right, I'm sorry." Elsewhere, Sam slammed against a door, yelling, "Get back!" The countless weapons they'd used as a barricade were sent flying everywhere. Sam spoke with a grim tone. "I'm not sure it's going to hold for long." But Mia seemed completely unaware. "Damn it, did we miss something?" Leo, standing across from her, replied, "Looks like someone just got back from a shopping trip." Mia immediately held up a gleaming weapon, admiring it. "This is amazing. We found a room in the back with a pile of these strange weapons." Vaughn also raised his new sword. It seemed to be a workshop. Most of the weapons weren't finished, but these two looked like they were completed. Rafa, facing the mage, asked, "You didn't get anything?" The mage immediately let out a short breath. "I already have my staff." Meanwhile, Leo was still inspecting the other weapons. They looked like some kind of steel. Mia quickly chimed in, "It's way better than steel." Eva said there are mist crystals inside. Hearing that, Leo had a question. Wouldn't that make the weapon more brittle? At his words, Vaughn glanced at his own weapon. "It seems these are designed to use mana in some way, though I haven't figured out how yet." Hearing this, Leo looked away, deep in thought. Jem asks his blade, "Are these other weapons like you?" And immediately, the system provides information. They are masterpieces from a great craftsman, but his companions are too primitive to unlock their true potential. Hen breaks out in a cold sweat. "What do you mean we can't get out? We just have to make our own exit." He then slowly turns and places one hand against the wall. "All right, let's do this." He winds up his weapon, and a massive explosion erupts. When the thick smoke clears, an escape route has been created. Jem looks skyward. "What are you trying to say?" The system clarifies. "This means they'll never unlock the weapon's full potential. It's just a tiny fraction of what these weapons are truly capable of." Dismissing his weapon's praise, Jem thinks, "Useful info," before telling Hen, "Good job." Meanwhile, the other guy won't stop kissing his weapon. "You're my new baby, aren't you?" Rafa peeks out from behind the wall. "Looks awesome." Hen rushes them forward. "Let's go, everyone. My baby's ready to do some smashing." Once outside, VG can't hold back his sarcasm. "We never should have given him that axe," he mutters, but Jem quickly cuts him off. "Don't spoil it. He's actually happy." Hearing this, VG just sighs, looking like he's at his absolute breaking point. A moment later, Jem raises his weapon to ask, "Any enemies nearby?" The system reports, "The noise attracted hostiles, but I can guide you. Sir, I will guide your party to a safe location." Jem quickly relays the message. "My weapon says more enemies are coming. We need to move now." Which leaves VG completely baffled. "Your weapon can talk?" But Jem just brushes him off with a wave. "I'll explain on the way. Let's move." Jem ducks behind a wall, observing a group of masked figures. The other 3 are on edge. There's so many of them. What's the plan? Yeah, they're everywhere. The best we can do is just get the hell out of the city as soon as possible. Right, but which direction do we even run? Suddenly, the system announces, "Attention. A group of rejects is approaching from the south. Please proceed to the nearest teleportation shrine for evacuation." Hearing this, Jem remains perfectly calm. "All right, so I guess they're coming from the south. Where's the nearest shrine?" The system suddenly cuts in. "Wait one moment. Searching for the city's teleportation shrine. It's north of your current position. Move quickly and reach the gate immediately. Sir, your survival probability is not in your favor." After a beat, Jem waves them forward. Time to move. He wonders, can't these things just be left alone? How many do we have to kill before they get the hint? Do they even care about dying? Meanwhile, the system kept feeding him intel. They are the creators' failed experiments, abandoned, and left to their own devices, putting them down as an act of mercy. Jem processes all this information as the group keeps running. What about K-35? He asks the system. Something tells me he's not just some simple manager. Instantly, the system projects an illusion of K-35, explaining his crucial role as an assistant to a founder. He was the sole observer for the founder's final, great experiment. As the message ends, Jem immediately understands. I see. And what did this grand experiment involve? The system explains. To find a way to empower citizens without using the creator's own power. The creator's eldest son was trying to empower his own followers, just like his father had done. Jem's brow furrows in thought. A creator with the power to elevate others. Could that be SH? The system instantly replies, I have no record of SH being present during the final experiment. Jem glances from side to side. Of course not. That would make things way too easy. The system, undeterred, keeps analyzing. The nearest shrine is visible from your current position. Suddenly, Jem throws up a hand, ordering them to stop, which clearly confuses VG. What's up? Before the words are even out, Jem replies, We can see a shrine from here. Anyone else spot it? But VG is still totally lost. Why are you looking for a shrine? And how'd you know we could even see it from here? Jem scans the area again. I remember seeing one right before we entered the city. If it's like the ones on the lower floors, it can probably teleport us out of here. VG seems to agree with this plan. That'd be convenient if it's true. Suddenly, the mage with the staff points ahead. It's over there, you see it? San answers with a slight tremble. It's just outside the north gate, on top of that hill, that golden thing. Rafa immediately looks to Jem. Awesome, right LP? But Jem doesn't look pleased at all. Maybe, maybe not. He then turns to give another order. Ova, that's the teleportation shrine, all right. How long will it take to get us out of this mess? The mage immediately strokes his chin. I can't say for certain, but it's going to take a while. Hearing that, Jem tilts his head slightly. Model, that was exactly what Rafa was afraid of. He started sweating bullets as Hen began to explain the problem. That hill right there? It was way too exposed. The second they went up, the enemy would spot them, especially with Ova casting her magic. Hen frowned, wondering if they should just wait until nightfall. But the team's mage just scoffed at the idea. Are you an idiot? That's even worse. The ritual would create a massive amount of light. Through it all, VG remained perfectly calm. Perhaps we need a diversion, VG suggested. But Game's voice was grim. I don't think we can hold them all off. Some of them will rush the hill if they see something happening over there. Game continued. As he finished, VG added his own thoughts. However, it could still buy us some time. VG laid out the plan. Some of us will light a fire to the south to distract them, while the others secure the hill. Hearing the plan, Game fell silent, deep in thought. Then, Game suddenly raised his hand. All right, who wants to volunteer? VG narrowed his eyes and spoke quietly. I'm the fastest runner here, so I'll be the one to go. Hearing this, Game immediately agreed to the idea. All right, that's great, but you shouldn't go alone. Hem, you go with him. Hem was instantly furious. Me? With that old guy? You're the second fastest runner here, and you've got a new axe, don't you? Game pointed out. Just try not to bury that axe in VG's back, he added. We kind of need him. Hem could only let out a sigh. Fine, whatever, but you'd better wait for me before you take off. Game then announced to the group, we start moving the second we see that smoke. Get there immediately. Meanwhile, Hen was dragging a wooden plank piled high with kindling, shoving it all into one large heap. This is everything I could find from that house, he said. Most of it is rotten, so it'll burn easy. Add it to the pile. I couldn't find much either, but this should be enough to get their attention. Hem then glared at VG. You could help, you know. VG, who was already busy working, shot back. I am helping. This will give us a head start before the blaze gets too big, increasing our odds of survival. Hem just squinted one eye. Yeah, I know. Good thinking, Hem admitted. A moment later, VG held up a tightly knotted rope. It pains you to praise me, doesn't it? But Hem just put on an indifferent face. Yeah, so don't worry about it. At his words, VG lowered his head slightly. I won't. I doubt I'll need to. Your kind always dies too young in battle. But Hem wasn't letting that go. Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean? He demanded. VG responded with chilling calm. Exactly what it sounds like. With all your emotion and lack of restraint, you would have been dead long ago if not for me. Without missing a beat, Hem shot back. Hey, I'm not the one who's constantly losing his lieutenants. Though I have to admit, he added, Game does have a pretty nice axe. VG couldn't help but clench his jaw in pure fury. Hem was spoiling for a fight. So you're finally showing your true colors, huh? Alright then, let's go. You're shouting too loud, you fool. Your stupidity led them right to us. We're surrounded. Elsewhere, Game was having a conversation with the system in his mind. Are there any creatures around the shrine? He asked it. Negative. The losers are currently concentrated in the city. Game closed his eyes, pleased. Good. But behind him, Vet stood with her hands on her hips. I don't think this is a good idea. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Warning. Stranger detected. At the same time, Vet continued. Sorry, Game, but I think this is the best way for us to get out of here. He pointed to the sharp tip of his weapon. I'm not talking about your plan. I'm talking to her. Vet was baffled. The sword is a she? Vet slowly examined the blade. There's a girl's soul in there. But something feels wrong, you shouldn't trust her. But the weapon's voice rang out, ignoring the warning. You are in the way. You're obstructing my master. Vet continued her judgment. She feels distorted, broken. The weapon immediately snapped back. Lies. This is its complete form, ready to purge the world's sins for the glory of the Empire. Vet just crossed her arms and stood back. See what I mean? Absolutely insane. There's a reason LP left it behind. Meanwhile, the weapon continued to send out a distress signal. Master, this one is distracting you, the weapon pleaded. She can be purged. I only need your command. Two voices echoed in Game's ears. Destroy her. Purge him. He just sat there, completely fed up. A smug steak and a clueless fool. After a moment, he couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Neither of you is getting purged or left behind. Suddenly, Rafa pointed ahead, shouting, Hey, look, is that the signal? Countless bird-masked guards stood watch in the courtyard, one of them just casually staring off into space. But then a white bird flies into view. Instantly, the guard grabs his bow, taking aim with a sharp arrow pointed right at the creature. But just as he's about to fire, something appears right behind him. A new voice calls out, Hey there, bird boy. The next thing his comrades see is his body flying through the air. Sanvung's blade slices down as he yells, Graza, this was supposed to be a surprise attack. Graza just shrugs it off. It's no surprise at all, and lands a devastating blow on another guard. Game quickly joins the fray, declaring, Doesn't matter, let's just finish them off fast. Seeing this, another bird-masked guard frantically blows a signal horn. Game just sighs, clearly annoyed. You've got to be kidding me. He raises his spear, ready to throw. One toss, and it hits its mark, a terrifying look on Game's face. Then, he touches his hair, as if realizing something. He'd forgotten what happens when he's disconnected from her. At that exact moment, an enemy appears from behind, ready for a sneak attack. But he's kicked to the ground by an ally. Rafa appears, asking, You alright? Game immediately plunges his spear right into the attacker's gut. Rafa gently reminds him, Just a little time is all it takes. Let your guard down for a second and they'll kill you. Be careful. Hearing this, Game quickly responds, Alright. I got it. Just then, the mage asks, Is that all of them? Rasa and San immediately reply, Looks like it. What about that horn? Game slings his weapon over his shoulder and says, What's done is done. We just need to move fast. He urges everyone to get going. A moment later, the entire group is standing in a vast green field. Grasa points ahead. There it is. In front of them sits a long-abandoned palace, and the group heads inside on Game's command. Ova, get us out of here. Everyone else, find a spot and stand watch. The mage steps onto a higher platform and replies, I know. She looks at the giant symbol on the ground with admiration. Incredible, she says. I've never seen one this big before. But then, something makes the mage freeze. Huh. Noticing her pause, Game quickly asks, Is there a problem? The mage struggles to explain. No, it's just a little different from the others I've seen. Just as Game was about to ask if she needed anything, another voice cut him off. Rafa points downwards, announcing, See them? Game, however, remains perfectly calm in his response. They must have heard the horn. There aren't many, but it's bad enough without VG and Hem here. In the distance, more bird-masked enemies appear while Game formulates a plan. We need to buy Ova some time. Rafa, you stay here and watch over her. He bows his head slightly, his voice low. San and Grass, you're with me. Rafa instinctively touches her wounded arm. This damn arm. I should be with them. Then, something behind her catches her attention. Rafa sees the girl trembling uncontrollably and calls out, Ova. She asks with deep concern, Are you okay? But the mage seems completely drained of strength. Ask me that again when I can feel my fingers. Her words leave Rafa utterly confused. What do you mean? Is the shrine broken? The mage immediately corrects her. No, that power. That's the problem. Sweat begins to form on Rafa's face. What are you talking about? The mage quickly explains. I've figured out I have to put my staff into one of these holes on the dais to connect to it, but I don't know which one it is. She kneels on the ground. When I got it wrong, the energy backlash nearly killed me. Hearing this, Rafa's eyes widen as she does the math. But there are still 4 holes left. All while sweat drips from the mage's face. Yes, Ova confirms. If I choose wrong one more time, I could die. Ova's eyes are wide, sweat pouring down like rain as sheer terror floods her mind. If she chooses wrong, she is dead. Her eyes are filled with pure horror as she gasps for air. Ova raises a hand to cover half her face as tears well up. She stammers in fear. I can't do it. I just can't. She clutches her staff, turning a trembling gaze to Rafa, her voice frantic. Rafa, you have to tell LP. We have to run. Rafa is shocked, but her expression hardens with resolve. She calmly explains, Ova, this is their territory. If we try to run, we'll be dead within a day. The shrine is the only way we're getting out of here. But Ova is sobbing, her eyes filled with fear. She keeps shaking her head. But I can't do it. I can't. Rafa stays silent for a long moment, her hand on her chin in thought. She stands up, pointing to the ancient symbols at their feet. Looking at Ova, she asks, Hey, can you read any of this? Ova lifts her sleeve to wipe away tears, her voice choked with sobs. Only a little. A few of my master's books were written in Adian, but I was just beginning to learn. My master said only archmages were ever allowed to touch them. Rafa shot Ova an encouraging smile, but she could still sense the doubt. Rafa insists they work together, certain they can find her staff. The words seem to work. Ova finally calms, looking at Rafa before reluctantly bowing her head. Meanwhile, a goblin swings its spear, brutally striking its opponent. Jem glances toward a hill packed with cheering goblins. But then he whips his head around, startled, as if he's just spotted something else entirely. He cries out in shock. Grasa looks over, his voice laced with concern. Jem, are you all right? Jem points at Grasa, asking, I'm fine, but is that wound deep? The man just glances at the gash on his waist, perfectly calm. It's nothing but a scratch. San pulls off his helmet, observing, it looks like they're on the move. The 3 men stare up at the distant hilltop. Jem sounds worried. They're probably preparing to target us again. San asks, Any news from the temple? Jem shakes his head. Not yet. Ova must still be working on it. San closes his eyes and sighs softly. My people have many poems about men waiting for women. It seems that's our fate. Jem takes off his helmet, his face a mix of surprise and a pout. There's even a song about it. Grasa frowns, his voice unhappy. It's the same for my people. San suddenly starts gesturing dramatically, breaking into a sing-song voice. Perhaps, if we survive this, I will write a poem about this very day. I shall call it Ova's Grace. I already have the first lines. O Ova, emissary of the deep, we have waited with all our hearts for you. Because your soul is true, you have made us wait. But we do it knowing that the one we have always waited for is you. Jem breaks into a nervous sweat hearing this. He mutters, if she gets us out of this, you can write all the poems you want. San just closes his eyes, smug. Grasa is actually moved to tears. Such beautiful poetry. How do your words flow so smoothly? Jem stares blankly at the 2 weirdos in front of him. San just smiles confidently. Poetry is in my blood. If we get out of this, you can thank me. I will teach you how to write poetry. Jem just scoffs. Seriously? He actually thinks that was good? Jem props his chin on his hand, completely bored, thinking to himself, Ova, please hurry up. But Grasa and San eagerly start their own discussion. Have you heard the poem by the Ocean Master, OD, the one by Mahin? Never, you have to tell me. A clear voice rings out inside the temple. Kanath. Ova points to some writing on the floor. At least, I think that's how you pronounce it. Rafa quietly comments. That's interesting. Ova looks at her, confused. What is it? Rafa explains with a hint of worry. Well, Kanath in my language means pain or danger. So maybe this specific spot is the dangerous one? Ova stares at Rafa in complete shock. Oh my god, you're right. For us, it means the exact same thing. Rafa calmly says, all right, there are 3 of these areas, and they all have the same kind of marking. She points nervously toward one area. This is where I put the staff. As sunlight hits 2 spots with ancient symbols, a voice speaks up. Then one of these 2 has to be the right one. Rafa asks, can you read the words next to them? Ova looks at her and simply says, no. Rafa glances at the 2 spots, her voice flat. I guess we'll just pick one and pray. The three men stand on a high hill, looking down below. Grasa observes the ancient city. Something's up. They're not resting at all. You're right, Jem replies. He frowns, asking in his mind, Gliv, do you know what's going on? A map suddenly appears in his mind as a voice echoes in his thoughts. More heretics have come to face your wrath, master. Jem frowns, putting the pieces together. They must be waiting for reinforcements. How many? San asks in shock. Countless monsters holding spears advance toward them. Jem's voice is grim. Looks like all of them. Ova points her staff at a location. This one. Rafa glances at her, tense. Are you sure? Ova replies. Not entirely, but we have to try something. She then suggests nervously, maybe we could tie a rope to the staff and lower it in? Ova raises her staff high, her expression serious. No, that won't work. Stand back and let me do it. She squeezes her eyes shut, pleading quietly. Please, Zom, let this be the right one. As she slowly lowers the staff, a hand reaches out from the darkness and grabs it. Rafa's eyes widen in absolute horror. Ova looks up, her face a mask of shock. At the same moment, Jem faces two monsters as a dark shadow plummets from the sky. He cries out, Huh? Hen lands on the ground with a smirk. I told you to leave the bloodshed to me. Jem smiles casually. They're all yours. Hen flashes a wicked grin, growling. Don't mind if I. He hefts the axe on his shoulder. Do. A hand grabs the magic staff. Don't do that. I have no wish to die today. He looks at the two slots, softly explaining. The hole you are about to put the staff in is labeled Strength. The other one is marked Control. He frowns, his voice serious. I won't pretend to know how this temple works, but I am certain your choice was a mistake. Ova, flushing bright red with relief, rushes forward and hugs him tightly, her words tumbling out. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Rafa asks suspiciously, Where have you been? The man gently pushes Ova away, explaining. On the road. That fool and I were attacked and had to fight. Fortunately, on the way here, he realized this temple might be more complex, and that maybe he could help. The woman cries out in disbelief. And not because you want to use it to escape? VG just frowns, looking annoyed. You wound me, he says. I wouldn't do that now. All they have to do is let their magic user, Ova, do her thing. Ava holds her staff, closing her eyes in deep concentration. As blue light pulses from the staff, she speaks grimly. I've connected to the temple. It can take us far away. He glances at her, issuing a new command. There has to be a closer temple. Find it and get us there first. Her eyes snap open, glowing blue. She stammers. That'll take time. But VG just raises his sword, completely confident. Just do it. I'll hold them off. With a single slash, Saner cuts down the last of the high-level monsters. Grasa glances over, her voice serious. Just in time. The rest are coming fast. And they look absolutely furious. The lead monster charges ahead, cleaver raised high. Jenim roars out the order. Everyone, back to the temple. But Jem turns around, heading in the opposite direction. What do you think you're doing? Hemin asks suspiciously. He glances back, his voice firm. I'll be right behind you. I'm going to duel their leader. They seem to have a thing for one-on-one fights, so I'll buy us some time. Hemin blocks Jem's path with his axe, shouting aggressively, Hey, dueling is my job. Not anymore. Now get back with the others, Jem retorts. Hemin, with this weapon, I can handle it. He cuts him off. So can my new axe. A red-skinned hand points, the voice urgent. Enough. Stop arguing and move. Hemin books it into the temple. So much for a glorious duel, huh? Jem shouts in frustration. Shut up and run! Jem cries out, shocked. I thought you only had one axe. Hemin just smirks back at him. Yep. Pretty neat, right? He practically cuddles the axe, rubbing it on his face. I really love this thing. Jem replies, completely deadpan. Whatever. He ducks behind the temple wall, dodging a volley of incoming arrows. His expression is tense as he yells, How much longer do we need to hold out? VG, with his back to them, answers, She's almost done. Just a little more. He steps onto the altar, shouting, Form a circle around Ova. Protect her at all costs. They all brace for the attack, waiting for the monsters to get in range. The leader steps into the temple, his voice filled with grim determination. I have to stop this. Jenim is horrified, yelling out, Wait! But the leader's hand is already reaching into the temple. A blast of rainbow-colored light erupts from where Ova is standing. Her eyes fly open as she screams. The tribespeople are seen transporting their belongings back home. In front of them lies a huge rock crevice, and behind it, a hidden door. The chief watches with a grim expression as Bungu is carried in on a palanquin, then steps onto the ground. The chief respectfully places a hand on his chest. Greetings, Lord Bunu. Welcome back to our settlement. He looks at the man with surprise. Wine, Bunu commands. Bring me wine and fresh food. I'm starving to death. Bob sees the chief's annoyed look and speaks up nervously. Chief. The chief just raises an eyebrow. Bob, glad you made it back. The chief steps closer, his voice low. Is it as bad as the letter said? He frowns, his voice filled with concern. I'm afraid so. We lost almost 2/3 of the entire expedition. The chief's lip curls in contempt. Yes. Some grayskins died. A real tragedy. Did you manage to protect the treasure? The man's face is tense, but his tone remains confident. With losses like that, it wasn't exactly easy. But yes, we hid the treasure we collected inside the ore carrier. The goblins will never find it. The chief cracks a satisfied smile. Good. Excellent. Once the goblins leave, I have a plan to make use of them. Bob's expression turns serious. Rengat, there's something you need to know. In the distance, 2 tribe members watch them. AM looks shocked. That's the elf chief. Vu Unun just crosses his arms, his tone full of scorn. Yeah, don't worry about him. He's pathetic, as weak as they come. He sold his own daughters to Bungu's brother just to get that position. AM glares at him, disgusted. Pathetic. Absolute scum. She then turns to Du, her voice full of questions. Commander, where are you going? Du replies, I'm going to check on a few things. Keep watch for me. A tribesman covers his face, his whole body shaking as his voice chokes out. I'm sorry, he didn't make it. Across from him, an old man collapses to the ground in grief, his body trembling as he whispers, No. Du walks through the settlement, seeing tribesmen who are grieving and crying right next to others who are celebrating their return. He passes another tired group, just sitting on the ground. Gun calls out in surprise. Ruun, what did you find out from them? He responds dejectedly. See for yourself. As he pushes a cart, his face is grim. He looks at her with an annoyed tone. Got something to say? She just looks back, her own pain showing. Gone. I told you she would be safer with you. But he was firm. I can't take her with me. A girl, unconscious and severely wounded, lay on a cart as his voice carried over. If Bungu finds out she's alive, she won't make it through the night, he said through gritted teeth, his face a mask of pain. But her condition is getting worse. She gently patted his shoulder, suggesting, You have healers, right? Ask one of them to help her. A voice cut through the air. Vaughn. He turned to see 2 people behind him, Gun and Zem. Gun spoke. Vaughn, you need to talk to them. He quickly replied. Right, I'm coming. Then gave her a suspicious look, calling out, Run. Vaughn calmed himself, his voice thick with gratitude. Thank you for helping me. We never could have brought her back here without you. Run just waved a hand, a small smile on her face. Don't mention it. She helped me so much when Rafa was lost, so I owe her, that's all. He spoke awkwardly. Anyway, may God bless you. She waved to the 2 men standing behind him. You too, okay? And greetings to both you, Grayskins. Vaughn scratched his neck, looking tense. Gun, what am I supposed to say? Gun just stared at him, looking completely baffled. I have no idea. Just do whatever Lef said to do. He hung his head, weakness seeming to pour out of him as his voice trembled. But I'm not Lef. I can't talk like he does. Maybe I should just ask Zem. Gun frowned, trying to console him. Vaughn, you're the leader now. You're the one who brought us together. You can do this. Vaughn suddenly stood straight, his face a picture of grim resolve. Right, I can do this, he said, though his voice still shook. So, we did everything and made it back. Thank you, everyone. Below, his tribe members muttered amongst themselves, their faces filled with worry. It's terrible that not everyone could come back with us, or that they were eaten, which is even worse. He frowned, trying to shout, but another man's voice cut him off. But I'm proud, he said. Hey Vaughn, when do we get paid? Vaughn's expression went blank with confusion. Huh? Paid? Next to him, Gun's eyes went wide as he shot Vaughn a tense look. The man scowled, his voice impatient. Yeah, we don't care about any of that other stuff. When do we get our reward for the expedition? Vaughn answered calmly. I will pay everyone as soon as I receive it from the Greenskins. Gun pressed his lips together, nervously glancing over at him. Instantly, the men across from him burst into cheers, oblivious to his anxiety. All right, boys, let's go get a real meal. He let out a shaky sigh of relief, muttering, That went well. Yeah, Gun replied. Run, however, was looking somewhere else. She grabbed her friend's hand. What is it? Why are you running? The girl yelled frantically. I'm here to take you in. We're going back to the surface. Bungu is declaring war. Her eyes widened in pure horror. War? A war against who? Bob Burt frowned, his face etched with worry. We were already prepared for the expedition in 3 weeks. Bungu has declared war on the Hipplins. He's planning to exterminate them. A man slammed his fist on the table. That's insane. We don't have enough men. Is he planning on sending the entire Goblin army? The chief scowled, his voice dripping with annoyance. No more goblins or mercenaries. He wants us to handle this. Another man at the table leaped to his feet in a panic. That's crazy. It'll cause a riot, Chief. You have to talk some sense into him. Bob Burt was sweating buckets, his voice tight with anxiety. Yes, please, talk to him. The chief crossed his arms with a look of defeat. It won't do any good. Bungu has bet everything on this expedition, and if he goes home now without the promised treasure, his own father will execute him. The man is desperate. A man cried out in fear. But we can't. The chief stated flatly that they had to. Bob Burt cleared his throat. The chief asked quietly, "Do you have an idea, Bob Burt?" His brow was furrowed, worry clear on his face. To call it an idea might be a bit much, but yes, I have a few thoughts. He raised his hand and began to explain. What we really need is time. I propose we start a general mobilization plan. At the same time, I'll work on persuading Bungu's advisors. It will be expensive, but I'm afraid we don't have any other choice. What do you think, Chief? The chief stroked his chin in thought for a long moment, while an image of the badly wounded girl flashed across the screen. A man took a long drink from a cup as someone spoke to him. Mushroom stew. He finished, wiping his mouth. Can't you do anything for her? Healer Jock. Vaughn's voice was heavy with despair. I'm not that kind of healer. You need to find someone who uses more than just herbs and moss. He turned away, waving a dismissive hand, but most of them already died on the expedition. As I said, she is a fungus entity. Jack looked at Vaughn before introducing himself. Thanks for the beer, by the way. Jack said his name. Vaughn. He whispered back, full of grim resolve. No, I'm not giving up. The other man frowned, stating the obvious. So we just need to find a healer? Right. But like you said, most of them are already dead. He snapped back in frustration, while the other survivors were completely exhausted. Clenching his fist, he walked away, utterly helpless. Gozak watched him go, his expression dark with worry as the little girl lay unconscious. He was terrified, trying to convince himself everything would be fine. No, absolutely not, Vaughn screamed, losing his composure. But you have a healer on the surface, don't you? The man hesitated, frowning. We do, kid, we do. But Ban cut in, explaining, he's talking about you. We're already in a dangerous spot with the goblins, Ban said. If they find out we're sneaking your Vara to the camp, who knows what'll happen. But Vaughn refused to give up, insisting, you can't just abandon her. Ban, we fought together side by side. What if I can gather enough crystals? Will you do it then? You're mercenaries, right? The two of them hesitated for a long, tense moment. Well, Ban finally sighed. Sorry, Vaughn. But Gozak suddenly cut him off. Wait, we'll do it. Vaughn's face lit up instantly. Really? Ban stared at Gozak in disbelief. His face turned deadly serious. We'll do it, he said, but it's not going to be cheap. Vac looked at Vaughn, stunned, then decided to speak. Vac, can I talk to you? He waved the others away. Yeah, go ahead. He then asked nervously, is this even possible? Vac. Vaughn pleaded desperately. I need your help. The DK party agreed to take Vara to the surface, but they want to be paid in smoke crystals. Vac hung his head in frustration. And you have nothing, do you? We'll be paid soon, Vaughn replied. I'll give you anything you want. Vac's expression hardened, his voice a low growl. Anything I want? Vaughn, do you even hear what you're saying right now? He yelled back. It doesn't matter. Vac frowned, his expression filled with concern. Vaughn, I want to help you, but it's just not that easy. Vaughn could only stare back in shock. Why not? I thought you wanted to help her. His voice dropped. I do, he explained, but unlike you, I have responsibilities. The money we earn isn't ours. It belongs to those who made it back, and to the families of those who didn't. Vaughn was floored, stammering, families? Vac shot him a look of pure disappointment. This is why I'm always complaining about you. Vaughn, you know we have to give a tribute to the families of anyone lost on an expedition, right? Vaughn's face fell as he let out a low groan. Oh. Vac gave him a hard look. Yeah, that's what I thought. After we pay them, you'll have barely anything left unless you manage to pocket a few extra crystals. Did you? He shook his head frantically, lips pressed tight. So busy. Vac looked at him, fed up. This is what happens, and you didn't think it through. Look, Vaughn, I really want to help you, but I still have my own personal debts. He placed a hand on Vaughn's shoulder, his voice gentle. Stay with her. Use the time you have left. The image of the girl on her sickbed seemed to hang in the air. She would want someone with her when she goes, he said. Vaughn sat by her bed, completely dejected, when a voice called out from behind. Vaughn. He answered. What is it? It was Gun. He scratched his head and said quickly, It's nothing. He waved his hand, trying to reassure Vaughn even though he looked worried himself. It's not important. I'll just tell Jem. But Vaughn replied calmly. No, just tell me. Gun touched his head, his voice filled with doubt. Well, a message came in for Jack. They need an escort for the tribute they're sending to Bungu on the surface. Vaughn said calmly, Fine, let Jem know. Whoever wants to go can take the job. He pulled back the curtain to step outside, looking tense. Okay, no problem. Sorry for bothering you. Vaughn let out a frustrated grunt, then turned and yelled, Gun, wait! The next morning, a grayskin tribe was escorting a carriage through a vast forest. Vaughn looked up at the sky, completely thrilled. Whoa, did you see that? Was that a bird? Gun shouted in amazement. Man, the sky is huge. He smiled at Vaughn. Is this your first time outside? Vaughn replied, Yeah. Gun grinned, Me too. This is awesome. Thanks for asking me to come along. But Vaughn's expression turned serious and worried. Don't mention it, but be careful. Anything could be out here. Demons in the sky, dire wolves, or even a moose. Hearing that, he went pale and nervously looked around. Seriously? A moose? Are they even real? An image of a giant, furious moose appeared in Vaughn's mind. His voice trembled. That's what my dad said. He told me they're enormous, with horns just like a goblin's. Gun cringed in fear. Oh, man, he whispered. I don't think this was a good idea. We should probably just go back. It'll be fine, Vaughn said, trying to reassure his companion. Thogan is leading the way for us. He's the war god of the arena from the western tunnel. Gun glanced over, his curiosity piqued. So, what do you think is in there? Vaughn just shook his head, looking indifferent. I don't care. All I care about is how many crystals they're paying us. Gun pulled the curtain back just a little, his voice doubtful. Yeah, but aren't you curious? A narrow gap opened, and a single yellow eye stared right back at him. Gun let out a startled, Huh? His panic rising. Suddenly, a new voice cut in, calling out to them. The voice belonged to a woman trying to calm them. Could you please keep it down? Things are bad enough already. Vaughn quickly slapped a hand over Gun's mouth, apologizing sheepishly. Sorry to bother you. I'll keep him quiet. She asked doubtfully. Are we almost there? Vaughn calmly replied. Sorry. I've never been outside before. He had no idea who this was. She looked at them with gentle eyes. I'm Lena. She moved aside, revealing other girls inside, her voice heavy with sadness. We were sent to serve Bun the Hunchback. Gun's eyes went wide in disbelief, shouting, You're slaves? A man in a purple headscarf sitting on the carriage turned around and yelled, Hey, you lot! His face was pure rage as he growled, Stay away from the carriage! Vaughn paled, forcing a smile. Sorry, we didn't mean any harm. Gun frowned, completely disgusted. They're sending women to Bun the Hunchback. A cold sweat broke out on Vaughn as he whispered, Gun, it's not our business. For all we know, they're volunteers. But both their expressions were sickened. But how many of our friends died because of those greenskins? They remembered a little girl, buried under a pile of rocks. He cursed under his breath. Forget it. It's their fault Vara got hurt. They should have all been left to rot. Gun was about to say more, but Vaughn cut him off. Enough. Focus on the job. The group approached a large gate. Stepping inside, Gun immediately started looking around. A soldier led Vaughn's group into a room and gave an order. Drop your weapons and wait here. We'll bring some food and water. Goblins swarmed the fortress walls, whispering to each other. See how huge this fortress is? There must be 100 of them. Look at the armor they're wearing. I wonder if we'll actually get to eat real meat. Vaughn glanced at Gun suspiciously. You haven't said a word. You're so quiet. Gun's face was pale, his voice filled with dread. Do you think they're going to eat us? He shook his head. I'm pretty sure goblins don't. Just then, Ruin waved to them from behind a wall. Seeing her, Vaughn made an excuse. I have to take a leak. Gun, still shaking, hadn't noticed Ruan. I'm coming with you, he insisted. Ruan asked frantically, What are you doing here? Vaughn gave her a questioning look. We're escorting the tribute for Bun the Hunchback. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Tell your supervisor to get out of here, now. Vaughn could only ask, stunned. Why? Ruin, what's going on? Yeah. She frowned, her voice suddenly serious. Something strange is happening. Her eyes widened in terror as she screamed, An assassin! An elf assassin has murdered Bun the Hunchback. Gun and Vaughn froze in shock. They looked at each other, faces drained of color, and yelled in unison, "Oh crap." Elsewhere, an exhausted Ova sat down. She looked up at him, asking, "So what do we do now?" He replied, "We're going to follow the tracks. It's the fastest way through this floor, and it'll lead us to the others." Jem's voice explained, as countless footprints stretched across the dark path ahead. "It'll take a while to get home, but it's faster than just exploring randomly around here." The man frowned, his expression serious. "Before we head out, LP, there's something I need to discuss with you privately." Suddenly, Hemin appeared, blocking the man's way with a dangerous look. "What do you want to talk to him about?" The man's eyes filled with contempt. "Someone like you wouldn't understand." Hemin's blank stare only made the old man's face darken. "Is that so? Let's find out." His hand drifted to the sword at his hip as he threatened in a low voice. "You shouldn't provoke me, boy, but if you must know, I need to ensure that Lee and his followers don't stab me in the back once we rejoin the main force." Jem grabbed Hemin's hand to calm him down. "Hemin, it's fine. He's smart enough to know not to kill me." At that, the old man gestured for them to proceed. "So, shall we discuss this somewhere else?" The two moved to a darker area before the man turned back. "I think this spot will do." Jem glanced at him, already guessing his true motive. "This isn't just about the future or factions, is it?" The man smiled slightly. "You're as sharp as ever." Jem took a breath, steeling himself. "You want to know about my spear, and the key that K-35 mentioned?" The old man eyed him, beginning his analysis. "Close enough, but, to be blunt, I don't care about the key. I care about its true owner." "What are you, Lep? I know your past, the one who once bore the name Jem." Jem frowned, a hint of worry crossing his face as the man continued. "So how does someone as weak and useless as you suddenly change so completely?" His gaze was sharp, his tone arrogant. "You changed your name, gathered forces, became a deadly warrior. I am not a fool." He pointed directly at Jem, his voice firm. "There is only one explanation. You are the chosen one." Jem looked exhausted, pointing to his own head. "Are you out of your mind?" The man scowled, annoyed. "I am not crazy," he insisted. "This kid you trained useless, timid minors into a disciplined military unit. VG remembered that powerful army, his voice filled with amazement. And you used that motley crew to snatch victory from one of my most fearsome subordinates." He recalled Jem's interactions with Jack and Gozak. A friendship had formed between them that he'd never thought possible. "Not to mention your sophisticated political moves," he said. "Your power plays have surpassed anyone in my clan." VG frowned, filled with doubt. "However, there's one thing I still can't understand." Jem narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it?" VG looked at him skeptically. "Despite countless dangers, you never used your special skill, not even when death was close." Jem held out a hand, speaking casually. "Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm not the chosen one." VG stroked his chin, his voice laced with amusement. "True enough, perhaps you're just a lost soul after all." Jem's eyebrow shot up in disbelief. "A lost soul? Seriously? After everything you just said about me, why would you call me a lost soul?" He grinned, his voice full of pride. "Not to brag, but you should know the gods wouldn't let someone this exceptional roam free. They would have chosen me instantly." VG's face twisted in anger, his eyes burning with hatred. "You think far too highly of our gods. They're just a blind, petty, and foolish bunch. This world is drowning in blood and chaos, and yet they just stand by and do nothing." Jem set his shield on the ground, his voice calm. "Are you sure you want to say that? You're not worried about getting struck by lightning or something?" He just snorted, then erupted into a manic laugh. VG spat on the ground, his faith completely shattered. He issued a challenge. "Let's see what they can do to me. In all these years, I've concluded there are only two possibilities. They don't care, or they don't exist." VG remembered all the divine ceremonies. "I believe the latter," he said, "that the gods are nothing but a fairy tale created by humans to explain the unexplainable." An image of powerful figures standing on a mountain of corpses flashed through his mind. "Or," he said, "the so-called chosen ones created the gods just to elevate themselves above everyone else." Jem gave a confident smile. "You're really serious about this, aren't you?" At that, VG's eyes widened as he let out a crazed scream. "What's the worst they can do? Hurt me? Kill me? Curse me? I said it, so what? I live by my own truth, not theirs." Facing VG's eyes, now swirling with darkness, Jem spoke gently. "Don't get me wrong, I actually agree with you. But what if your truth leads you down the path to destruction? What if your own desires and emotions make you do things that you'll only regret later? How can you be so certain in your truth?" But VG wasn't convinced. He retorted, "I'd rather grasp a truth I forged myself than accept one passed down by thousands of others. I will walk my own path, And if everything I believe turns out to be wrong, then that failure is mine for not thinking it through. Jem held up his hands, his expression calm. I've said everything I need to say. VG frowned. Is that all? Jem tilted his head in mock surprise. Did you really think I'd detail my entire plan for you? He smiled and replied, I suppose not. But there are still 2 things I want to know. Correction. I'm not a lost soul or a chosen one. VG laughed out loud, his voice dripping with contempt. There it is. The kind of deception I've come to expect from you. Another lie. But it leads to the truth that you really do have memories of another life. Did you fail to achieve your goals in that life too? Did you also lose hope and just give up? Jem's expression soured, his face falling. He closed his eyes, replying with irritation. I didn't, and I never will. Good answer, VG pressed. And that leads me to my second point. That key. What is it and how did you get it? Jem snapped back. It's a long story, and one I don't want to talk about, VG pleaded. Consider it the price for my future cooperation. Jem was silent for a long moment, his face twisting as if reliving a terrible memory. He let out a long sigh and answered, Fine. Jem began telling him about the monster who once held the very blade in his hands. The key was a relic from the dead city, a burial ground for failed experiments and worn-out magical creations. He stated casually, As for how I got it, that part isn't important. Jem turned and began walking away. Take this weapon, for example. It's bound to me, and only I can use it. For anyone else, it's completely useless. Jem rested the blade on his shoulder, speaking calmly. That key is me. He rested the blade on his shoulder, his voice threatening. So if you want access to the city and its treasure, you had better make sure nothing bad happens to me. He frowned, his voice a low growl. Is that clear enough for us to understand each other? VG just frowned, lost in thought. Vogue bowed with a smile. It seems he was mistaken. Jem stared in shock as a smirk spread across the old man's face, his tone mocking. Perhaps the god of trickery is real after all. Vogue raised his hand, his voice firm. So then, a truce, a real one. Threatening people only makes things worse. We need to work together to control the chaos that is coming. Jem raised his hand to meet the old man's, replying, That's right. Sunlight hit a hand-shaped mountain peak as a straight wooden fence appeared before the forest. 2 soldiers scrambled towards them, planting their swords firmly into the ground as they skidded to a halt. The soldier's face was pale with fear. Report, the goblins are on the move. Vac, axe resting on his shoulder, glanced in that direction and tilted his chin. Hear that? Vaughn turned his head. Yeah, I hear it. Vac's brow furrowed as he roared. Everyone get ready. Let's show these goblins just how well we elves can fight. A voice cut through the air. We're lost, you insects. Hemon gritted his teeth in frustration, demanding, What the hell is this place? Grassa replied nervously. I don't know either. He stared at the bodies, his voice tight with anger. Dozens of them, scattered everywhere. And finally, the corpse of a giant insect, completely riddled with spears sticking out of its body. Ova covered her mouth, horrified, her voice trembling. What in the world happened here? Was this an elven attack? Jem glanced around, a worried look on his face. Maybe. But that doesn't explain why almost all of the dead are just regular civilians. Vogue inspected a nearby corpse, his voice low in agreement. I'm with you on that one. The nobles would never send their private guards down to the second level for people like this. He glanced back at them, his voice deep. How interesting. This woman was killed by a spear, not a bite. Hemon snarled, grinding his teeth. A spear? What are you talking about? Ova's eyes flew wide in disbelief. Wait a minute. Does that mean she was killed by one of the guards? But why would they do that? Vogue stood up, a somber look on his face. I don't know. Let's check the others. A voice called out. Everyone, get over here and look at this. Ova rushed over with her staff and knelt down, when suddenly a pair of bloodshot red eyes appeared behind her. A figure holding a spear lunged as her face froze in terror. Ova screamed, whipping her staff around. It connected squarely with the attacker's head. Terrified, she followed up with a brutal shot to his groin. She licked her lips, raising her staff for another blow when Hemon suddenly yelled out, Wait! Gunn clutched his groin with both hands, shaking uncontrollably as sweat poured down his face. A voice called out, Gunn, is that you? He sat up, and upon seeing Jem, respectfully exclaimed, Sir, you're alive! I can't believe it! It's a miracle! Meanwhile, Hemon desperately tried to restrain the furious mage. Hey, calm down, would you? Jem frowned, his voice full of suspicion. Gunn, what is going on here? Why did you attack Ova? An old voice spoke up. He was trying to protect us. Jem looked at him, startled. You're the healer, aren't you? Blood stained his robes and beard, and the ragged people standing behind him looked just as battered. The healer explained, "He thought you were one of them. Or worse, an elf." Jem's brow furrowed. "Elves? What would elves be doing down here? What is going on?" Gun's eyes went wide, his face a mask of terror as he screamed, "We're at war, sir. Bungu was killed, and now the elves are attacking this settlement." But Vogg's voice cut in. "That doesn't explain the guards or the insectoids." Gun stared at the old man in shock. "Lord Vogg." Vogg's brow furrowed, pure anger blazing in his eyes. "You'd better start explaining, kid." Gun recalled the frantic evacuation. After the elves declared war, the nobles forced everyone to fight, even women and children. Vogg and Vaughn knew about a place on the second floor where everyone could hide, so they sent us down here to escape the war. But Vogg cut him off. "That still doesn't explain what happened here." Vogg shot him an annoyed look. "Hey, let the kid finish." The image of insectoids facing off against civilians flashed through Gun's mind. Gun said sadly, "The nobles found our hiding place and sent the guards down to capture us, so we tried to escape. And that's when the insectoids showed up. I thought they were just on an expeditionary route." Jem's brow furrowed in frustration, his voice low. "Did the insectoids make it to this settlement?" "No, sir. They stayed for a moment, then turned around and left." Hemon looked up thinking, "We didn't see any insectoids on our way down." Ova touched her chin, speculating, "They must have taken a different route." Jem, holding his hat, looked back at his group and said, "I see." He then turned back to Gun. "What about my sister? Wasn't she with you?" Gun stammered, his face went pale, his voice trembling. "Sir, I." Jem's eyes widened, his expression frozen. He demanded, "Gun, tell me." Gun turned his head away, unable to meet Jem's gaze, his expression filled with despair as he spoke in a low voice. "No, sir, she wasn't with us. We tried to get her to come, but she wouldn't leave. She stayed behind at the settlement." Hen couldn't believe it. "You mean Thos, the foreman?" A wave of relief washed over Jem. Jem answered calmly, "He must have already confessed to her." But then Hem's voice cut in, "What's your sister's connection to that foreman?" Jem just threw up his hands, completely exasperated. "Young love, what can you do?" Looking at them, he took charge. "Okay, we need to reach the settlement and see what's happening." But then, another voice cut in. "Well, sorry kid," he said, "but this is where we say goodbye." Rasa looked at him, adding, "He's right. This isn't our war. If we go any further, we'll be dragged into your war." Rafa glanced at her wounded arm, her voice low. "I can't do much with this arm anyway. I'll stay back and search for other survivors." Ova immediately put a hand on Rafa's arm. "I'm staying with her, in case those bugs decide to return." Jem looked at them both with a resigned sigh. "All right, we'll send someone to let you know when it's all over." Jem glanced over his shoulder at the two men. "Viraga, Hem, you ready?" Hem raised his axe high, pumped up. "Ready." Viraga simply stated, "I have many questions that need answers." Hem waved to the others on the hill. Jem's eyes hardened with resolve. "All right, let's go." Bob's anger turned to confusion. "What are you doing?" he asked, watching Chief Ringit bark orders at everyone. The chief shot him a scornful look. "What does it look like?" Bob's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "It looks like you're getting ready to leave." With a tired smirk, the chief glanced at him. "Of course I'm leaving. And you should be too if you're smart," Bob yelled in frustration. "But Chief, the battle's just started." The chief just returned a cunning smirk. "This battle? It's nothing but a delay tactic. Once the goblins arrive with their full strength, they'll annihilate us. And I have no intention of sticking around for that." Bob's anger flared. "Sir, you're the one who led the council to mobilize everyone, to fight instead of sacrificing our children. As the chief, this entire settlement is counting on your leadership, and now you're just going to leave?" The chief recalled the fiery determination in the noble's eyes. "The Anbrake family and the others were dead set on fighting," he said nonchalantly. He crossed his arms with a smug, knowing smirk on his face. "There was no stopping them. I only agreed to it so I could." Suddenly, his eyes darted to something, and he yelled, "Don't you dare drop that, you idiot!" Bob's brow furrowed, his voice tense. "I know exactly what you're planning." The chief's expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze toward Bob surprisingly warm. He lowered his voice, almost pleading. "If you're smart, you'll come with me. Bob, mark my words." His eyes narrowed as he whispered, "This settlement is doomed." Bob stepped out and shut the door. He was startled by a sudden voice asking, "Is the chief inside?" A noble stood before him. Bob asked calmly, "Gwyn, are you here to make a report?" Gwyn snapped to a military salute, his expression serious. "Yes, sir. The council sent me to deliver the latest update." Bob looked uneasy. replying in a low tone, "I'm afraid the chief is unavailable at the moment." He then added, "But if you don't mind, you can tell me. I'll pass along the message." Gwyn scratched his head, looking resigned. "I understand. I suppose that'll have to do." Gwyn then recalled the sight of the tattered people standing grim-faced in the army's ranks. "We have finished the total mobilization," he began. "All slaves who are still capable of combat have been organized into settlement defense units." Gwyn then began to lay out the details of their defense plan for him. "The smaller entrances are now sealed. We've set up defensive posts at all the main thoroughfares. Bogot and his overseers are currently guarding the west gate. Meanwhile, Haimo's forces are holding the east gate. Voss and Vaughn are on the front lines with countless other soldiers." Gwyn continued, "Jack's forces at the main gate managed to dig trenches and erect fortifications before Jira's main army showed up. They're engaging the enemy as we speak." Bob asked tensely, "Really? What's the situation now?" A slight smirk appeared on Gwyn's face, clearly pleased with the results. "The goblins have launched several assaults, but Jack's forces have pushed them back every time." Bob frowned, pressing on. "Good. And what about our messenger sent to the mercenary camp in the valley? Have they returned?" Gwyn recalled the image of Gozak dismissively waving away his men. "They have, sir. The mercenaries are declaring neutrality. They say they won't fight for either side unless the goblins pay them for the campaign up front." Bob couldn't hide his relief. "With Bungu dead," he said calmly, "they'll be waiting a long, long time." Gwyn's expression, however, remained concerned. "Yes, sir, but they also claim the old contract still binds them, so they won't be helping us either." The man's brow furrowed, his expression turning grim. "That's all we needed to hear. We won't ask for more. We just have to be ready to defend ourselves. Are the reserves prepared?" Gwyn thought of the weak women and children, pausing for a moment before he spoke. "Yes, we are training them," but Borb's voice cut in. "But what?" Gwyn's mind flashed to the people who had fled not long ago. So many working-class and lower-class families had simply disappeared after the general mobilization order was issued. "We believe they fled to the lower caves or other hideouts." Borb frowned, clearly annoyed. "I see. Have you sent men to find them?" Gwyn pictured the guards who had descended into the deeper levels to search for the runaways. "The supervisors are all busy with training and defense, so we sent a number of guards to find the deserters." Borb's eyes narrowed as he roared with fury. "A waste of manpower. If the goblins break into the caves, a few kids and old folks won't change a thing." Gwyn tensed up, quickly trying to explain. "I know, sir, but the council still wanted to find them." Borb looked at Gwyn with grave intensity. "All right. Tell your father, Lord Anbrake, that the chieftain will be notified of this matter. And please, extend my commendations for his efforts in coordinating the war." Gwyn replied respectfully, "I will do so, sir." Borb turned to leave, saying over his shoulder, "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to visit the Temple of Jaja." Gwyn asked, puzzled. "The Temple of Jaja? Are you going to pray for our victory?" He thought about their war against the goblins, and a deep worry settled in him. "No," he replied. "I'm praying for our survival." On the front lines, their forces faced off against the goblins, who stood just outside the barricade, clutching shields and razor-sharp blades. A goblin scout suddenly cried out, "Over here, we're through." The horde then surged toward a collapsed section of the wall, screaming wildly, "Die, you bastards!" One goblin shrieked, cutting down a soldier in the trench. "Look what I have for you!" The soldiers panicked and began to scatter. The goblin leader raised his blood-stained blade high, roaring an order. "Spread out and kill everyone you find." But then, one goblin froze, its eyes wide with shock. Jack's massive axe came crashing down, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "My thoughts exactly." He glanced back at his men, his voice a low growl. "Only one of us is walking off this battlefield alive today, and it's definitely not going to be you." With a final yell, he charged straight into the goblin horde. The distance between the two forces was now dangerously close, just a few more steps through the thicket, and they'd be face to face. The goblins had no intention of backing down. They hid deep in the shadows like predators, just waiting for their moment. Over on their side, Jack and Vaughn's group weren't idle either. They were quietly discussing their next move. Vaughn turned to Vac, his voice edged with worry. "Vac, it looks like they still haven't retreated." Vac nodded. "I know. They're just faking us out. A few tried to sneak into the far trench, but I shut that down quick." Vaughn felt a bit of relief, but still asked, "Thank you. How many are wounded?" Vac was direct. 3 men. I've sent replacements." Either way, their side took much heavier losses. He added, "We need to reinforce the defensive line a few more layers, just in case they decide to come back." After hearing the plan, Vaughn said, "This situation is too difficult. If we had more men, things would be easier." Vac warned, "Don't push it. They're Lep's men, not mine. You brought more than 20 men, and with mine, we're over 60. That's enough. We don't need Jem's crew. But Vaughn didn't want to give up. I can still get them to stay. But Lep is the only one they'll truly take orders from. Vac let out a slow breath. Lep's not here. You make the call. I'm just glad to have your support. Before he could say more, a soldier rushed towards them, panting as he delivered the news. Vac, the goblins have reinforcements. The two leaders looked at each other. Not a single word was spoken, but the worry in their eyes said everything. They knew if this dragged on, the line would never hold. At the same time, deep within a dark cellar, Borb walked down a narrow and chilling corridor. At the end, a cloaked figure gestured for him to approach. Welcome, Borb, Kathiga greeted. It has been a long time. Borb cut right to the chase, his voice raspy. Kathaga, I came to talk. She nodded. I know. It's about Rengard, isn't it? He gave a slight nod. You really do have eyes everywhere, Kathiga said. She just had a vision. Would you like to hear it? Borb was a little surprised. A vision meant seeing an omen, and he hoped it was good news. Kathaga slowly closed her eyes, her voice dropping low. I have seen the future of our people. A place where we all live under the sun, walking in the blessed light of Jeha. Do not worry, Borb. But hearing this only made Borb's heart sink further. Actually, hearing that is exactly what makes me worry. Kathiga looked up. Why? He answered. Because as long as Rengard is our leader, we will remain in chains. He has no vision, and he lacks the courage to lead our people any further. Kathiga fell silent for a moment before speaking. Then let me suggest something. When the father becomes unreasonable, perhaps it is time to speak with the son. Borb frowned slightly. His son died last year. Kathiga slowly shook her head. Not that one. The other one. Outside, the goblins were getting their weapons ready. Arrows were knocked to bowstrings as they crept silently between the shadows of the trees. From a distance, Jiak and Vaughn continued their watch, speaking in hushed tones. What in the world is that? Vaughn asked. Jiak replied, looks like some kind of bow, maybe a magical type. Groza overheard them and stepped forward, her voice filled with excitement. Let me see. Vaughn jumped, startled. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Groza just laughed it off. I just want a closer look. Don't worry, they can't possibly shoot us from this far away. Jiak tried to stop her, but Groza wasn't listening. She took a few more steps forward, and just a moment later, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow, moving as fast as lightning, pierced straight through Groza. No! Vaughn screamed, lunging forward to catch her falling body. Jiak roared. Everyone get down! Arrows rained down everywhere, kicking up dirt and rock. Vaughn clutched Groza, shouting, She needs a healer, right now. Jiak gritted his teeth, forcing out an order. Hold the line! Keep your heads down! Vaughn stared out into the distance, his face a mask of confusion. They're just standing there. Why aren't they attacking? Jiak replied, I don't get it either. Maybe they're waiting for something. Vaughn said helplessly, If they wanted to send troops, they would have already. Holding this position just wastes their arrows. Jiak sighed. This is completely pointless. They aren't moving forward, and we're completely stuck. Suddenly, Vaughn narrowed his eyes at the goblin line, his voice sharpening with urgency. Wait a second, I see something. Jiak immediately responded. Where? Vaughn pointed. They're holding some kind of small bottle, and pouring something strange out. Over there by those rocks, and on that side too. He squinted, trying to get a better look. He could see them crawling low to the ground, and wondered why they were moving so close to the earth. The longer Vaughn watched, the deeper his feeling of unease became. Could there be another squad moving with them? Seeing the goblins creep ever closer, Jiak immediately went on the defensive, his voice low and steady. What kind of game are they playing? If they dare creep any closer, my rock-slinging unit will send them to the heavens. Out of nowhere, Vaughn screamed, No, no. The shout tore through the tense air, startling everyone. He was trembling, biting his hand, his eyes wide with panic. Now what is it? Jiak turned back, confused by his friend's terrified state. Vaughn, what's wrong? What's the matter with you? He was flashing back to a horrifying sight, goblins preparing to throw oil bombs down into their trench. That's not all. They have another plan. If we try to interfere, they'll use crossbows to take us all down. They want to burn everything, turn this entire trench into a sea of fire. Hearing this, Jiak's face went pale. He gritted his teeth. We can't let that happen. Vaughn wasted no time, desperately urging him. We have to fall back to the rear trench and reinforce our lines. Warn everyone. But Jiak just shouted back, There's no more time. Vaughn was still rushing to speak, even more confused by Jiak's reaction. Warn the others. What are you doing? Jiak stood up and said with finality, I'm doing what I do best. Before Vaughn could even react, Jiak had already leaped away, leaving him to shout his name. Jiak! He dove for cover behind a large rock to get a better look. Rosa ran up to them, asking nervously, "What in the world is he doing?" Vaughn could only shake his head. "I don't know." From his position, Jiak kept his eyes locked on the enemy, tracking every single movement like a predator hunting its prey. Suddenly, he shouted out, "Got you!" Like a hunter springing a trap, Jiak exploded from his cover. Arrows flew at him, but his shield deflected every single shot. He charged forward with all his strength. "He's going to die," Vaughn screamed in terror, but as the words left his mouth, Jiak let out a roar, focusing all his might. He found his target and leaped high into the air like a monster. Without another word, Jiak crashed down, ending his target with a single, clean strike. The other goblins that witnessed this screamed in terror before scattering in total chaos, but Jiak showed no mercy, chasing them down with lightning speed. Another goblin shrieked, "Get him, you idiots! Shoot him down now!" The others trembled, pointing at Jiak as he charged forward like a storm, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. They tried to flee, but were struck down by arrows. Jiak grabbed one, launched him into the air, then hurled his heavy shield with incredible force. The shield flew like a thunderbolt, smashing into the goblin and forcing a horrific scream from its throat. The remaining goblins panicked, shouting, "Retreat! Fall back now!" Their leader refused to accept defeat, grabbing a soldier by the neck and roaring in despair. Vaughn, on the other hand, was cheering at the top of his lungs. "He did it! They're actually retreating!" He ran over, his voice full of excitement. "Jiak, that was unbelievable." Jiak himself couldn't quite believe it, letting out a proud laugh. "Yeah, I'll be telling my grandkids about this one." He paused, then stood, his face turning serious once more. "No thanks are necessary. But we're not safe just yet," he warned. "Look over there. Their leader isn't ready to accept defeat." The leader's eyes flashed with pure hatred. But then, a wicked, cunning smile spread across his face, as if he'd just thought of something. He gave a subtle wave, signaling to someone out of sight. Instantly, another army emerged from behind them, carrying a completely different and far more menacing aura. Vaughn stumbled back, his voice trembling. "Impossible!" Seeing the fear, Jack yelled urgently, "You get back to the cave. Tell them we need every last person who can still fight. Right now. Vaughn, rally the soldiers. We have to hold them off for as long as we possibly can." Vaughn asked anxiously, "But Jack, how can we possibly fight that thing? There's too many of them. We can't win." But a new voice cut in, disappointed yet firm. "Vaughn, is that what I taught you? To give up before the fight even begins?" Hearing those words, Vaughn froze. He saw everyone turning around, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Sir, you're alive." Vaughn was so relieved he almost cried. "I'm fine, sir." Jem stepped forward, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Vaughn, it's good to see you too, but we can catch up later." He pointed behind him to a few newcomers. "I found some warriors who can help us." Jem and Vaughn exchanged a look, each sizing the other up, each lost in their own thoughts. But then Vaughn broke into a smile and held out his hand. "Thank you for coming back." Jem grasped it, clapping his shoulder. "I heard things got rough after we separated, but more on that later. For now." He pulled out a small item, handing it to Vaughn. "This is for you. Maybe it'll bring some luck." Vaughn took it and put it on without a second thought. "Yes, sir." Immediately, Jem's tone turned serious. "Now, tell me everything. This is a battle we have to win." Vaughn quickly presented a map. "Here's the layout of the battlefield, Master." Noticing something was a little different about his leader, Vaughn asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Jem thought for a moment before answering. "Thanks, Vaughn. I'm putting together a battle plan." After a moment, he stood and addressed everyone with his strategy. "All right, everyone listen up. Here is exactly how we're going to move." Without hesitation, he pointed. "Mon, take a group, gather all the oil you can find, and set fires here and here. That will help us form a solid defensive line, and the smoke will block the archer's sight." Mon understood immediately. "Got it." With that task assigned, he turned his attention to the others. "We'll split into a three-pronged attack. Each of you will command a flank. It won't be easy, but I need you all to hold out for as long as possible." Everyone understood the plan. "Yes, sir, understood." Jack, however, had a question. "So while we're fighting, what will you two be doing?" The two shared a wicked grin that made Vaughn gulp. Their mission? To give the enemy a massive headache. And with that, they charged, unleashing every last skill they had. The battlefield erupted into absolute chaos between the two armies. Champion watched the display from afar and asked, "This is the mob that's been giving you trouble?" The man beside him quickly interjected, "Don't underestimate them, Champion. They're well-trained and disciplined. Hearing that, Champion seemed a little more intrigued. Is that what you're going to tell General Bara when you have to explain needing reinforcements to beat this rabble? The subordinate waved it off, annoyed. We wouldn't have needed reinforcements if the mercenaries had just done their damn jobs. Champion, clearly not in the mood for excuses, just sighed. Right. Just blame the mercenaries. You changed their contract and refused to pay them. What did you expect them to do? I only said I'd pay them after they took care of the rebels. The subordinate snapped back. I even promised them a bonus. The Goblin Rebellion? The same goblins they fought side by side with you for months to defeat during the expedition? You are an absolute idiot. There's nothing worse. Enraged at the insult, the subordinate fired back. How dare you say that to me? Do you have any idea who my father is? But Champion wasn't intimidated. He stepped closer, his voice low and menacing. I am here on the general's direct orders to clean up your mess. So watch your mouth, unless you want to end up as another smear on that battlefield. Understood? The man didn't dare talk back. He just nodded. Yes. Across the battlefield, Vaughn was still commanding his troops. Aim for their heads. But the enemy raised their shields, causing the soldiers to panic. It's no use. Vaughn remained steadfast. I know. Just be ready with spears when they close the distance. But his men were losing hope. Sir, can we really do this? The question left him stunned. For a second, Vaughn didn't know how to answer. He remembered asking Jem the same thing once. How do you stay so calm before a battle? Every time I see those insectoids, I just freeze up. Jem had replied calmly. I have to, Vaughn. If the commander shows fear, how can the soldiers possibly trust him? He explained that victory and defeat are decided before the first blow is even struck. Morale is the most powerful weapon they had, and he gave Vaughn one more piece of critical advice. A commander has two jobs. The first is to ignite hope, to make your soldiers believe in victory. With that memory blazing in his mind, Vaughn took a deep breath. He turned to his men with a confident smile. Of course we can do this. We've defeated insectoid warriors before, haven't we? The soldiers looked surprised, but then a spark of hope returned. Yeah, that's right. Vaughn pressed his advantage. Are these guys as big as those insects? Are they tough? The soldiers, spirits renewed, roared back. No, they're tiny. A wave of power surged through the men as they yelled, Exactly! We're gonna crush them! Let them come. Vaughn was still tense, but seeing the immediate threat handled, he breathed a silent word of thanks to his leader. A soldier ran up shouting, They're coming! The two sides crashed against each other, reigniting the brutal battle once more. The enemy champion watched the chaos unfold, remarking, They actually fight pretty well. Hearing the praise, the leader boasted confidently, See? I told you. They aren't some disorganized rabble of miners. This expedition forged them into warriors. But then he added a chilling line, Even so, they will lose. My soldiers will make sure of it. His subordinate shot back, unconvinced. If it's that easy, then why aren't you on the front lines? The champion got right in his face, furious. Are you calling me a coward? But just as he was about to act, something shifted. Soldiers all around them were suddenly on high alert. This brings him back to a time when Vaughn had asked Jem a question. Sir, you said a commander has two duties. What's the second one? The words echoed in his head as he charged forward with all his might. The answer was simple. The second duty is to turn faith into victory. Meanwhile, in the main hall, a subordinate reported to his superior. Chieftain Bar, you summoned me. The man on the throne commanded, Champion, lead your forces to Sinner's Ravine and crush the Goblin Rebellion. A flicker of panic crossed Champion's face. He quickly reported, My chieftain, my soldiers just returned from a raid against the Kur. They desperately need to rest. But Bar didn't seem to care in the slightest. He just continued speaking. My goblin brother was murdered by that worthless scum, while his advisors just cried like helpless children, completely useless. Bar pointed at the kneeling man. You earned your title of champion on the battlefield. Now, I summon you to serve the tribe once again. Backed into a corner, Champion could only agree. Yes, chieftain. We'll march tonight. We will crush them, leaving no one standing. The very next day, Jem and Hem casually strolled right into the heart of the enemy's encampment. Jem couldn't help but look at his companion and ask, Do you even know what the word raid means? Hem just pouted, retorting, He's the one who ambushed me. Suddenly, a soldier pointed and yelled, Who are you? Identify yourselves. Champion immediately stepped in front of the guard. Don't you recognize him? They're here for you. That's when Jem spoke up. We've come to challenge your strongest warriors. Hearing this, Champion dropped his defensive stance and just burst out laughing. You dare to face me? You little punk. He stepped right up to Jem. If you've got the guts, then I'm ready. Hem looked absolutely thrilled, ready to jump in. Oh yeah, let's go. But Jem quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait." Hem seemed disappointed but kept a wary eye on their opponent. "This isn't just a duel. Besides, I have my short sword, I'll be fine." His voice was dejected. "I don't like this." Jem turned to reassure him slightly. "All you have to do is watch my back." He then took a step forward. "I will handle this." The smile on Champion's face grew even wider as he eyed Jem like prey. "Listen well. Both of your heads will be on our pikes before this day ends." Jem took a few steps back, getting into his stance. "I only have one request. No one else interferes, understand?" Champion didn't seem to care. He whipped out a small dagger, preparing to launch it at his opponent. "I don't need anyone's help." And with that, the dagger went spinning through the air, heading straight for Jem. His blade suddenly warned him, "Master, he has initiated the attack." Preparing to counter, Jem's eyes instantly went sharp as razors. "No need. I'll handle this myself." The blade simply replied, "As you command, master." Then, using his own power, he effortlessly deflected the dagger. In the next instant, Champion launched himself at Jem like a speeding arrow. His powerful strides ate up the distance between them in a flash. Like a demon wielding a massive blade, he leaped into the air and rocketed towards him. But Jem was just as quick, easily dodging the attack. The two warriors crashed into each other again. But Jem's arm strength was lacking, allowing his opponent to land a brutal kick to his gut. The blow sent him flying back dozens of meters. He rolled a few times before catching himself and pushing his way back up. A terrifying killing intent flashed in Jem's eyes, but Champion came at him again with another heavy slash, forcing Jem to instinctively fall back. The enemy soldiers suddenly screamed out, "Sir!" Hem stared at the scene before him, absolutely stunned. The two were locked in combat, and it was clear that Jem was at a serious disadvantage. He clutched his sword, constantly retreating, gritting his teeth through the pain. Then, a voice roared from the crowd, "He's fighting for us! Don't you dare let him down!" And just like that, the soldiers began to charge the enemy line. "He's right, everyone. Our liberator is on our side." Another voice called out, full of concern for Jem, "You can do it, sir. We believe in you." But Champion was trying to break his will. "Just surrender. I'll make it quick." And then, Jem gave him a twisted, unsettling smile. "That's enough." A brilliant flash erupts from his blade, forcing his opponent reeling backward. The man collapses, his face a mask of shock and agony as Jem glares down with pure killing intent. He closes in, hacking down without mercy, and says, "Sorry, just putting on a little show for the troops." His voice is pure confidence, announcing the grand finale as the Champion is completely overwhelmed by the assault. How is he doing this? The man stumbles back, desperately clutching his wounds. The enemy soldiers begin to panic, an officer shouting, "You! Tell the others if the Champion falls, we attack immediately." The soldier hesitates, pointing weakly as he turns, only to freeze when he meets Jem's terrifying, murderous gaze. The poor soldier flinches back, scrambling to hide behind one of his own men. Back with our hero, Jem's sword emits a faint aura as he points it at his foe. Surrender. A massive bonfire blazes, lighting up the night. Jem's focus is absolute, until a strange noise suddenly makes him turn his head. Figures approach from the darkness, his allies. Jem greets them, "Welcome back," then immediately turns to Jack. "What about the goblins?" Jack places his hands on his hips. "The survivors won't be coming back anytime soon." Jem sighs in relief. "That's good to hear. Thanks." Vaughn quickly scans the area, asking about the situation. Jem is the one who answers him. He explains that after they wiped out the main group, the goblins harassing the other entrances completely scattered. "I've sent men to hunt them down, but they're no longer a threat." Jack bows, relieved. "So, is it finally over? The siege, you mean?" "Yes. I interrogated the goblin commander. We destroyed the only reinforcements they could send. Their next army is still weeks away, giving them plenty of time to prepare for what's coming next." Vaughn chimes in. "The Greencoats will be thrilled to hear that." But Jem's expression remains grim. "We'll see. I have a meeting with the council." Jack looks surprised. "They summoned you? I guess we should have expected that. I requested the meeting myself," Jem states plainly. Jack is floored. "Are you kidding me?" But Jem's face says it all. "I hate wasting time. I should probably go now. I know you're tired, but can you watch the pyre?" Vaughn glances at the massive blaze nearby. "The pyre? I thought this was a signal fire for us to find our way back." "It is," Jem replies simply. "But the bodies needed burning anyway. So I figured, kill two birds with one stone." Vaughn asks nervously, "Sir, you know the goblins consider burning corpses a major insult to their gods, right?" Jem just waves over his shoulder. "Angering gods is my specialty." With that, he leads the way towards a large gate. Vaughn is clearly on edge. "Sir, are you sure this is a good idea? We really should have brought more men." The man beside Jem agrees. "The kid's got a point, But Jem doesn't seem the least bit concerned. It'll be fine. Zem speaks up again. That's Gwyn Unbreak over there, kid. A mage. His father is one of the council elders. Jem cuts him off. Thanks, Ren. Suddenly, a man steps forward to address him. You are Jem, the Liberator, correct? Though slightly surprised, Jem responds with a serious tone. I am. Is the council ready to see me? The man is about to reply. But then his eyes shift, focusing on the person standing right next to Jem. Hey, you're the one who brought my sister back, aren't you? Vaughn immediately snaps to attention. Yes, sir. How is she? The man smiles. She's fine, thanks to you. I'm glad to see you're well. Jem leans in close to Vaughn, asking, anything to explain? Vaughn looks away, embarrassed. I'll tell you later, sir, he mutters. The man then addresses Jem again. If you would follow me, Jem. However, your men and your weapons must stay out here. His companions immediately shout in protest. Hey, you can't do that. But Jem isn't fazed, handing his weapon to Vaughn. It's fine. Here, take care of her for me. Vaughn stands there completely stunned, whispering to himself. Her? Zem, looking exhausted, sits down with his companion to wait. Vaughn's voice cuts through the silence, dripping with sarcasm. So now you're willing to wait for him, huh? Zem just clears his throat. Someone's being overly dramatic. We all thought he was dead. Vaughn's frustration finally boils over. You people didn't even give him a chance to come back. Zem calmly explains from his seat. They call that a miracle, kid. It's incredibly rare to survive being taken by goblins. Usually, we don't even find the bones. And before you start spouting off about loyalty or faith, remember that doesn't put food on my table. And it certainly didn't keep my own family alive through all of this. Vaughn looks shocked. You have a family? Zem points a finger right at him. See? That's exactly why I left. What do you actually know about your men, Vaughn? You're Jem's second in command. And yet you don't even know the most basic things about them. Vaughn pouted slightly. I know their names. Jem shot back. Vaughn, if you're gonna lead troops, you need more than just a name. You have to know who they are and what drives them. Yeah, I know the boss sees us as cannon fodder for his plan, and I accept that. But his second in command has to manage his men. Vaughn, furious now, spun around and yelled, Lep doesn't see us that way. Jem's voice softened. Easy, kid. I'm not insulting your hero. He's exactly that, and we both know it. A confused Vaughn asked again. If you think so, then why did you come back? Jem continued. I served under Dacker, and I also served under Jack. They were both good commanders, but no one compares to Lep. That guy. He's something special. I don't know what it is, but he's got the luck of the gods on his side. He's a survivor, and he's headed for big things. I know if I follow him, I'll get there too. And that's exactly why I should be his right-hand man. He needs someone with command experience watching his back. Vaughn shot back. And you think that should be you? Jem nodded confidently. Who else could it be? There's no shame in admitting someone else can do a better job. Kid, step back and learn. Maybe one day, you'll finally be ready. But Vaughn was absolutely determined. I'm not giving up. Lep is counting on me. Jem, casually cleaning his dagger, replied, Fine. You'll figure it out eventually, and I'll be ready to step up. Then, silence fell between them. Vaughn glanced nervously at the door in front of them. Inside, Jem was about to face the very people who would give him his toughest challenge yet. Lep, the Liberator, you have been summoned today for an audience. Jem, looking slightly annoyed, corrected him. You're mistaken, Chief. I'm the one who summoned you. The man across from him exploded in anger, pointing right in his face. Insolent. The man beside him spoke up. Calm down, Lord Anbrake. He spoke with clear impatience. But Bob, this brat. How dare he act like this in front of us? Bob's voice was placating. Lord Anbrake, let's just hear him out. What's the harm? He then turned to another, asking, Right, Chief? The man crossed his arms and simply said, Let him speak, please. Proceed. Jem answered with total confidence. Thank you, Chief. First, let me be clear, I have no intention of overthrowing you. Anbrake, losing patience, slammed his hand on the table. What? You think a grayskin like you could possibly overthrow us? Jem explained. You were the ones who sent your most elite guards into the dungeon, only to have them wiped out by runaway grunts. He clenched his fist, his voice firm. If not for your orders, those men would have fought back. But now, I have the backing of an entire army, from common folk to the gods in heaven themselves. Are you still so confident? Anbrake's patience finally snapped. He roared, Guards! Gwyn, kill him! A squad of soldiers rushed forward, advancing on him. The captain's eyes held a hint of killing intent. Sorry, I can't defy his orders. Jem seemed to sympathize with his position. I understand. Just then, the chief spoke up. Wait, Handbrake was visibly confused by this move. Chief, but this kid, Bob cut in. This kid defeated an entire goblin army. Are you so sure you could do the same, Lord Handbrake? Hearing this, the man had no comeback. Handbrake gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Then he slumped back into his chair and waved a dismissive hand. Gwyn, stand down for now. The chief cleared his throat. Liberator, if you don't want to overthrow us, then what do you want? Jem began to lay out his plan. In another era, when the empire was in peril, absolute power was given to the great emperor, a divine government. He could then use every single resource to repel the enemy. A deep understanding shone in his eyes. People knew that only the command of the strongest could bring victory to the entire kingdom. And then, Jem laid his offer on the table. I want the council to name me commander-in-chief. With that power, I will protect this place. Instead of interfering, we will support each other. The chief looked surprised. Is that all? Jem continued. I want the right to do things my way, to recruit citizens, and use all resources to achieve my goal. The chief's anger flared. Do you take us for your puppets? Jem just shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Outside of military warfare, you still hold all the power. This is the best possible option. Hearing that, the chief seemed to agree. That makes sense. But we could also choose Jack or VG. Like you, VG just returned from death's door with an army. Jem cracked a mocking smile. Jack works for me. As for VG, are you really going to give military command to the man who murdered his own parents? Are you sure about that? Unease flickered across the faces of the three men facing him, a direct response to his words. That murderous glare was back in Game's eyes. All right, smart move, he said with confidence. So what's your proposal? Outside, Vaughn was probing for information. Do you have any children? The man immediately replied, yes. Vaughn pressed on. How many? Dem was clearly losing his patience. Does it matter? Yes, Vaughn insisted. It does. Why do you charge into battle like you have nothing to lose? Don't you love your child? The man's gaze turned sharp as steel as he looked over. He threw the question right back at Vaughn. Your family are potters, aren't they? A flustered Vaughn admitted it was true. Jen then looked him dead in the eye, saying, let me give you a life lesson. Don't ever ask another man that question, especially one who has a family. People like that aren't lucky enough to earn a living in peace like you do. Vaughn started to panic, quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it like that at all. Dem wasn't angry and simply turned away. It's fine. I'm just telling you. But if you keep acting like this, you're going to make enemies everywhere you go. You're a good person, and I don't want to be hard on you. Don't think for a second I or anyone else here doesn't want to survive for our families. Those words completely silenced Vaughn. He didn't dare say anything else. No, that's not it at all, he insisted, waving his hands. But Jem suddenly cut in. All right, the commander has been gone for a while now, right? Vaughn then turned his gaze to the other door. Did something happen to him? A glint appeared in Jem's eyes. You two, go get a few more men. At that exact moment, the door swung open. Sir. Vaughn's voice called out from a distance the moment he saw him emerge. He rushed forward, asking, what happened in there? How did it go? Sir, Jem asked from the side. Was everything successful, Commander? Game walked past them briskly. It's all handled. The council has accepted me as their commander-in-chief, and now it's my responsibility to protect this place. Vaughn looked surprised, then overjoyed. That's amazing. Jem, however, was a bit suspicious. They changed their minds that quickly? Game turned to speak to him directly. They were hoping I'd die fighting the goblins on the battlefield, but now they realize I'm their best option. Jem's eyes, however, remained vigilant. We will protect you from any assassins, because they won't just let this stand, he said, his voice filled with grim determination. Probably, but they'll have a hard time pulling it off. Besides, I told them I know where a treasure is buried. Their greed is much stronger than their desire to see me dead, and speaking of that treasure, I'm going to need your help with it. The man pointed to himself, completely baffled. Me? Sir, I don't know the first thing about any treasure. Jem stepped in to explain. I need to meet the person who's in charge of making our crossbows. You're the one who mentioned him before, weren't you? That mysterious craftsman who never reveals his identity. The memory finally clicked for Vaughn. He knew who it was. Game continued. It's time for him to step into the light. I have a plan that requires his assistance. Just then, Lou burst in from outside, shouting, Bo, it's father, he's returned. And there, sitting at the main table, was VG, greeting his son. Lou was absolutely ecstatic to see his father again. Dad, are the rumors on the street true? VG cut him off. Yes, it seems I was recognized on my way back. Lou looked at him, completely bewildered. Dad, how did you survive? Where have you been all this time? VG seemed hesitant to explain. I'll tell you the whole story when I get the chance. But Bo has already told me about everything that happened while I was gone. This made Lou flinch. He began to stammer. Hi Mo. They. VG just stared intently at the two of them, saying nothing. Then, he rose from his chair. This failure was mine, not yours. I should have prepared you all more thoroughly before leaving, especially for a campaign. You both did the best you could, and I can't hold you responsible. But one thing is absolutely clear. Haimo has a lot to answer for. Elsewhere, at the East Gate, one of the entrances to the Bogey settlement, Haimo approached two men, asking, What have you heard? Dem's voice was firm. The rumors are true. VG has returned, smashed the Jira army outside the main gate, and is now reporting to the council. Haimo looked completely stunned. What? How could that possibly happen? Rimen replied, I don't know, Commander. That's just the report my men brought back. Haimo was seething. He couldn't believe a former prisoner of the insectoids managed to survive and return. Jem stated it like an obvious fact. He's blessed by Daira, so anything is possible. Besides, shouldn't we be happy about this? The goblins besieging the gate will probably pull back soon, meaning less bloodshed. Haimo thought it over, his voice a bit quieter now. Yes, that makes sense. Suddenly, a messenger ran up. Thuanai, the messenger has arrived. Jen stood there watching them whisper. A little puzzled. What's going on? Vaughn's eyes looked completely empty, drained of all life. My father has also returned. Jem was visibly shocked. VG is still alive? He turned to the person next to him. Hi Mo, what happened with OS wasn't your fault. Go see him. Beg for it. Hi Mo seemed confused. Forgiveness? He was terrified. Belga, I'm the killer. I'm the one who took the life of the child he loved most. Do you honestly think he would ever forgive us for that? Rem looked confused. Us? Haimo's eyes were filled with absolute despair. That's right. For you, me, and everyone who stood with us after Osan's death, he's coming back to take everything, including our lives. Jem was completely thrown by this warning. You can't be sure of that. Haimo quickly recoiled in fear. Bengrat, the Rat King. Do you really think we won't share the same fate as Jima and his followers? Jem's panic only intensified. Good heavens, what are we supposed to do? Haimo was desperately searching for any way out of this impending doom. Just then, VG arrived, leading a massive, intimidating force. They drew closer and closer, their ranks swelling with every step. They marched straight inside, with no one daring to block the commander's path. Luke Gio watched with satisfaction. Everyone was here. Commander, they came the moment they heard their father had returned. The man next to him added, Yes, but Haimo must have expected us. VG suddenly spoke up. He's known for a long time. He ordered a subordinate to look around. Will Ban, don't you see it? Will Ban looked confused. What do you mean, Commander? The way the people around them were watching felt wrong. Their eyes were filled with undisguised wariness. He said, Haimo is my most brilliant student. He knew I'd land at the East Gate and rallied the locals. He's definitely convinced them I'm going to slaughter everyone after the battle. Luke Gio was a bit flustered. What do we do now, Father? Could he have set an ambush for us? VG continued, We can't rule that out. Pass the order for the troops to maintain high alert, but I doubt they have enough hatred or have been paid enough to risk a direct confrontation. They're probably just blocking our retreat. It's a precaution in case he fails. It's exactly what I would do in his position. Luke Gio asked again, Father, shouldn't we wait for word from the messengers sent to Rak and Lep? If they were here, Haimo would surely back down. VG immediately shot down that idea. No, the more we hesitate, the harder this becomes. We've lost the element of surprise, so we must act fast. Besides, I don't want to keep my son waiting. Up ahead, Haimo stood with his own formidable army, ready for them. He remarked dryly, I'm sure he has prepared a very warm welcome for us. The two imposing armies faced off, the air thick with the promise of a massive battle. Across the way, Haimo watched his father cautiously. VG, for his part, was seething with anger. He couldn't believe Haimo had gone this far. Someone from behind suddenly whispered, They see the boss is back. What are those 50 people doing? Luke Gio bit his lip, saying, Haimo must have told them father would punish them if they didn't join him. VG immediately chimed in. He probably also promised them a fat reward for fighting on his side. Someone behind them wondered, but he doesn't have that kind of money, right? VG stepped forward, his voice ringing out clearly. The dead have no need for payment. Haimo and VG then met in the center of the field. Haimo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Welcome back, father. I see even the spirit knights couldn't stand being around you. VG spoke softly. Haimo, end this foolishness. I have 3 times your number of troops, and you are at a disadvantage. Haimo simply offered a slight smile. Is that so? He then held up a small bag. A sudden howl echoed throughout the entire cavern. Luke Geo looked on, completely bewildered. What in the world is he talking about? A man nearby shouted, "Hey, look at the gate!" The massive gate suddenly swung open, and VG's eyes filled with pure killing intent. What have you done? Haimo answered with absolute confidence. The bogey have no future. Father, even if LP had won, the Jira would have come and crushed us. So I did what was necessary to ensure a future for our people. They will help me purge the rot from within our settlement. A legion of armed soldiers began marching in. He continued. And in exchange, the bogey will once again walk beneath the sun. VG snarled through his teeth. As slaves. Haimo roared back. As free people under the sky. He pointed an accusing finger at his father. A promise you made, but all you ever delivered were empty words. VG looked away, a flicker of guilt on his face. Haimo then gestured back to his own army. But as for me, I will fulfill my promise. I will free our people from the greenskins. And from you, father. I'll do whatever it takes to become the true leader our people need. VG's expression grew darker by the second as Haimo's face lit up with excitement. So now, I will accept your surrender. Don't worry, unlike you, I will be merciful. I won't make you suffer the same pain that Jiama endured. His eyes were burning with a terrifying, all-consuming ambition. What do you say to that, father? VG had heard enough. With a look of utter disappointment, he decisively turned his back on his son. On his side, his other son was seething with rage. That bastard. I can't believe he actually allied himself with those goblins. Meanwhile, one of Haimo's own subordinates looked nervous. Sir, I thought we were saving the goblins as a last resort. Now that they're involved, who knows what will happen. But Haimo just looked smug, completely confident in his decision. Model, don't worry, the goblins need them. Lep smashed their main force, so they can't afford to go home empty-handed. Besides, their leader isn't an idiot. He's staring at his father's back, knowing exactly what he's up against and realizing he's already lost. They just have to wait for him to finally swallow his pride and accept defeat. One of the subordinates looked a little worried. Yeah, he knows the old man better than anyone. Haimo pointed confidently toward the enemy lines, saying, Look at his men, they're ready to bolt at any moment. With those grim faces, if one falls, the rest will scatter like carrion feeders, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. Over on the other side, Bolo seemed completely lost, unsure of what his father would do next. Father, what are our orders? Just then, VG raised his bow high in the air, his voice booming with absolute authority. Everyone, listen to me. We came here today seeking justice, but now we stand here fighting for our very survival. Haimo has brought the Jira horde to our doorstep, and we are the only line of defense between them and our families. You never thought you'd be called to defend our people today, but the gods themselves have chosen you to protect your friends, your families, and your homes from these invaders. Think of them as you fight today, and know this, if we fall to the Jira horde, there will be no place left for us to run. If we stand united, we can win this, but it's going to demand everything from every single one of us. Loser was practically buzzing with excitement. Yeah, tell him, this is good. VG's voice grew even more powerful. Who will stand with me today? Will you fight by my side? A fire ignited in the soldier's eyes. In perfect unison, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. We'll crush them. Let's go. I'm with you. Across the field, Haimo and his men watched intently as VG led the charge, his entire force surging forward in a wave of steel. The clash was immediate. A brutal, unforgiving storm of chaos. Both sides attacked without mercy. Every single strike aimed to be a killing blow. VG powerfully drew his bow, sinking an arrow straight into an enemy's forehead before quickly turning, his senses on high alert. Right behind him, enemy crossbows were already aimed, ready to take him out. A hail of bolts flew towards VG as a dark figure sprinted from the distance. Bolo slammed his shield down, blocking the incoming arrows. Found you, father, he yelled. VG, still fighting, calmly asked for a report from the rear line. His son reported, The goblins have better gear, but our superior numbers are holding them back. As he drew another arrow, VG asked, And loser? He's hunting Haimo as we speak, his son replied instantly. At that very moment, on another part of the battlefield, a towering man spoke. My brother is on his way. A brutal fight erupted. Haimo grit his teeth, saying, This is too even. We have to end this before their reinforcements show up. He reached into a pouch at his side, pulling out a strange liquid vial and demanding his man take it. Finish him. The man took the vial through clenched teeth and muttered, You damn well better keep your promise about my reward. He downed the entire potion. Meanwhile, Loser was tearing through enemies with his spear, only to be blindsided by a phantom-like figure that slammed into him. The punch sent him flying backward into a wall, the impact so severe it looked like his chest had caved in. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that blinded everyone. Panic shouts rang out. What was that? After drinking the potion, the man began to glow with an eerie blue light, screaming like a rabid animal. Then he unleashed a wave of attacks, his newfound power completely unstoppable. Willian yelled out the order, "Get him! Protect Loser!" At his command, soldiers swarmed the glowing man, trying to overwhelm him. Willibon rushed to Loser's side, kneeling down. "Loser, wake up! Are you still alive?" But all he got was a faint groan as he glanced back at the fight. The berserker had already thrown off every soldier that tried to surround him. He readied for a final stand, muttering through clenched teeth, "Well, at least I got to kiss my wife goodbye this morning." Both warriors charged, the monster's blade swinging down. Willibon met the blow with his own weapon, shouting, "Die, you miserable insect." But the man grabbed his shoulder, and a sickening crack of bone echoed out. With the blade pressed right against Willibon's neck, the creature grinned, ready to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, his eyes went blank. He let out a scream of pure agony as Loser's spear burst through his chest from behind. The life drained from him as Loser stood over his body, panting. A counterattack? Man, that was tiring. He turned to his comrade and asked, "You okay?" Willian just waved a hand. "Just, let me catch my breath." Loser replied, "Wish I could say the same. What's happening over there?" Across the field, Haimo was fuming. "Your forces have been a complete disappointment. This needs to end now." The man beside him just smiled. "Don't worry, my main force has just arrived." The city gates creaked open, revealing a fresh army marching in. Bolo and VG froze. Willian and Loser fell silent, watching in disbelief. Haimo let out a triumphant roar. "This is the end. Starting today, a new order will be born." But then, a new voice cut through the noise. Hemin stepped inside, demanding, "Why is the city gate open? And what is this line of goblins doing here?" A gasp went through the crowd. "Hemin!" He spoke with ice in his voice. "Lucky for you, Jack sent me." VG let out a sigh of pure relief. Hemin, of course. The others erupted in cheers at the sight of his army's arrival. The enemy, however, was in total chaos. "What is this? Where did all my men go?" Haimo snarled. "They've all been wiped out." "You idiot!" he screamed. "Tell your men to focus their power on my father. Kill him, and the rest will crumble." The commander looked at him and gave the order. "Yes, my men, ignore the others. Take down that archer." Bolo glanced back at VG. "Father, you don't seem very popular, huh?" Just then, they ducked into an empty room, an arrow now lodged in his leg. The moment they were inside, Bolo cried out in pain and collapsed. VG rushed to his side. "Dad, I'm so sorry," he stammered. "Father, it's all right," he managed to say. "I'm out of arrows. Let's just rest for a second." With that, he dropped his bow, drew his sword, and unleashed a devastating attack that cut down a huge chunk of the enemy forces. Nearby, Hemin fought like a demon. The battle was absolutely brutal. All around them, bodies were dropping to the ground like flies. Haimo shrieked, trying to stop the chaos. "Wait! Stop!" The man beside him just screamed back. "You useless fool! Your men are running away, go look!" The commander turned to Haimo. "Our deal is over," he said coldly, "unless you can somehow make up for this complete disaster." Haimo stammered, I can." He clutched a red vial, his hand trembling as he insisted. "I can do it." He glanced ahead nervously, only to hear a deafening roar. "Haimo, you bastard." He snapped his head toward the sound in a panic. Hemin and Lure were charging straight for him. Without thinking, he chugged the entire potion. His eyes went blank as he screamed in agony. Just as Hemin and Lure were about to land a finishing blow, he ripped off his helmet. 2 beams of pure red energy shot from his pupils. The power inside him exploded, blasting both Hemin and Lure clear across the room. At that moment, VG charged toward them. Haimo just laughed. "Father's here." A blast of energy shot from his hand, aimed right at him. VG quickly raised his sword to block it, but he was horrified to realize the blade was actually absorbing the energy coming from Haimo. Haimo gasped in shock. "What?" VG's voice was grim. "Stop this now," he commanded, a thought flashing through his mind. The sword absorbed a part of the magic. Interesting. But Haimo screamed back, "I can't stop, Father. You were the one who taught me to be true to myself until the very end." He then roared with all his might, "And I will never let you down." VG rushed him, yelling, "I never taught you to betray your family." Haimo shot back, "Really? Then why did you let Goma die?" Why did you side with the man who killed him? VG gritted his teeth, parrying a strike. He betrayed us, so I punished him. Haimo poured every last ounce of his strength into the attack. You pushed him to his death, he screamed. You let that monster destroy him and did nothing. VG dodged, answering, I did what was best for everyone. The words only fueled Haimo's rage as he attacked relentlessly. Best for everyone, or best for you? We worshipped you. We called you our father. And all you ever saw us as were pawns on your chessboard. VG struggled to block the endless vicious strikes from Haimo, who was pouring out all his pain and anger. You never loved us. You never loved me, he cried. The only person you have ever loved is yourself. VG strained to reply, That's not true. I always wanted the best for you all. I wanted you to survive this cruel world, to stand beside me. A sinister smile spread across Haimo's face. Well then, father, your wish came true. One of us will survive too. He stopped mid-sentence, noticing strange cracks spreading across his own body. What is this? He screamed in horror. He clutched his head, howling in agony. VG called out, a hint of worry in his voice. Haimo! A nearby goblin yelled. He's going to explode. The wild magic will kill us all. VG clenched his jaw, then leaped into the air, plunging his sword deep into his son's chest. He whispered, Goodbye, my son. Haimo could only choke out the word father, followed by a final, pained, sorry. VG held him close. I know, he said softly. Rest now, my son. In front of a quiet wooden house, 2 guards stood watch with spears, a symbol of the peace that had returned. The entire village was alive with laughter and conversation, the air warm and joyful. Abalagda was walking through the crowd, carrying a small bag, clearly searching for someone. She finally stopped at a bed. It turned out she was there to wake up Goa. Hey Goa, get up. There's food. She yelled so loud it made Goa's ears ring. Sitting up, he asked, Abda? I thought you were with Elle. She held out the bag. I was. She sent me back with a few things before she went to go check on something, she explained. Goa just smiled at her answer. Goa just smirks and looks away, thinking about that little thief. Abalagda sits right down next to her, unpacking a bag and starting to talk. Apparently, that little thief is the reason they're eating so well, and Jack's crew is keeping them all safe. But food is getting scarce, especially with the blue and green factions hoarding it all. If it weren't for her skills, they'd all be starving by now. Inside the supply bag were just 3 items in tiny amounts: bread, cheese, and rice. Goza heard this and gave a silent nod of agreement. Nearby, the other children were crying out for their mothers. Seeing the desperation on the children's faces, Goza couldn't help but ask, Shouldn't we be sharing this? Abelda quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I brought food for the others too. This is just our portion. Everyone seemed to relax, knowing they all had a share. Goza let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. Then, changing the subject, she asked, Where's Rosa? She can eat with us. Suddenly, a voice appeared right behind her. I'm here. Riza's abrupt arrival nearly made Goza jump out of her skin. Raza wasted no time, grabbing a piece of food and popping it into her mouth while talking. I just had to deal with a few brats, she said, chewing. This cheese looks good. Is the food a little dry, though? Abelda held up her own piece of cheese and shot back. If you don't want it, give it here. I didn't bring back food for complainers. Raza backed down. No, it's fine. Noticing Goza's unusual silence, both women looked over at her. Abelda took the lead. Goza, what's wrong? As if caught red-handed, Goza jumped and looked over, flustered. Sorry, it's nothing. Abelda seemed to guess immediately she was thinking about her brother again. Riza gave Abelda a light nudge. Of course she's thinking about him. Give her some space, will you? Clutching a small piece of food, Goza finally confessed, her voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, it's just. When I heard about Vanka's recent fight, it made me think of Jem. Ruza crossed her arms, nodding in understanding. It's okay, we get it. We've all lost someone. I lost my cousin, and Abelda lost her husband. That last bit of information made Goza's head snap toward Abelda in shock. You were married? Startled, Abelda simply nodded. Yeah. She just shrugged and explained. He went on an expedition before this last one and never came back. The story felt too simple, making Goza frown. I'm so sorry, I had no idea. Abelda didn't seem to mind. That's old news. We all have to move on, don't we? Urza leaned in with a grin. More importantly, we all get how you feel. You don't have to go through it alone. Touched, Goza threw her arms around both of them. You guys are the best, Abelda shouted. Hey, watch it. You're getting food all over me. Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. Goza, is Goza here? Goza raised her hand and called back. I'm over here. Riza let out a little chuckle. Well, look at that. Your boyfriend's here. Goza scowled in annoyance. Shut up. Toast came running toward them, completely out of breath. You look like you're in a hurry. Goza, I have news. It's Jem. He's back. A mix of shock and disbelief washed over Goza as she shot to her feet. What? For real? Toast was ecstatic. Yeah, hurry. I'll take you to him. And with that, the two of them rushed off. Abelda and Ruza waved after them. Have fun, you two, Ruza called out. Yeah, do what I would do. Abelda then turned to her friend. You and Lore owe me a beer. And a real one, not that mushroom stuff from last time. Ruza looked offended, putting on a pouting face. Oh, come on, that was just a joke. Who bets on whether their friend's brother is dead or alive? This time, Abelda's voice turned hard. A deal is a deal. Or I'll just tell everyone what you and Lore did with Kogon in the back room behind the mushroom farm. Urza muttered. You know something? You have a really nasty mouth and a gambling addiction. One of these days, you're going to regret it. Abelda laughed it off, completely unfazed. Want to bet how long that will take? Ruza scoffed back. No way. I am never making another bet with you again. That was finally enough to get a little rise out of Abelda. Meanwhile, Jem and his team were walking toward the village when he suddenly spotted Goza, who was already standing there. Seeing the shock in her eyes, he simply smiled warmly at his little sister. Goza sprinted forward into Jem's wide-open arms. The two siblings hugged each other tightly in a moment of pure joy. Goza looked up at her brother, her eyes welling up with tears. But the touching moment was short-lived. She suddenly clamped her hand over Jem's mouth. Leaning in close to Jem's face, Goza glared, her voice a low, terrifying growl. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? She didn't stop there, continuing to scold Jem as the crowd around them erupted in cheerful laughter. Vaughn was showing Jem around the village, pointing to a specific structure. Sir. Jem glanced around, taking in the sights. Your mysterious craftsman friend lives in a pretty interesting place, huh? Embarrassed by Jem's comment, Vaughn stammered a reply. Ah, well, he's not exactly my friend, sir. My father just helped him out a few times. As they approached the door, Jem asked, Do you know why he lives all the way out here? If he's as good at his work as people say. Vaughn glanced back. Well, sir, he's... Before he could finish his sentence, an angry shout from inside cut him off. A man with long hair was absolutely furious. You know what? I think I'll do it. Go to hell, you damn old man. Seeing the man, Vaughn just smiled and raised a hand in a friendly greeting. Oh, hey Bo, how are you doing? But he just storms right past them, furious and silent. Left hanging, Vaughn turns back awkwardly, and Jem is just as confused. He's a good guy. Do you know him? Scratching his head. Jem replies, Yeah, Bo is the lead apprentice for Goran, the very man we came to see. I think something must have happened. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. Jem and Vaughn immediately snap their attention towards the sound. Is that you? Vaughn is completely surprised by who he sees. He cheerfully introduces the newcomer to Jem. Sir, this is Go. He's one of Goran's apprentices. Jem immediately shakes his hand to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you. Go smiles back. You too. After the introduction, Vaughn gets straight to the point. What's going on? Is something up with Bo? It's complicated. Go only mentions that he and the old man got into another argument. I've heard that fathers and sons tend to do that, Jem adds. It's not really like that. Go shakes his head, looking exhausted. That old man isn't our father. He simply raised us. Finally, understanding, Vaughn begins to explain the whole situation to Jem. Sir, after Goran ran into trouble with the nobility, he moved to the outskirts to be left alone. But Bo, Go, and the others just kept following him. As he talks, a smile crosses his face. We used to come here as kids and mess with the old man, throwing rocks, breaking his things, trying to scare him. He remembers how the old man would scold them like a father, then hand Bo the broken items to fix. One day we were being particularly foolish, and the master caught us red-handed accidentally wrecking his cart. He made us repair the damage we'd caused, and used his forging skills to fix it. The three of them watched with wide, shining eyes. That was the first time any of us had ever seen a real forge. Bo was so captivated, he was the first one to come back to the workshop. Alone with the forge on his mind, Bo returned the very next day, begging to become an apprentice. But Bo just kept coming back. And eventually, the old man gave in and accepted him. We joined up a little while after. But lately, it feels like all they ever do is fight with each other. The story sounds pretty complicated. Jem rests his chin on his hand, asking, Any idea why? Go just shrugs, unsure. However, this all started after Vaughn returned from his expedition. Suddenly getting called out, Vaughn jumps, pointing at himself in protest. Me? What did I do? Go begins to explain. Remember when you came for more lead bolts for your crossbow to fight the goblins? Everyone was talking about how amazing you were, helping us fight back. Bo even said he wanted to join you. Go frowns. He and the old man had a massive fight about that, and they've been at odds ever since. Jem then cuts in. Well, this is all very interesting, but we came here to see your master. Is he around? Rubbing the back of his neck, Go looks uncomfortable. Sorry, but you'll have to come back another time. He's in the back room. Jem turns to Vaughn. So what does that imply? Vaughn replies, It means he's drinking, sir. His door is closed, which is probably why he doesn't have many friends. He's not exactly friendly when he's drunk. They picture him completely wasted. Sometimes he stays in there for weeks. The worst part is, the longer he's in there, the less likely we know when he'll come out. Jem isn't backing down, which makes things awkward. The problem is, we need him immediately. The request leaves, Go totally stuck. Go shakes his head. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Vaughn suggests, maybe we should go somewhere else. Sir, we could ask Kui the caretaker, he has a shop. But hearing that suggestion, it seems that won't work either. No, Kui is more of a carpenter. Gorin is the man we need to talk to. Vaughn is out of ideas. So what do we do now? A stone skips across the river. Someone's throwing them. It turns out to be Bo, sitting there with a massive scowl on his face. A voice calls his name. Jem and Vaughn have tracked him down. We need to talk. But he's still bitter about earlier. Bo angrily throws a rock. Go away. I'm not interested. Jem turns to Vaughn and says, Show him. What he sees leaves Bo absolutely stunned. Bo stammers, This is? Jem gets right to the point. You want to impress your master, don't you? Help us with this, and I promise you he will be. Seeing Bo hesitate, Jem holds out his hand. So, are you in? Bo is still hesitating, his resolve wavering, but then he firmly shakes Jem's hand. They officially have a deal. Later, standing before them, both Bo and Gorin are in disbelief. What is this? Even the Jira don't have something like this. It's a blueprint covered in complex diagrams and descriptions. This is a design for an advanced crossbow. It's lighter, reloads faster, and has way more power. Jem points seriously, and I want you to build it for me. Overwhelmed by the impossible request, the old man rubs his head, his hands slick with sweat. In all his years as a mercenary, he'd never seen blueprints like these. Where did you get this? He demanded. Did you steal it? Unfazed, Jem simply replied that he'd designed it himself. The man was in absolute disbelief. The old man's eyes went wide as he stared at the design. A demon with this kind of talent? He couldn't believe it. How was this even possible? Jem just shook his head and cut him off. That doesn't matter. What I need to know is, can you build it? Faced with this difficult request, the man stroked his beard, hesitating. I could, but no, I won't be helping you. But then, another voice cut in. Fine, I'll do it myself. Stunned that the words came from Bo, the old man whipped his head around. What? Bo looked at Jem with dead serious eyes. Let me try, he said. I repaired the last one, so I know I can build this. The old man practically screamed, That design is far too advanced for you. It's full of complex parts. Jem simply nodded. Perhaps. Bo turned to the master and said, But doesn't that depend on the teacher? If you taught us well, we'll find a way. Bo might not be ready, but with Go and Sam helping, we can get pretty far. Hearing that, Jem followed up. That's what a family does for each other, right? Jem's unwavering expression gave the old man pause, supporting each other through the tough times. His words hit their mark. The master looked away, flustered. And so, they began the work. Bo and the others fired up the forge. Bo and Go went back and forth, discussing the best approach. Their hands moved with meticulous care, shaping the material. Bo poured his entire soul into the project, his brow furrowed in concentration. Halfway there. But he hit a wall. If I keep going like this, it's going to break. I don't know what to do, Jem conceded. It seems we've hit a snag. Maybe you were right from the start. Vaughn turned to the master to ask for advice. Sir? But the old man just turned his back, uninterested. Jem knew it. Just ignore him. Vaughn watched him walk away, thinking to himself that the old man was getting exactly what he wanted. The master's face was lost in thought, his gaze distant. Meanwhile, Go said wearily, If it breaks, we start over. Maybe a different piece will work better. Bo shot back in frustration. It's not the material, it's my skill. I'm just not good enough. He hung his head, hating to admit it. That old man was right. Suddenly, the master slammed his tools down, yelling, Is this how you repay my teaching? You give up this easily? He grabbed a tool, his face now serious, his voice full of fire. Use this. You won't get far with those slow, clumsy tools of yours. Vaughn gasped out loud. Sir, those are your own personal tools. Jem just smiled. I know, Vaughn, I can see that. The three of them were completely moved by the gesture, their eyes welling up. He was passing his tools down to Bo. Bo swallowed hard. holding back tears. Thank you, master. The old man just turned away, embarrassed. Stop your whining. We have a client watching. Fired up, Bo was eager to prove himself. He picked up the tool with a confident smile. Yes, sir. Jem walked over. You did the right thing. The master just grunted. We'll see about that. All three got back to work. They poured every ounce of effort into their craft, working tirelessly. A moment later, 2 crossbow bolts shot out, striking a target dead center. Both bolts punched clean through. Vaughn ran over to check, yelling in pure disbelief. It went all the way through. Jem clapped a proud hand on his shoulder. Good work. But Bo just pointed behind him. It wasn't me. It was everyone's hard work. He even gestured to the old master, saying it included him too. This was way harder than fixing a wagon wheel. I've still got so much to learn. The master proudly threw an arm around Bo's shoulders. That's right. You keep calling me master, and I'll keep teaching you, you little brat. But then his tone shifted. So, how many are you planning on making? You can't be making just one, right? Jem grinned. You read my mind. We're going to need as many as possible. And armor, too. Hearing that, the master was completely floored, having to ask again just to be sure. Armor? Do you have any idea how long that takes? He started to explain. We can't just make them from scratch, you know. Jem already knew that, just smiling as he replied, We'll be refitting the armor the goblins donated to fit our people. We need 45 sets, as soon as possible. The master yelled, absolutely incredulous. 45 sets, on top of the crossbows? Impossible, Jem calmly added. Of course, it's possible if we get help from the other workshops. The request was absurd. The master shot back. Even so, it would take us months to finish all of them. Jem just clapped his shoulder. Don't worry. Goran, let me tell you about a man named Henry Ford from a faraway place called Detroit. Sometime after Vara collapsed, back in the white tents of the tribe, a voice suddenly called out. Hey, Vaughn. He was in the middle of a conversation and snapped his head around at the call. Vaughn broke into a huge grin. Run. You're alive. She immediately shot back. We managed to escape after Bungu was killed. Those damn tribe leaders were going to feed us to the wolves. Changing the subject, Vaughn gestured to a tent. Do you want to pay a visit? She's resting inside. A wounded comrade? Run couldn't believe it, her fists clenched. Vaughn. Is it really her? Is Leb back? Is Rafa with him? The sudden barrage of questions leaves the newcomer looking pale and completely stunned. Yeah, he's back, Vaughn confirms, adding that she's helping with refugees in the lower district. Without another word, he pulls back the curtain. Run. Sorry, I've got to go, he says quickly. We'll talk later. Hearing the good news, the other three let out a collective cheer. She's alive. Get ready, we're going to her now. After seeing the group off, he steps inside the tent. Just then, Vara sits up, holding her head gently. Vaughn, she asks weakly, what happened? His concern bursts out in a frantic shout. Hey, don't move. Why are you out of bed? You could have been killed. Seeing he still had the energy to yell, Vara smiles, relieved. You're not dead? The question makes Vaughn blush and stammer. No, that's not it. Unsure how to react, he just turns away, running his hands through his hair. Once calm, Vaughn peeks back at her. Vara looks genuinely happy, holding up a small leather pouch. Thank you for helping me, she says. And for this too. Vaughn sits beside her mattress, legs tucked in. I just wanted to do something to make you feel better, he explains. She clutches the pouch tightly in her fist, deeply moved. I will always treasure this thing that connects us. Her gratitude makes him smile too. I hope it helps. Her eyes light up as she declares, it's the most exquisite engagement gift. Really? Vaughn's jaw drops in disbelief. An engagement gift, Vara repeats. But before he can correct her, Hen rushes in. Vaughn, Leb's confronting the mercenaries. The news stuns them both. What? Explain, Vaughn demands, needing more details. Go help him. The situation is urgent, and Vara's voice is serious. You have to go right now. Vaughn tries to linger, but I need to talk to you. Vara isn't having it. No buts, she urges. This is your duty. Go. His face falls, and he pouts with pure, unfiltered disappointment. He really didn't want to leave, but for the greater good, Vaughn stands up with a heavy sigh. All right, I'll be back as fast as I can. His reluctant obedience makes Vara want to laugh. The two of them take off at full speed. Where is he? Vaughn asks urgently. The answer? He's in the dining tent. Arriving on the scene, Vaughn's face twists into a scowl. Some guy is taunting Leb. You really think so? You think you can beat us? Without missing a beat, Jack retorts. You bet. That answer makes the mercenary, Draskin, narrow his eyes. He stands with his arms crossed, simply issuing a warning. You're done for, kid. Vaughn approaches Jack, completely baffled. Sir, I thought you said we weren't supposed to cause trouble. And we're not. I haven't done anything. What's the problem? I'm not fighting them, Vaughn. It's just a simple drinking contest. I bet that I could outdrink both of them. This is a bad idea. Vaughn can't believe it, exclaiming, Sir. But Jack is as confident as ever. Don't worry about it. Because I've done this plenty of times before. Still not convinced. Vaughn presses him. You have? And Jack just confirms it again. That's right. You can't build authority if you can't hold your liquor. The statement makes Vaughn's brow furrow in confusion. Leb, the only time I've seen you drink was that old grape wine. As if reading his mind, Jack thinks, doesn't mushroom beer count? And Vaughn immediately sticks out his tongue in disgust. No, that stuff tastes absolutely disgusting. Suddenly, the blue sword on his back speaks up. Don't worry, master. I will expel that filth from your body. Like purifying the lands of heretics, the sword's comment only makes Jack more confident. See? Nothing to worry about at all. The commotion brings an old man to the tent flap. What's going on? Seeing his chance, Vaughn immediately tattles. Sir Ban, Leb's about to have a drinking contest with those guys. They're huge, they could probably drink a whole barrel. The old man looks wary. Letting Jack take his chances with these guys? Are you sure? But Leb is just a reckless rookie, laughing it off. I'll be fine. Let's get this started. Hope I'm lucky. But before the fun begins, the old man stops Jack. Hold on, you little brat. Ban points directly at the blue sword. You have to leave that weapon with your best guard. No weapons at the table. That's the rule. The statement makes Jack freeze up completely, while Vess can only facepalm in utter exasperation. The brawny mercenary can't wait, shouting, Hey elf, are you ready? Seeing the situation turn bad, his sword cries out desperately, You can't do this, master. You need me. But Jack is stubborn, a true gamer. He simply says, Take care of her. Good luck, sir, Vaughn says. Taking the sword feels like a heavy burden. Vess's spirit materializes, begging, Try not to destroy that body, okay? But who knows what will happen. All they see is Jack grinning. Sorry, Dad. I can't promise something I know I can't do. Meanwhile, everyone else is working tirelessly on their own missions, one group suppressing enemies, while another is busy hauling supplies. In a nearby corner, Hem and Willie Bass stand talking with their arms crossed. Hem lets out a sigh. What a total mess. So VG told you that you were in charge of all this and then just left, huh? Willie Bass nods. Yeah. He was heartbroken over what happened to Heim. He didn't show it, but I know he was devastated inside. Hem just clicked his tongue. Willie Bass, this is why I always tell you to go to Jack's place. He grumbled on. That bastard VG is nothing but trouble. I figured that out years ago when I left his crew. But Willie Bass quickly tried to shut him up, frowning as he warned, Hey Hem, you better watch your mouth. He glanced around nervously before speaking again. A lot of people here worship VG, especially since he came back from the dead. Taking the warning to heart, Hem decided to be a bit more careful with his words. He glanced around anxiously, then turned back to Willie Bass and scoffed. Hey, I came back from the dead too, so they can worship me if they want. Willie Bass just raised an eyebrow. If I left, my wife would kill me. She thinks VG's going to be the chief someday, and she wants me on the winning team. Hem couldn't help but laugh out loud. He scoffed, VG as chief? Dream on. Hem then smirked, adding, You gotta stop letting your wife run the show. My friend, Lee is already the war commander. He's the one who's going to end up becoming the chief. Willie Bass just shook his head, grumbling, Happy wife, happy life. You're not the one who has to see her every day. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to them, urgently reporting, Commander, goblins. Willie Bass frowned. Goblins? Right now? Hem clicked his tongue. Well, looks like I got here just in time. He and Willie Bass quickly ran towards the goblins' location. The lead goblin spotted them and pointed right at Willie Bass. Hey, you're the commander, right? You need to let us pass. Hem, with his huge blade on his shoulder, spoke up, surprised. What's this? Looks like Bunu's personal guard. Willie Bass ignored him, focusing on the goblin. Is something wrong? What is it you want? The goblin girl immediately replied, Please, you have to let us in. I need to get to the lower levels to rescue my friend. Willie Bass just shook his head. Sorry. But then Hem, standing beside him, stared at her and shouted, Wait! You have a friend on the lower floor? Is it Rafa? Completely lost, Willie Bass turned to Hem and whispered, What's going on? Hem just looked at the hopeful expressions on the goblins' faces and he knew. He turned to Willie Bass. Let them pass. Willie Bass's brow furrowed as he answered sternly, Hem, I can't just let goblins walk in. Hem snapped his fingers with a grin. It's not up to you, it's up to me. You owe me one, just like I owe her friend. With a heavy sigh, Willie Bass waved them through. Fine, debt repaid. Hem nodded, signaling for the goblins to follow him. He smiled brightly. I'll show you the way. Just follow me, I'm Hem. The lead goblin girl replied politely. And I am Van. She then added, I think I saw you once when I was exploring with Jack, but we never actually spoke. Hem crossed his arms and nodded. That's why you look familiar. So how did you know Rafa was down here? Van smiled. I ran into Vaughn on my way to the camp. He's the one who told me Rafa chose to stay behind. We're here to bring her home. Hem nodded, explaining, Rafa, Rasa, and San stayed to help Ova and my friend Gun protect the refugees from the insectoids. Meanwhile, LPV showed up to deal with another goblin problem. Trust me, they're much safer down there. Van was taken aback, her eyes wide. Safer? You think it's safer for them with the insectoids? Are you insane? Hem nervously scratched his face and sighed. Look, the insectoids are dead. And it wasn't my call, so don't go blaming me. Hearing this, Van pressed him again. All of them are dead? Are you absolutely sure about that? Hem just shrugged, muttering in response. Pretty sure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rafa watched the little ones playing with a worried expression. San, is it really wise to let them play like that? San answered calmly. The pheromone sacs were all discarded and depleted. There's no harm in it, Rafa pouted. I hope so. Any other signs of life? San shook his head. I've already explored the surrounding caves. There are no signs of any insectoids on this entire floor. Rafa let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. Have the guards reported anything new? When she got no response from Gun, Rafa frowned. Gun. Seeing him in a complete daze, she let out a sigh. Did he eat something strange again? San simply raised an eyebrow. Not exactly, Miss Rafa. It's more like something is eating away at him. Rafa was baffled. Eating away at him? Then a realization hit her, and her eyes widened. Ova. You mean it's because of her? San rubbed the back of his neck with a shrug. Afraid so. Just the other night he asked me for advice on writing a love letter to her. At a loss for words, Rafa just sighed and asked, Seriously? And did you actually help him? San puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. A man has got to help another man win the heart of his love. Rafa was speechless. All those memories. Just gone. You guys actually tried to kill us when you first got here. San quickly tried to defend himself. Hey, that was all in the past. Love can overcome any obstacle, right? Rafa just shook his head, arguing, Gian, it was only a few weeks ago. I doubt she's forgotten. San mumbled back. Yeah. Which is why the letter wasn't as effective as we'd hoped. Seeing San's slow reaction, Rafa instantly figured it out. She shot him a disdainful look and asked, She was going to kill him, wasn't she? San sighed, admitting honestly. Luckily, Grasa and I got there in time to stop her. Frustrated, Rafa turned and kicked Gun right in the back. Jolted by the kick, the guy grumbled, What was that for? Rafa glared, snapping back, Stop daydreaming and get back to work. If I catch you slacking off again, you're on kitchen duty. Gun just pouted, retorting, Hey, I wasn't doing anything wrong. Besides, there's no one down here but us, so what's the big deal? Gun quickly darted out of the forest, glancing around secretively. He couldn't stop thinking about what that goblin had told him earlier. The story kept replaying in his mind, sparking his excitement. You're serious? He had asked. It's real? The goblin, grilling some meat, just nodded. Of course. One taste of Der Maz and she'll be absolutely crazy about you, unable to live without you. Gun clicked his tongue, still skeptical. You're just trying to trick me. How could that possibly be real? The goblin just smirked, pointing to his own face. You think I got a wife and 2 mistresses just with my good looks? Gun fell silent, letting out a long sigh. Remembering that conversation, he pursed his lips and muttered, 60 points. This better be worth it. Gun dropped to one knee, surveying the area ahead with a confident smile. Made it to the 3rd floor. Piece of cake, right? With that, Gun pressed onward, moving quickly through the dungeon while reminding himself of the mission. He said it's a red and green flower with blue leaves. Just find it and get out. Suddenly, a hoarse voice cried out from nearby. Help! Somebody please help me! Gun froze, his head whipping around, searching for the source of the sound. He mumbled in confusion. Is someone else here? Then he shouted out, Hey, where are you? Keep yelling, I'll find you. Hearing his voice was like a lifeline for the other person. They immediately screamed back, Desperate, help! I'm over here! Gun followed the voice, breaking into a run and closing in on the sound's location. He slowed down, his eyes narrowing at a massive hole in the ground. A soul-sucking pit, he thought grimly. Leaning over the edge, he yelled, Hey, is anyone down there? A voice echoed back from the darkness. I fell down here. Can you help me? Please, Gun quickly replied. Hang on, let me find a vine. He scrambled around, looking for one long and strong enough, and finally found what he needed. He quickly tossed the vine down into the pit, shouting, Here, grab on, I'll pull you up. The person below grabbed hold and started climbing. But when they reached the top, Gun stared in absolute shock. He was so startled he dropped the vine, but the person just barely managed to cling to the edge, narrowly avoiding another fall. The man gasped for air, slowly pulling himself out of the pit. Oh man, thank you, he wheezed. I never thought I'd get out of that thing. Gun swallowed hard, stammering a reply. No problem. Hey, are you also part of the expedition? The man quickly shook his head. Expedition? What expedition? No, I'm a doctor, not a soldier. And please, call me C. Gun just looked confused. You shouldn't be here. How did you even get down this far? CA answered simply. There are many ways to get down here, if you're determined enough. I came looking for a rare medicinal herb, but I fell into that damn pit. Then you showed up, my lucky star. Gun paused for a second before shaking CA's hand with a bright smile. My name's Gun. Glad I could help. Hey, do you have any dermas? CA frowned, slowly repeating the name. Dermas? Then, realization dawned. His eyes went wide and he exclaimed, Are you in love? Gun got all flustered. Well, yeah. Can you help me? I can pay you for it. Ka beamed. Oh, no need for that, my boy. No payment necessary. I'm always happy to help young love, and besides, you saved my life. He continued enthusiastically. I don't have any on me, but I'm certain we can find some on this very floor. I wonder where the nearest swamp is. With that, he grabbed Gun and started pulling him along, saying with a wide grin, This way, young man. We'll find it on the edge of the wetlands. This girl must be pretty special for you to risk coming all the way down here alone for her. Gun's face turned beet red as he mumbled, Yeah, she's really cute. Ka let out a hearty laugh, his spirits high. Excellent. That's just excellent. I have to say, it's a pleasure to meet one of the inhabitants of these caves. This gives me a chance to hear about how this settlement has developed over the years. Are your people still enslaved by those Jira goblins? Gun shook his head. Not anymore. I heard from a food smuggler that LP drove them out. I guess that means we're free now. CA looked genuinely surprised by the news. Is that true? He asked urgently. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. You must have suffered terribly under the rule of those goblin brutes, he said, before asking curiously. So is this LP fellow your new leader? What do the people think of him? Gun answered with total sincerity. They love him. He united the clans, crushed the goblins, and even had the gods on his side. The man explained that their leader had literally returned from the dead. CA replied grimly, That's impressive. Resurrection is never an easy feat. It sounds like he's going to bring some real change to your people. After so long in the dark, you're lucky to have him. Gun nodded in agreement. I think so too, but I don't believe the Blues are very fond of him. They named him General, but I'm betting they'll stab him in the back the first chance they get. CA led Gun toward a nearby riverbank, scanning the area before speaking. Ah, right. Nothing terrifies leaders more than a young, powerful general who has the people's love. Your man Lep certainly has a tough road ahead. True, he smirked. But they won't win. Lep has plenty of friends who will protect him. With that, CA pointed off in one direction. Let's try searching over there, and remember, the leaves must be blue. If they're still yellow, it's not ripe. Once Gun headed over, CA asked, So if Lep takes power, what do you think he'll do? Gun searched intently for the route, but didn't miss a beat in answering CA's question. I think he'll get rid of the blues and make the greens fall in line. CA immediately replied. That sounds ruthless. Are the people afraid of him? Gun shook his head. Not really. In fact, he's pretty cool. He can get difficult, but he always listens to them and cares about his people. CA stood still, crossing his arms and clicking his tongue, so he knows how to balance being tough and gentle, just what you'd expect from one of Farron's chosen. Gun grabbed a root and held it towards Ka. Is this it? Ka simply gestured no, telling him to keep searching. My boy, blue leaves, not purple. CA then asked again, So what do you think your people will do next? Gun, after defeating the goblins, are you all just going to settle down and stay put? Exhausted, Gun sat down in the forest. Yeah, probably, he mumbled. What else is there? We can't start a war. Maybe we'll start trading, or something. After a few minutes, Gun finally found a route that matched Ka's description, and he quickly pulled it out. He brought it to CA. Hey, is this what we're looking for? CA took a look and lit up. That's it, my boy. You found it. And the route's intact. Excellent. Now rest a bit, then go wash it clean. Gun quickly made his way to the riverbank and began washing the root. He then heard CA asking from behind him, "So, even if Lep wanted to push your people forward, they wouldn't leave the settlement?" Gun shook his head. "No, I don't think so. This place is our home now." CA clicked his tongue. "What a pity. Your people have so much potential, yet you all just hide away like this." Gun replied honestly, "We're not going anywhere unless the Hiplin chase us out." CA went silent for a moment before responding. "You should reconsider. The world outside is vast and beautiful. Your people could use a fresh perspective." Hearing this, Gun quickly said, "I'd like that too." But as he turned, he saw a strange creature standing nearby. He jumped back in alarm, shouting, "What the hell is that?" Ka just looked at him, completely confused. "What's wrong?" Gun shakily pointed, stammering, "A Hiplin, right behind you." In contrast, CA didn't show a hint of fear. He gave the creature a gentle smile and spoke softly. "Oh, yes. You mean this little one? She's here for you." The creature slowly approached Gun, who was now frozen in absolute terror. Gun clasped his hands together, begging, "Please, don't hurt me. I'll give you everything." Suddenly, the creature held out a small bundle. Gun tilted his head, completely confused. "What the?" Ka stepped forward to explain the situation. "Use that to dry and wrap the ma's root. Cook it, then sneak it into her food. She'll welcome you like the sunrise." Gun's head was spinning. "But, a Hiplin?" Understanding his shock, CA just smiled. "Nebo is my pet. She won't harm you. I promise. I sent her to get that piece of cloth for you. You helped me, so I wanted to keep my promise." More curious than afraid now, Gun wrapped the ma's root and ran to CA. "You have a pet Hiplin?" CA nodded. "That's right. They're actually very affectionate creatures. You just have to understand them." Gun clutched his prize and grinned at CA. "All right, thanks. I've got to go." With that, he took off running. CA frowned, calling out, "Gun, are you going to?" The creature beside CA made a noise that only he could understand. He gently reassured his pet with a soft voice. "He will be fine. Perfectly fine. Let him go." He watched Gun's retreating back with a smile. "Little one, we have other work to do. So many buried things need to be unearthed." While the rest of the camp was sound asleep, Gun hid behind a massive boulder, watching something intently. He then began to tiptoe forward. He glanced cautiously at the sleeping mage and her daughter as he crept by. Once clear, Gun hunched over and tiptoed away from the camp. Reaching an empty space around the cooled campfire, he crouched down and unwrapped a cloth holding a strange plant. The plan echoed in his head: roast it, sneak it into her food, and she'll greet you like you're the morning sun. A wave of hesitation washed over him. Gun knew what he was doing was terrible, but he was startled when Rafa appeared out of nowhere, shouting his name. He quickly shoved the plant into his pocket, trying to act clueless. "What? What is this?" Rafa rushed to the campfires, frantically throwing everything she could find on them. Seeing this, Gun was completely lost, asking, "What? Why?" She quickly explained that cave centipedes were heading their way, and they needed to make as much smoke as possible. At that name, his face went pale. Cave centipedes, those things were absolutely massive. This was real danger. Rafa held out a hand, insisting, "Do it." The guards said they hate smoke. "We'll get everyone out of here." So much for his private mission. Everyone else. But what about me? Still, he did the right thing. He got the campfires roaring, thinking it was finally time to leave, but then another voice called out his name nearby. The mage had appeared, giving him a huge shock. "Are you finished here?" she asked, her worried face looking like pure affection to Gun. She was worried about him. Thank God. His brain short-circuited, and he blurted out nonsense. "Yeah, I've got some pretty hot stuff. We're doing pretty good out here." Taking charge, the mage just commanded. "Good, now follow me." Hearing that, Gun scrambled to follow her. "Yes, of course. Anything you need, anytime." Just outside the cave's entrance, Ova planted her staff in the ground. "This will be better," Gun asked. "Aren't we leaving with the others?" "It was all part of the strategy. The fire pits will keep them from coming up on the other side," she explained. "But we have to stop them here." Ova knew the heavy responsibility on her shoulders, outlining the rest of the plan as Gun watched her with pure admiration. "I will use my magic to hold them off while everyone escapes. You just be careful, okay?" His chance to shine. He twirled his spear, trying to look cool. "Oh yeah, no problem. I'm your man." But in his attempt to show off, he just ended up pointing his weapon at his own ally, forcing the mage to warn him. "Yes, just try pointing your stick at someone other than me, would you?" Later, exhausted, Gun complained. "Those centipedes are sure taking their time." The mage was getting annoyed by his whining and told him to stop complaining. "It's going to take a long time to get everyone out. especially the elderly and children. Then, completely out of nowhere, Gun asked, "So, are you seeing anyone?" Not exactly the right time. Her eyes narrowed with clear annoyance as she wondered, "Why are you asking me that?" He couldn't exactly tell her the truth. Gun just denied it. "Oh, no reason. Just making conversation is all." The mage was at her limit. "Fine. Now please, be quiet. I don't want to hear any more of your talking. Or your poetry. This is why I didn't want to work with you, but San told me I had to. What a friend." Gun was secretly thrilled, puffing out his chest. "San, you're the man." Watching this, Ova was just confused. "What are you smiling about? You are so strange." She just looked away, resting her chin on her hand. "Anyway, they'll send people for us once the refugees are safe, so all we have to do is sit here and keep watch." Leaning back, he offered his own 2 cents. "Do you think the refugees will actually be safe when we get back to the settlement?" The mage looked up thoughtfully. "Perhaps. I don't think LP will draft them for fighting. I heard we'll be returning soon." "Oh, that's good," Gun mused. "I guess life will get back to normal after that." And she simply replied, "Yes." Keeping the conversation going, he then asked, "Hey Ova, what do you want to do after the goblins are gone?" Raising her hands high, the mage declared her ambition. "I'm going to study magic. VG promised me I could access the Semantic Archive City when this is all over. Not all of the books are in our language, so it'll take a while, but it will be worth it." That sounded a little boring to him, so he asked, "So you're just going to study?" But that wasn't it at all. Ova held up 2 fingers. "Oh no, I won't just be reading books. I'm going to travel too. Once we're free, we can do anything, right?" I told Rafa, and she said she'd take me to some of the places she's been. To make himself sound experienced, Gun grinned and bragged, "I've been outside too. I went with Vaughn to give tribute to Bunu. Perfect." Ova gave a little fist pump. "Oh, but that's just near the settlement. The world is so much bigger than that, and I'm going to see all of it." But he was already trying to steer the conversation back. "So, you don't want to have kids, or, find a guy or anything like that?" Ova hadn't thought that far ahead. "I don't know," she admitted. "Maybe one day. But right now, I just have too much to do." Just then, a noise echoed from the distance. He raised a hand to silence Gun. "Shh. Do you hear that?" They all jumped to their feet at a chilling, chittering sound. A whole swarm of red centipedes was before them, baring their fanged mouths. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the like button to support the bear.